Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be tardy to the party, but at least we are still around. Look at my hair. Look how crazy that is. Anyways, let's start with the national anthem though, before we do anything else. And then I promise we'll get into some memes today. It will be fun. It will be painful. But you will get to enjoy the psychic damage that I have to endure on your behalf.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. St. Patty says, nice, fun day ahead, I'm sure. Well, St. Patty says, good morning. Just saw the skeet shooting video with Steve and it was pretty great. Yeah. So I'll probably play that if I need to take a break at some point today. But Stephen Bennell and I, aka Destiny, aka the internet's most prolific serial killer, we went on a range day and we blew up some skeet targets. It was very, very, very fun. I regret to inform you that I will probably be the the internet's most prolific serial killer's friend, because he is very kind in person. I understand that, then you have a debate and the debate goes sideways, and then you have an emotional falling out, and then you join the polycule, and then you fall out of the polycule. Like, I understand there's all this drama, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to be Steven's friend, even if he's revealed later to be a serial killer, and then I just won't join the polycule. And that's how I'm going to try to keep some level of be his friend, but keep some level of distance to the point that we don't have to have a massive relationship implosion at any time. And I think as long as we keep those rules where I don't join the polycule and we're just friends and we blow stuff up and we have debates on occasion and we talk about pop culture, then we could have a fruitful friendship. So that's what I'm hoping for. And if the rest of the internet thinks he's a serial killer, it is what it is. I'm just trying to be nice to my friend Steve. Christian Player says, morning, still watching you and Destiny shooting. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Mega Zero says, I'm early. Well, welcome aboard. Randy Chang says, good morning. Good morning back to you. Mega Zero says, hell yeah. Sin Patty says, banger. True. Sacred Snow says, good morning, Connor. First time watching you from home since I'm sick as F. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick as F, but I hope that I can entertain you while you're in a fever dream delirium. The truth is that we will be in a fever dream delirium with you, and we won't even be sick. Razzle Smasher says, I too am a never Trump guy who never liked him. Excellent. Justin says, good morning, covering Nick. I'm tuned in. Yeah, Justin, why don't I flip the order then? Just because I don't want you to have to endure 10 hours of Asmongold, because I find Asmongold, to be honest, to be very 80 IQ, where we are still point. But then he doesn't really make a point. Whereas Nick, even if I disagree with him, he actually makes points and therefore is easier to digest. So just for you, Justin, I'm going to flip the order. I'm going to flip the order of the content just so I don't bore you to death. Tom Foolery, Dean Withers. This might be a very silly meme, but I might check this out because somehow he turned this into 30 minutes of content where Dean Withers showed up in his TikTok chat and then disappeared. So I don't know if there's anything substantive there, but we'll take a look at it. That's what I had before I realized that Nick Fuentes probably is freaking out about the LA riots, a war with Iran, and maybe some Democratic Congress people or Democratic politicians getting assassinated. I know they're not congressmen, but I'm waking up. I'm waking up. Son Patty says the skeet shooting was Keno. It was. Conservative liberalism says Connor can fix him. Overtime. Base polycule observer. Connor will fix him parasocially, indeed. Mega Zero says, if you do that, you'll never beat the Destiny Orbiter allegations. Well, not that it matters. That's fine. That's fine. Plenty of orbiters have shown up, sucked off a bunch of clout, stabbed him in the back, and then ran away. And what I'll do instead is I'll just hang out. The clout will not be the point. The point will just to be have fun and make some good memes. And then I'll just try not to get so wrapped up in it that I feel the need to stab him in the back and then run away. I'll just, hang out. And if he does psychotic shit, I'll be like, hey, Steve, that's psychotic. Stop doing that. And that'll be it. Steve, says Sultan Al Fahim. Razzle Smasher says, met Steve briefly in Vegas. He was pleasant and friendly. Looks like you guys had a hearty, fun time. And I'm not even a gun person. Yeah, we had a great time. Serial killer is just a bit hyperbolic. Yeah, I was going for hyperbole. There are people who treat him that way, though. Mega Zero says, always thought Trump is a meme till the January 6th baloney. Yep. Yeah, he's funny until he's not. Sacred Snow says, was hoping to OD on Fever Dream from stream. Yeah, we'll get you there. Don't worry. Sin Patty says, got my house keys, and now I won't get new appliances until July. Lowe's ain't worth it. I'm sorry, King. Justin says, thank you. It's fine. I'm working and I have an AirPod in, and if you say something interesting, I'll comment. Sounds good. Tatsu420, good morning. Then Just Carpet Pet 6563 says, off shift this morning so I can catch up with the stream. Oh, cool. Well, excellent. Thanks for hanging out with us. Then Mega Zero says, I was just making a joke about how if you have any little tie to testing, you're the worst person ever. Yep. But I'm okay with that. It's fine. Then let's read Conservative Liberalism. Let's do an intro and let's get into our first content because Lord knows we must begin the suffering soon. Conservative Liberalism says, my issue with you in reference to Steve is you always go out of your way to explain the porn was created consensually, but you almost always fail to mention it wasn't distributed in a similar fashion. Destiny is the free space on my bingo card, though. It's all good. All right. Well, I mean, Conservative Liberalism, I'll try to do that. I didn't mean to like omit that fact as a conscious sweep. The reason why I say that the porn was created consensually is because people conflate the Sherry allegations with the Pixie and Melina allegations, where they say that, he recorded without their consent. Well, that's not true. Allegedly, let's put it all in the realm of allegedly. Allegedly, audio recordings were created without explicit consent. And then video recordings were created with consent, and people just turn it into one big allegation. And that's the only thing I'm trying to, sure. That's the only reason why I'm trying to, differentiate, because I think that if you don't make that differentiation, it's not whether or not Steven deserves heat. Steven probably deserves heat for what he did. But does he deserve to go down as the worst guy in internet history? Probably not. Probably not. Not a cool thing to do, but it's not the worst thing I've ever heard of. Gen X, I have a feeling this isn't going to be creating new scandals in his personal life these days. I hope so, dude. If Steven chills out, we're starting with the parasocial, whatever stuff. Although I guess it is partially social on my end. If Steven chills out and he just has he's got one or two girlfriends and they live with him on and off, and he hangs out with them and he hooks up with people on occasion, but realistically it's all off-stream personalities and it's always through like dating apps and stuff. So he has like a chill, polyamorous, open relationship lifestyle, but the drama doesn't really spill over into the real world. And then he just focuses on politics. I think he can do quite well. And I think in 2 or 3 years, people will be like, oh, isn't that the guy that did this? And then it'll be like, yeah, but that was like 3 years ago and he hasn't had any drama since. Therefore, we're going to presume that he's just, kept his nose clean. So I think he, if he keeps his nose clean, I think he can do very well. Gen X says maybe I'm too optimistic. Yeah, maybe. But you know what? Well, he's funny. He's charismatic. He engages with smaller creators. So you know, well, if it happens, it happens. I resign myself to that fate. The ball is in Steven's court onto how well he behaves going forward. I'm hoping that he matures and moves on from some of the crap that he was doing in 2022. And then if he doesn't, then there will be a whole bunch of people who will say, I told you so. But it is what it is. Sager's No says, like the stream. That's an excellent point. And Patty says, stream the like. Indeed. The King Slime says, oh boy. Indeed. Melody says, just watch your shooting range video with Steve. It was good. True. Mr. Hater says, when you are Destiny are doing your Coom sessions, do you think about inviting Diddy or Hunter Biden to Coom? No, not a huge fan. I'm trying to stay out of the polycule, to be honest. It's not anything against Steve. I'm just not a polyamorous fella. I like having my wife, and I like the stability of being in a monogamous relationship. I like the stability of being in a heterosexual monogamous relationship. So cooming memes aside, I'm going to try to stay on the straight and narrow, and no cooming and no polycules for Connor. Razzle Smasher says, any thoughts about what's going on with Israel as Iran? I don't see anything about it in the stream title, so just wondering if you had any comments. We might use Nick as a jumping off point to do that, but to be honest, I wanted to cover his implosion against Trump in reference to the immigration moratorium and the riots. I wanted to do that, but we could also do his Iran coverage. My only problem with the Iran thing. All right, let me zoom out and give you a little bit of actual coverage on that real quick before we get the day started. Sorry to the people who just want to jump to the content, but it is important. Let me show you something. Israel maps. I'm going to show you a couple of things, but it might be... I don't even know if it'll be good coverage, but I'll give it to you anyways. Okay. Here's Israel. Here's Iran. Here's Saudi Arabia. As we've discussed on stream previously, there's places that have 33% of the oil's proven oil reserves. That's not totally true, but it's mostly true. Venezuela has like almost a third of the world's proven oil reserves. Saudi Arabia has almost a third, and Iran has almost a third. And these things can probably run for, I don't know, another few hundred years. I have no idea how much oil is left. Some people talk about peak oil will run out in decades. Some people talk about we got a few centuries. I have no idea. I'd have to Google it, to be honest. But the point is, these places are important. Saudi Arabia will remain our friends no matter what. They can kill 300 journalists. It's kind of like being friends with Steven, when he's like serial killing. You just have to be his friend no matter what, because who there but for the grace of God go I, right? But in reference to us being friends with Saudi Arabia, they can kill a few journalists, they can kill a few gays, they can kill a few political dissidents because of how much oil they're sitting on, and they're friendly to the Western world. So they will sell their oil to Europe and the United States and the Western world. They also bring along with them other Sunni countries like the UAE, like Oman, like Kuwait, now like Iraq, weirdly enough. All these people will sell us energy products, right? Iran, to my knowledge, won't, because they had a theocratic revolution. They're also the heart of Shia Islam, where Shia Islam is also in large swaths of Iraq, and there's pockets of it throughout the rest of the world, but like 90% of the world's Shia population lives in Iran. Well, since they're theocratic and they're authoritarian, they have to have an enemy. And the good news is the United States is a very good enemy for Iran. But the other people who are a really good enemy is Israel. And so they've always talked about how they support the Palestinians, they support Hezbollah in Lebanon, they want to fight Israel, Israel will burn in hellfire, all that kind of crap. And so they want nukes partially to be a deterrent against all their rivals around them. But also they explicitly say that they want to burn Israel. And so Israel isn't taking that as a joke or a meme or somebody shit talking. They're taking it literally. The problem is you don't really know when, no offense, Middle Eastern and North African folk, you don't really know when a Middle Eastern and North African person is just chatting shit and when they're being serious. You just don't know. And so Israel did airstrikes into Iran in order to blow up the infrastructure that was on the verge of being capable of producing nuclear weapons. And then Iran launched a bunch of ballistic missiles and drones into Israel. Now, I'm hoping that that's it. I'm hoping that that's it. Iran is delayed by another 5 years for nuclear stuff. Their defense ministry is decapitated. Their nuclear scientists have been taken out. Bear in mind, this happened once before in the thousands, and I think it happened again in the tens. So Israel might have just delayed them a little bit, but realistically, Iran's probably eventually going to get a bomb. Now, the thing about that is Israel has the bomb, and if Israel has the bomb and Iran has the bomb, Saudi Arabia is going to get the bomb, and then it's just a question of whether or not any of these apocalyptic death cults that are a part of these religions, whether or not they have their finger on the trigger. Israel wants to live. Israel doesn't want to burn the Middle East and North Africa in nuclear hellfire. Saudi Arabia doesn't really want to do it either. Iran might. And so if you had 3 nuclear armed powers that all hated each other in the Middle East and North Africa, if they actually want to live, they would just do a nuclear standoff and then mature and then normalize relations. If they're actually suicidal, then they could launch a thermonuclear war that irradiates 2/3 of the world's petroleum reserve. So scary shit, but it's so scary that nothing's ever going to happen, right? Nothing's ever going to happen all in. End of rant. Excuse me. Back to chat for another few minutes just before we get into it. I'll pull up Nick Fuentes just because he might have something interesting to say about Iran. I have a feeling, though, that it's always going to be like, the Jews. The Jews are going to suck us into World War III. But the truth is, if we watch all 3 of these, then, I mean, that's like 3/4 of the day. That could be a good thing, but, you know, the title says Asmongold, so I want to do some Asmongold content. Good question, though. Good question. Sorry. Let's check in the chat just a little bit more before we get cracking. Which consent are the current legal proceedings about? So Pixie, you know, sorry if I'm talking about things that are uncomfortable for all involved, but, you know, the truth will set us all free. Pixie is a former Destiny orbiter. She had consensual liaisons with Steven. They video recorded it. He shared that video recording with somebody else. That somebody else allegedly got leaked by an ex-boyfriend. They leaked it to the internet as leverage and hate against Steven. And so there's a federal statute that allows you to sue somebody if they leak your pornography, if they cause damage to you. And so she's suing him under that. The issue might be that the date for when that happened might be before the law went into effect. If that happens, the lawsuit is likely to be dismissed. If they have evidence that it was shared again after the date, then it might go to trial. So that's where we're at right now. Coomers. Mr. Hater is hating. Beef Supreme says Destiny will survive. He shall prevail. Hopefully. Justin says Destiny is a bum. Your intellectual life is a function of your moral life. Destiny will fail unless he changes his behavior. Well, you know, here's to hoping that we're a positive influence. We talking Iran today? We might, BizD. We might. I'm just going to scroll a little bit faster because chat's popping off pretty early, and I need to catch up and actually get into the content. Gen X says her and Destiny to her ex herself, and she knew Destiny was sharing it with Melina and all these other circumstances. Was it necessarily wrong of him to assume she was okay with it? That's the issue now. Gen X, the contradictory evidence, because I don't want to be a pure Destiny sweeper. I want to be a Destiny semi-sweeper, right? I want to be the man's friend, but I also want to call out his sins when necessary. The contradictory evidence was that allegedly she freaked out when Lav accused them of like having a relationship, and she was like, "Oh, you didn't tell anyone, right? You didn't share it with anybody, right?" Which should have been an indication to Steve that he shouldn't be talking about their physical relationship or sharing pornography of them together if Pixie was going to freak out when one of their mutual friends said that they had hooked up and then she denied it and then she kind of freaked out to him in DMs. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't care to know the exact timeline. I hope that Steven going forward, I just hope that he dates a couple of girls who are happy to be in his little harem, and then he goes on Tinder and dates a couple more girls, and that's it. You know, that would be a chill version of Steve that I think would not get in trouble. Short Stack Goblin says, why did you let Tiny show what a crap shot you both are? No, that's not Tiny. That's Sambino. I'm gonna blame Sambino for that. I thought that so Sam is I'm not trying to out her totally, but Sam is somebody who's working for Steven now and is like, you know, part coordinator, part videographer, part editor, part this, part that. But Sam's very cool. Sam was the third person who was hanging out with us that day. And I thought they were going to edit it to make us look better, but I think it's almost funnier. Like, I think it's almost funnier because guess what? Skeet shooting's hard. I probably hit maybe half of my shots. I maybe hit 40% of my shots. But I think anybody who does skeet, there's probably like expert people, but they have a gun and they use it all the time and they know what it does and they know the pattern and they study it and all this kind of crap. Whereas Steven and I are just two people with a nice gun. Just double check that you're in the studio. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not in the studio, but I will be on next stream. Sorry. I'm sorry that it just seems like I'm waking up and drinking coffee and I'm partially delirious, but that is what's happening right now. Because Short Stack Goblin, that's the truth. So I like the truth. The truth is very funny. Gen X says, don't put my comments on screen. Lol. All right. Mega Zero says, before you do anything on Asmongold, you should watch Dan P. Bongwater's AI Asmongold videos. Remind me of that when we get to the segment. Gen X says, don't put my comments on screen. Do you get it? Because you're saying don't put my comments on screen, but I'm putting your comments on screen. Razzle says, Connor, I think the way you approach this has been spot on, critical of the alleged behavior, but not going off the deep end with the hyperbole or throwing him under the bus. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be, Connor is trying to be fair. He might not be fair, but he tries to be fair. Val says, dang, starting early today. Well, we try to do 9:30 to 2:30. Connor, stop putting my comments on screen. Stop saying it. Ironside, have you ever considered trying to talk to Destiny into getting a gym membership? Not yet. You know, fitness is something that's personal. So I just want to be friendly to the man, see if I can promote some good habits in his life. And you know, hopefully we just make some good content together. And then if we're like friends, then I'll introduce him to the dad bod fitness regimen that I've been engaging in that I need to continue to engage with. So I'll introduce him to my very limited workout. Hotch says, Iran's military and political leadership are prepared to give up uranium enrichment to preserve the regime. Oh, I hope that's true. Mega Zero says, the videos are short. Cool. Oh, Connor, so many people commented on how fit and muscular you are lately in the Destiny stream. Just letting you know. Well, I felt like I looked a little chunky, but the truth is I am a little chunky. I just have muscles along with my chunk. So, you know, I like it. I like it. I probably need to do a little bit more cardio. I probably need to go walk 3 to 5 times a week. But besides that, I like where I'm lifting. Gen X says, okay, I'm not going to talk about Destiny Pixie anymore. My comments will be fine now, lol. Okay, cool. All right. Then, let us go ahead and introduce the content. Let me try to look a little bit less crazy. Let me take one more sip of caffeine. Oh, that is good stuff. Diet Coke is fire in the morning. But anyways, let me go ahead and adjust. Well, I don't want my chair to be lower. Nope, too high. Good enough. John says, my comment didn't go on screen. Well, there you go. You got 2 comments on screen. All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. And some people would call me like a chuddy liberal, where I have some left-wing sentiments, but then I also say some extreme right-wing cringe every now and then. So hopefully that's entertaining for you. What we're going to be watching right now is that there is a rebellion brewing in the MAGA movement, where the more extreme elements are upset that Trump announced a deportation moratorium on people within certain industries. These are things that were predictable, like agriculture, like hospitality, like entertainment, like construction, where if you deport all of your labor, you're of course going to increase costs, and you're of course going to delay and screw up the businesses involved. Every single lib and neocon has been screaming about this for a decade because we basically thought that Trump's policies were nonsensical, but the hardliners won out in the first 90 days or 120 days of the Trump admin. But then it seems like with the flack that Trump has caught, he's backing off a little bit. But of course, he's mercurial. So he might, I don't know, freak out and reverse course again shortly. So Nick Fuentes is probably one of Trump's most hardcore critics. He's also funny and entertaining. He's a Christian nationalist and a race realist. So he's kind of like the most extreme kind of like leader of the movements that could be critical of Trump. So we're going to see what he has to say about it and hopefully laugh and make some real points.
I talked a little bit about this last night. This is kind of a conversation which has been emerging on the dissident right, especially in the past year. It's concerning these people like Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec and many mainstream conservatives who for many years were the conservative establishment, are the conservative establishment. And what comes with that is they are conservative establishment gatekeepers. They have towed the line. They have maintained a very moderate, very lame, blue-pilled form of conservatism for my entire adult life. Obviously, now things have changed. Elon Musk acquired Twitter. We have free speech. Now the red pill is going mainstream. And those things are directly related, by the way. Now that people are not being blacklisted and censored and shadow banned for saying something to the right of Sean Hannity, overnight, the red pill has gone mainstream. And that has happened contrary to the wishes of the political establishment. People are becoming red-pilled because it is unignorable. Without the crushing, oppressive weight of constant censorship, escalating, suffocating, AI-powered censorship, the moment that that is relieved, the moment that they take their boot off of our necks, everybody immediately gets red-pilled on race, on Israel, on immigration, on everything. That's all it took. For our entire lives, we were propagandized by very centralized media monopolies on television, on radio, and print. Then social media and the smartphone came around, reached mass adoption in 2015 and 2016. People started to get red-pilled back then. They called it the alt-right. They called it the Trump movement. Big tech caught on. They shut it down. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube ratcheted up the censorship over time like the frog in boiling water. And we woke up one day in 2021 and the president of the United States was banned from the social platforms.
Holy shnikes. I'll try to save myself from a little bit of profanity, but I have a feeling that well is not going to last forever. This is a total rewriting of history from my perspective, okay? So I'll agree that Con Inc. are the gatekeepers, and they sell a more sanitized, normalized, ad-friendly version of conservatism. We can agree there. Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter enabled the normalization of the dissident right. I agree with that. Everyone is red-pilled on race to immigration in Israel, and all it took was the elimination of censorship. Dude, Justin, I'm almost talking to you directly, okay? No. You guys are still fringe. You're still dissident. You're still loud on social media, but you do not... Dude, just go to a house party, right? Go to a house party. Go to a cocktail party. Go downtown and walk around and talk to people about red pill ideas. Tell me that you guys are winning the fight for public consciousness when you go to like a normie Mexican restaurant downtown and you walk around and you go, well, obviously this is kind of freak behavior, so let's not go too crazy with it. But let's just say you have friends. Start talking to them about, average black IQ. Start talking to them about average IQ of indigenous Americans. Start talking to people about like alcoholism or child abuse in indigenous communities. There's no way that you can just walk up to random normies and try to quote unquote red pill them on race, and you're not going to be socially castigated as some kind of freak. There's no way that you're going to hit them on immigration. And yeah, you're going to get like normie takes on immigration. Like, yeah, we need to take care of our people first. You'll get that, but you're not going to get these GD Mexicans and Central Americans are ruining America. That's not what you're going to get from normies. Same thing with Israel. You know what you're going to get? You're going to get my position. My position is effectively like Israel has a right to exist, but they're going a little bit hard in Gaza. That's what you're going to get. So pretending that the entire country is with you is totally cringe and stupid. And not just that I was raised with a narrative that's dead. And it's not because it's dead because it's untrue. It's dead because people no longer regurgitate it because they're cowards. Okay? The narrative that I was raised with is that the mob is easy to stoke fear and anxiety and rage into, and therefore easy to manipulate, which is why we have republicanism, the what the party used to be allegedly, which is you have a bunch of smarter, educated people who are groomed for politics and power, people who like are intentional and care about the world, and you elect them to be their representatives so they can make good choices about the future of the country. Republicanism is supposed to be representative democracy, where intelligent representatives balance the needs of the country along with the needs of their constituency. That's the point of republicanism. And so for Nick to do this appeal, like, oh, TikTok became big, therefore my side became popular, that does nothing for me. Because I think the average person is a lunatic. I think the average person, when put into a fearful mob, is a lunatic. So, no, this doesn't work for me. I think this is cringe to say, oh, well, everybody agrees with me. If everybody agrees with you, you're probably wrong. Your narrative is probably too simple. You probably have no nuance in your narrative. Anyways, chat's popping off, so I want to read a little bit of their stuff. Foundational White Wakandan is a hilarious screen name. I have a feeling you're going to say some of the most schizo shit I've ever seen in my chat, but Foundational White Wakandan is a crazy, crazy screen name. Nick's last live stream on Rumble had over 50K live viewers. I mean, that's good, Foundational White Wakandan, but let's take a look at this. Number one, Rumble and Cozy have been accused of botting, but let's ignore that. Let's just assume that it's 50,000. I watch Nick because I like hating on Nick. So there's going to be a portion of the audience that hates him. And then let's say that he has an audience comparable to Destiny or comparable to Hassan Piker. Let's say it's a few 100,000 people. You're talking about 300,000 out of 330 million. I don't even know if I did that right, but 9.09 e to the negative 4. It's a very small number. It's a very small number when it comes to the percentage of the population of the United States. I'm going to try not to get too distracted, but again, chat's popping off, so I kind of want to read their stuff. I'm going to read things that either interest me or do at counterpoints. We're only 30 minutes into the stream and we're breaking 70. Once we hit 100, it's actually almost impossible for me to read chat, where I can read every chat message. So just start doing the @counterpoints @Valor Media if you want me to read your comment. LB says conservatives forgot to conserve the Constitution. Yeah, and there actually is a difference in allegiance between conservatives who want to conserve a white majority in Christianity versus people who want to conserve the Constitution of the United States. It's actually they're different groups, which is scary. Conservative liberalism says, I forgot how fringe the internet can be. I use left and Democrats interchangeably in the real world. Yeah, people use normies use leftist as interchangeable with liberals and Democrats. That's crazy. Short Stack Goblin says, Nick can't go outside. One of his groypers would show up with a crossbow again. Maybe. Razzle says, how about you go into a room full of Gen Z and ask about Israel? We know where the country is going. Razzle, I'm going to... This is like... Go into a room of 19-year-olds and ask them about Israel. And by the way, 70% of the people who are anti-Israel are leftists. They do it because it's edgy. They do it because it's cool. They do it because Hassan Piker says so. Acting like I'm going to walk into a college. The local college to me is University of Central Florida. I also have like Rollins College in Valencia and a few other colleges around me. Acting like if I go into those colleges and then I say, hey, how do you feel about Israel? And then there's a generally negative sentiment that they're all going to be like groypers or dissident right is the biggest cope in the world. That is insane cope. I guarantee you that on college campuses, talking smack about Israel, it's 2-1 or 3-1 leftists versus right-wingers who dislike Israel. Cameron Mosley says, is yours a natural democratic republic everywhere else around again as a theocratic anti-individual state? You're going to have to rephrase that, brother. Is yours a natural democratic republic everywhere else around again? Yeah, you're going to have to rewrite that sentence, bro. Listen, I'm not your English teacher. I'm not grading your homework, but you need to write a sentence that has one idea, and then you need to write another sentence that has a different idea. Bud123 says, it does not matter because liberals and Democrats are not honest and they celebrate young men falling behind in other statistics of their disadvantage. Yeah, well, we should probably fight for everybody to stop being so crazy, Bud123. We should probably fight for like the normal, sane Republicans to keep being sane, and we should fight for the Democrats who are crazy to get socially ostracized so we can, I don't know, not have a country that falls apart. I know that's crazy in this day and age to try to get people to be less crazy, but that's what I'm trying to do. Dennis says, this is madness of social media. The village idiots used to be isolated. Now them and their bad ideas fight each other online, but they are still village idiots. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. You and I are same. Justin says, that's not the point. Nick does not care for the masses. Then why is he appealing to the masses as a part of his argumentation, Justin? He obviously cares about the masses. He wants to red pill the masses. He's arguing that the masses are already red pilled. What are you talking about? Bud123 says, part of the reason why young men voted for Trump, if Trump is advocating to go back to the days where women are in the kitchen, it may be easier to get a date, hypergamy. Well, not just that, but he promises to return to a golden age that they never knew, right? Coffee McKeer says, the Kruger studies show people who believe in conspiracies are more likely to think the majority of people across the political spectrum agree with them. Yep. They're just too scared to say it. Justin says he only cares about young white men. He wants young white men to get rich and change the country. Okay. Cool. Average person is tribal just as a pair of their extreme. All right, you guys are just saying shit to piss me off. Gibbs Ma reparations says foundational white Wakandan. Well, you're going to have to ask LB for it, okay? LB is our resident black gal. So I'm going to appoint her as the person who is responsible for foundation and foundational white Wakandan reparations. You can talk to her about it. All right. Anyways, I'm going to read like one or two more, and then I'm going to get back into it. Bud123 says 60% of young men are single, while 30% of young women are single. So yeah, young men would vote for Trump to go back in time. Cool. All right. Anyways, you guys are crazy. You guys are popping off already. Let's flow. Let's get through the content.
People are being banned for disagreeing with the government on COVID, mandatory vaccines, a war against Russia, BLM and the death of George Floyd, among other things, the election, and that there were 70% mail-in ballots. And now that that censorship is gone, once again, for the first time since 2015, at the advent of social media, now everybody has become red-pilled on everything. And we have to address what is happening, which is that the political establishment is now co-opting the red pill. They're co-opting certain positions on race, on immigration, on Jews in Israel to placate a very radical, very energetic, and suppressed, repressed white majority in the United States.
Welcome to liberalism, B word. Lol. Get co-opted, son.
Because the white majority in the United States has felt this way for a long time. If you talk to any normal white person at any time over the past 40 or 50 years, they would say the same things about immigrants speaking English, about press one for Spanish, about the amount of illegals, about the amount of immigrants, about the amount of diversity, about the amount of black crime, about these wars in Iraq, free trade. They would have felt the same way in 1990, in 2000, in 2010, in 2020. But now that those people have a voice, now that those people get to talk back, and it's not just the television talking at them, now the establishment conservatives and Republicans are playing catch up. Very quickly, they have to learn how to emulate how real Americans sound and the beliefs that real Americans have held for a long time, in particular, the most energetic and the most right-wing and the most vigorous and the most intelligent elements in the right wing.
This doesn't read to me as excitement or enthusiasm. This reads to me as fear that the energy, the intelligence, the hardcoreness of the dissident right is going to go get co-opted by Con Inc. That's what this reads like to me.
And so I saw this morning. Jack Posobiec, Charlie Kirk, and Matt Walsh.
Jack Posobiec sucks so much.
They work for Turning Point USA and Daily Wire. They all tweeted in unison at the same time. They said, we need an immigration moratorium for third world immigration. We've had too many of them. They're ruining our country, and it's got to stop. And they almost said verbatim the exact same thing, as if a memo went out. As if they were all in a group chat and they coordinated the release of this talking point. They all said, we need an immigration moratorium. Now, this is notable. Before we pass judgment on their intentions or the consequences of this change, first, let's acknowledge this is an inflection point. Because all of these people for 10 years were against an immigration moratorium. For 10 years. Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec, they weren't neutral. They were vocally and explicitly and militantly against an immigration moratorium. Take it a step further. Charlie Kirk said we should staple green cards to diplomas. That means 10 million Indians immigrating to the United States. That was 5 years ago. Now, all of a sudden, all of them who were pushing the opposite for 10 years are now saying we need an immigration moratorium.
Yeah, it could be because they're stupid. I mean, that's pretty dumb. Listen, I'm all for pronatalism. I'm all for getting domestic Americans through a pronatal culture, through a pro-family culture, whatever that means. Getting the birth rate up to 2.15 so we're not reliant on immigration in order to make up an economic stopgap. I don't have any problems with that. However, I also don't have any problems with immigration. I'm of the full metal jacket mentality. It's a very politically incorrect quote, but it's effectively inside every Vietnamese person is an American waiting to crawl out, right? Freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, due process, limited government, all that kind of stuff. These aren't just localized goods. These aren't just things that are good for white, Caucasian, Northern European Americans. These are universal goods. This is probably the way that most governments should be run. And even if they're not run identically to the United States, because the United States has plenty of flaws, they should take inspiration from the United States, and they should modify our ideas into being implemented in whatever context is appropriate for their own nations. So for this to be like, well, we have to maintain a Northern European Caucasian majority. It's like, no, we don't. That, you know, maybe it would be good to have everybody speak English so we can all speak the same language. Maybe it would be good to have an enforced civic culture. That way we all agree, or at least understand, the constitutional republic that we have inherited from our forefathers. That's probably good. But to say that all of a sudden, you know, we're going to be at 40% white, 30% Hispanic, 13% black, 5% Asian, and then whatever remaining percentage miscellaneous, that all of a sudden the country's going to fall apart. You're just full of shit. You're just lying. I'm going to read chat because Nick's pissing me off a little bit. I need to get more caffeinated so I can respond to him more substantively. But, you know, let's face it, we're warming up. R. Hickernell says, did you see that Destiny posted the shooting range footage? Yes, it was very funny. In some of them, I looked very muscular and very handsome. In some of the pictures, I look a little chunky, but that's okay. That's what I am. Rude says, resident black gal. Yep, LB is our... LB, I'm sorry that white people foist their racial bullshit upon you. However, I'm going to do it as well. You are now our liaison to foundational white Wakandans. So, you know, if we have foundational white Wakandans in chat, I expect you to talk to them about whatever reparations or lack of reparations they're entitled to. LB says, I still have seen any legislation to suggest the Democratic Party has trans legislation. Where, when, and where? I'll wait. Okay. It's a culture thing. DJ Isolated says, Nick wants to be the Tupac of the right, the guy that inspires the guy to set it off. Yeah, probably. Sten Franklin says, Nick is an authoritarian who uses populist rhetoric. Why would he do that if not to appeal to the masses? Yep. Wakanda isn't real, so who gives a fuck? Well, I guess that's our opinion on foundational white Wakandans and whether or not they're entitled to reparations is Wakanda isn't real, so who gives an F? Rude says, is Valor Media your main streaming channel? Yeah, Monday through Friday, except for Tuesday. I'm here. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints. Razzle Jerry says, a highly motivated and ideological minority has always been the ones who take power. This is a story that keeps repeating over history from the founding fathers to neoconservatives. Groypers will win. I think you're too optimistic about your own position, brother. Shaved Dog Butt says, is it just me, or does it seem like it would be super easy to AI deepfake Fuentes? His setup is so consistent. Go for it. I don't do, they call them gay ops in online politics, where you do like psychological operations against other people. I don't do that because I think it muddies the water and then people don't know what's true anymore. So if you guys want to do gay ops, that's on you. I'm not going to do any gay ops. Dr. Plague Doctor says, I'm trying to think of solutions to the problem of the over-engagement with digital media. First, though, would be a personal data usage tax, but I don't know. Thoughts? Well, I'm not taxing people for using the internet. LB says, how are white people repressed? Maybe it's more like those accustomed to privilege feel like equality is oppression. I don't know if that's entirely true. I would say the oppression, repression wasn't, I don't think it was racialized, because if you were like a giga progressive, you weren't oppressed, even though you were still white. I think it was just like a moderate conservative, like anti-conservative social pressure and social media pressure to go along with COVID, to go along with BLM, to go along with other progressive movements, to stop using the R slur, to stop using the F slur, to stop using the N word, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And while progressives and liberals can make arguments for why you should want to do those things anyways, that's not actually like a flat playing field on which all people can participate. That actually is excluding a healthy chunk of like young white males and conservatives from participating in these conversations on equal footing. So you can say that they're bad, but that's not true free speech. Free speech includes the ability to say bad things. Karen Mosley says, Nick, you always have the ability to talk back. You just didn't like the fact that you don't have power. Nick is an imbecile. I don't know about that. I feel like Twitter was pretty muted in a progressive and liberal stance 5 years ago, 6 years ago. What is he talking about? Well, welcome to the stream, Aaron Roman. Mexicans are indigenous people, so, well, they're half indigenous, half not indigenous, right? Some of them are of Spanish descent. Connor changed the word stupid to racist. Okay. Aaron Roman, it's been a problem for 4 decades. It needs to be more accessible and more efficient. Don't know what you're talking about. Yes, we do. We are not blank slate liberals. Yeah, I know. That's why you need to be propagandized into being liberals. I'm going to put you in my little think tanks. I'm going to put you in my public school education where you think that freedom of speech and freedom of conscience and right to self-defense and limited government is a good thing. Shared American vision in our lifetime? Well, not unless we start bullying people. Voided Parrot says, I mean, what is he whining about? That they changed their policy positions to ones he believes are popular and correct? No, he's whining about the fact that it's disingenuous. Only Europeans can create the civilizations we love as Americans. Justin, don't make me go on like I'm not going to do a diversity is our strength memes, but don't make me do like a 5-minute historical recitation of advanced, socially complex, non-murderous societies that existed prior to European contact. I don't want to do it, so don't make me do it. Anyways, getting back into the content.
And I was very critical of this last night on my show. And I was critical about it today on Twitter. I said, wow, the memo must have gone out. Suddenly they're against mass migration. Wow, welcome to the club. A lot of people criticized me for this. They said, shouldn't you be cheering them on? Shouldn't you be celebrating this? Matt Walsh responded to my observation. He said, quote, there's a certain faction of the right that has decided to countersignal an immigration moratorium because they need to always find a way to disagree with me and Charlie, no matter what we say. Well, okay, then go ahead. Why not dye your hair purple and come out as pro-trans next? This was his response.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
Well, Matt Walsh, we're not countersignaling an immigration moratorium. On the contrary, I and my faction, the Groypers, have been against an immigration moratorium for the last 10 years. We have been in favor of an immigration moratorium for the past decade. And we are now. And I'm not counter-signaling, I'm making an observation, which is that all of a sudden, the three of you who work for the conservative establishment and who have towed the conservative establishment line on immigration for 10 years, conspicuously, simultaneously, have now changed your position overnight. Apparently acknowledging that this has happened is a form of counter-signaling. They believed one thing for 10 years. They were working against us, working against an immigration moratorium for 10 years. Working against and counter-signaling an immigration moratorium and those that supported it for 10 years. You were complicit in the cancellation of those people for 10 years. And now, all of a sudden, overnight, you have a different position. You have the exact opposite position. I must have missed something. I must have missed an apology to all the people you canceled and whose life ruination you were complicit in. I must have missed the acknowledgement that you were wrong for 10 years, that you misled your audience.
All right, Groypers. I'm gonna have to be rude here. I'm sorry. Razzle Cherry and Justin. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go full screen, and I'm gonna have to go. I need to talk to you. Okay. I just want you to be ready. Okay, and I am ready. I'm ready to pay. So I'm gonna bet you, Justin, and I'm gonna bet you, Razzle Cherry, $50 each. I'm not a rich man. Okay. I am doing this job. We are seeing good numbers. We are getting like good ROI, but I'm not a rich man. You know, I'm paying bills right now. But I'm going to bet you $50 each for 2028. So the reason why these conservatives are moving to an immigration moratorium is because they're seeing the heat that's underneath MAGA. And so it's the tail of the dog wagging the head. That's what's going on, okay? So instead of the head telling the tail what to do, the tail is telling the head what to do. All right? And so what's going on is they're seeing the amount of heat that's around MAGA against anti-immigration and around the mass deportations, where they're like, holy shit, these people are hardcore. They got a lot of energy. They don't give a shit if they're watching, Hispanic mothers cry as they're separated from their children. This is political capital and energy that we can capitalize on, right? So that's what they said to each other. They were like, wow, that's where the heat is. Let's go there. But let me tell you what's going to happen. Every time that there is a massive economic shock as a result of the immigration stuff, let's say all the colleges, let's say that we do a ban. And by the way, they said on specifically third world immigration. They didn't say all immigration. So they're still accepting Indians and Chinese, by the way, even within their tweet. But let's say that there is a ban against all Indians and all Chinese folk from coming to American public universities. Let's say American public university funding dries up and a bunch of research programs fall by the wayside. They're going to rebel. They're going to call their lawmakers, and their lawmakers are going to pressure the administration to reverse course. And because Trump always chickens out, it's going to happen. Then let's say that these things happen again, where the agricultural industry, restaurant industry, service industry, and construction industry make a phone call to Trump and they say, hey, listen, we understand that you want to target the criminals, but you are targeting all of our workers. You're delaying jobs. You're increasing prices. You're screwing us up economically. Therefore, you can't target us anymore. And Trump, you know what Trump says? He doesn't go, oh, my constituency voted me in by a 51.2%, by a 1.2% margin in order to enforce immigration laws strictly. Therefore, I'm going to do it. You know what he does? He caves. And he is the most hardcore MAGA advocate that you have. He is the MAGA movement. There is no one else that I know of in modern politics who is as charismatic or has the same cult of personality as Trump. And so this is your shot to get your immigration moratorium, to eliminate third world immigrants, to eliminate first world immigrants. This is your shot. And you know what's going to happen when he turns into a lame duck in the midterms? You know what's going to happen in 2028? You're going back to the status quo. You know why? Because the status quo is too profitable for too many people. It makes too much money. There are too many people who are doing well under the current system to the point that you're not going to have this glorious white nationalist revolution. It's cringe, man. It's cringe to me to see you guys buying into an idea so aggressive that it's already unpopular right now, and it's going to be even more unpopular in the future. And you're like, we are inevitable. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. What's going to happen is your entire hardcore Zoomer base is going to grow up, and then they're going to become subject to the same economic incentives that I'm a part of, where, yeah, do I want white people, white working class people to make $30 an hour? Yeah, I do. But is that realistic or possible within a capitalist, mixed economy, capitalist economy? No. Is that the way the American structure is set up? No. Is that something that we can flip a switch and get to overnight? No. So you're just going to have to grow up. Sorry. You're like this is your political moment and you're already floundering. Pretending that it's going to be your political moment in 30 to 50 years. No, it's not. It's just not going to be. The waves are crashing in the opposite direction and you can't read the tides. So I'll bet you this is the bet to Razzle Cherry and to Justin. You can come back and collect if I'm wrong. In 2028, there will not be a standard bearer of the Trump MAGA anti-immigrant movement that will be able to carry the same momentum that Trump has, and you guys are going to have to go back to the status quo. That's my bet. So in 2 or 3 years, come collect your $100 if you feel so confident. Anyways, I'm going to mute myself so I can eat.
Audience that you fought on the wrong side against the right people, against the patriotic cause for the last 10 years when it counted. I must have missed when you explained why and how you changed your mind. I must have missed the reconciliation, maybe the humility to say, I was wrong for 10 years. This is how I figured out I was wrong. Now I humbly ask that people respect my opinion in the future. Because all I saw was a complete 180 so fast, it's like I got whiplash. I broke my neck. That's how fast the position changed. And if I merely observe that this has taken place, oh, now I'm not in favor of the immigration moratorium. Now I'm not sufficiently right wing. Well, let me call your immigration moratorium and let me raise you one more. Okay? Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk said they're against third world immigration. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the third world is. What's the third world? Earth? What's the third world? Are you referring to the planet Earth?
They're talking about Central and South American immigrants because they would still want Indians and Asians who are rich. All right. I'm going to catch up with chat for a second, even though I only gave Nick a moment to speak, because there are things that I need to address. Short Stack Goblin says, right now, you can't get most white people to agree the U.S. Constitution is good. Fix that first. I mean, I agree. That's what I'm trying to do in my meager way. Justin says, if only white people can create America, France, Germany, then why would we replace white people? Justin, your scope of history is like 3 decades. This is what pisses me off, man. This is what legitimately pisses me off, is you have like no sense of history. You're like, Europeans are like the best thing since sliced bread. And it's like, yeah, in a lot of ways we are. Technologically, modern economics, like all that kind of stuff. There's plenty of things that Europeans have accomplished that you could and should be proud of Europeans and European descended folk of doing. But also, 150 years ago, we weren't tweeting at each other. We had a civil war over the institution of slavery. And 500,000 people in the United States died killing each other over slavery. Then when it comes to Europeans, France and Germany, 2 generations ago, this is how ignorant the Groypers are, which is shocking. My mom and dad are the kids of people who blew up France and Germany. My father's father destroyed Germany because they did not have the ability to culturally reconcile with Germans. So for you to act like you look at modern industry, you look at modern technology, you look at modern industrialization, and you're like, oh, this is amazing. You're like, oh, only Europeans are capable of this. Number one, that's not true. China dominated the ancient world. India dominated the ancient world. And the Middle East and North Africa dominated the medieval world. And Europeans were backward barbarians picking lint out of their belt. They didn't even have lint to pick out because they didn't have clothes. They were mountain rebels. They were mountain barbarians. My people, the Irish people, were bog-dwelling, rock-throwing rebels for 500 years. What the fuck are you talking about, man? So just pretending that just because we're on top right now, we're always going to be on top is cope. Thinking it's always been like this is cope. Thinking that civilization only emanates from Europeans is cope. Like, dude, you have no sense of history. None. It's insane. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're listening to liars. You're listening to people who spend all fucking day coming up with an ahistorical narrative about how fundamentally correct they are and getting pissed off about it. And you're like, wow, they sound confident and pissed off. They must be correct. When they're not. They just sound confident. That's all that's going on. Like, your evaluation of information is terrible. Anyways, let's catch up with a little bit more chat because Justin shouldn't absorb all of my energy. And Justin, I'm not going to be trying to be too rude, but holy shit, some of the things you said trigger the fuck out of me. Bud123 says, white man's burden, making white man jokes. Lol. Thank Brandon says, good morning, Connor. Did you enjoy Poppy's Day? I did. I did nothing. It was fantastic. I got on my laptop. My wife was so nice to me yesterday. Even though, we're fighting about this and that, but it's things that are like easily resolvable, but we're fighting about this and that. She was such a fucking angel to me yesterday. Literally got to wake up, slept in as long as I wanted to. She handed me a matcha latte as soon as I woke up from Starbucks. So good. I got to dick around on my laptop and half-ass do slow work shit on my laptop without the kids screaming and punching me and all that kind of stuff, which I love my kids, but they do have a tendency to interrupt me while I'm working. And it was just a beautiful day. Yeah. So Father's Day was beautiful. And thank you to Mrs. Points for enabling that beautiful day. Whenever Nick talks, I hear the filthy Frank no one gives a shit meme. Well, dude, I wish I heard that. Dennis says, what is it about fear? Why are these guys afraid of everything? What happened to give me? You're tired, you're poor, you're huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. Well, I don't want all of the tired and poor and huddled masses, right? But I think the main thing is obviously like going outside into a functional world. I think that's the main thing. I think they don't go outside, and if they do go outside and they want like confirmation bias, they just go to the hood and then they just like watch people deal drugs and shit. And that's like, they're like, oh, all of America is like this. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Beef Supreme. And by the way, guys, we're hitting 100, so you're going to have to do @Counterpoints or @Valor Media Network in chat if you want me to read it. Beef Hottest says, let's have a Grill Hottest flag design contest. Yes. Justin says, you are right, though. What Nick advocates for is universally good for everyone. What? Segregation? Segregation is universally good for everyone? I don't think so, bro. Can we say cisgender on Twitter yet? No idea. Re-education is meme, but honestly needed. Dude, I would 100% make a civic education of the American public education system absolutely necessary. Ironside says, I still can't get over a gay Mexican being one of the thought leaders of the right. Well, he's smart and he's funny. That's a thing, man. Like, I know the Groyperson probably pissed him off, but Nick is charismatic, smart, and funny. But I'm telling you, you need to differentiate between good information and when somebody is just regurgitating bad information confidently. I swear to God, like 70% of politics is just saying shit confidently. It pisses me off. Aaron Roman says, wow, for a moment I thought you said postmortem. Yeah. Some classic Nick whinging. Where's my apology? So soy. True. You really are a liberal. Laugh my ass off. So hold on. Let's talk about this real quick. Liberal. The United States of America. The United States of America is a liberal or libertarian project, Justin. So liberal in a classic sense, if we're ignoring economics, means maximal human freedom. And when you look at the United States, maximal human freedom is fantastic in 10,000 different ways. It puts the economy on steroids. It puts human expression on steroids. It puts culture on steroids. Maximum liberty, liberalism, or liberty is awesome. It's great. Freedom is fantastic. And you're like a fish swimming in water where you don't even understand how good you have it because you've never had the alternative. And so, yes, in that way, if you're talking about America being set up as a liberal or libertarian project, I agree with you. However, no offense to the liberals in chat, there's a trap of liberalism. And the trap of liberalism is they are not capable of calling out bad behavior. When you say Mexican drug cartels are chopping people up and throwing them into 55-gallon drums and melting them in acid, they're like, oh, that's racist. That's racist against Mexicans. And then you're like, oh, there's these jihadist terrorist dickheads who are suicide bombing civilians, and that's fucked up, and we need to kill them all. They're like, oh, that's racist. That's Islamophobic. When you say, what's another thing? Asians, this is racist, but it's kind of funny. The Chinese folk have wet markets where they don't control what they're doing with their food. And so as a result, they're propagating disease. Like, oh, that's racist. And it's like, maybe it's a little racist, but it's also just descriptively true. And it's a problem and we need to deal with it. And so if you're saying I'm a liberal, but I'm within that like context of the American founding fathers, then I'll just accept it. I don't give a shit. However, if you're saying like I'm a modern liberal, where I just want to get brunch and call everybody racist, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. And I'm going to fight those people, not as hard as I fight everybody else, because I think they're well-intended, but I will fight them to actually start having a spine, because I think that's the main problem is liberals and libertarians and conservatarians are so busy living normal lives. They don't understand that society is falling to shit like very quickly because of their lack of paying attention. Excuse me. I'm sorry that I make so many like nose sounds today. I don't think I'm sick, but I might be a little sick. Kuro uses lurks in chat. Good for you, Kuro. Christian Blair says Richard Spencer is still a racist and populist, but he seems to have somewhat moderated. I don't know, dude. I think he's voting for Democrats out of a sense of like optical preservation. Justin says, you think things work just like intended instead of pressure being applied by interested political groups? That's liberalism, bro. Liberalism is set up so different tribal groups can establish their base, and then they can fight for power within a framework that doesn't lead to us killing each other. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You have like an elementary school level of like political understanding. The other option is authoritarianism. The other option is one tribe seizes power and they just kill everybody else. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry for getting pissed off, but holy shit, that is just dumb. You think things just work like intended instead of pressure being applied by interested political groups? That's literally liberalism, bro. A liberal system tolerates many political groups in order to operate within its system to see who can gain popular support sufficient that they can implement an agenda. That's actually just politics. You just describe politics like it's a bad thing. Like Nick isn't a interested political group that's trying to apply pressure. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Your political illiteracy is off the chain. Webus Zeus says, this happened in Canada, and colleges and universities had to cut whole programs. Yep. Justin says, Matt Walsh is a Catholic working for a Jew, Judaism being the antithesis to Christianity, and you think now because of protests that they switched their position. This is just naive. Justin, the fact that you think that Christianity is the antithesis of Judaism is hilarious. We are inevitable because the country is dying. Dude, I can't. You're just going to piss me off. You're just going to piss me off. So, Justin, I'm going to take a break from reading your chats just because you're pissing me off. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying it, but you're pissing me off. Anyways, back to the content. That was enough yapping.
Are you referring to the classification of countries during the Cold War? I don't know what the third world is. I'm not in favor of an immigration moratorium from the third world. I'm in favor of an immigration moratorium from non-white countries. Non-white countries. Countries that are not white. I don't know what is the first, second, and third world. I don't know what that means. I think I know what that means if you're referring to some anachronistic classification system from the Cold War. But I think that lacks specificity. So let me call your third world immigration moratorium and let me raise you one. No immigration from non-white countries. Let's be simple. This is a white country. This should remain a white country. We should deport illegal immigrants to sustain the white demographics. We should cease immigration from non-white countries for the same purpose. Will you call me? Will you match me now? Are we on the same page? Or are you going to counter-signal that immigration moratorium? Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec. I'll do you one better. I think that Jews aren't white. So I think as long as we're on the subject, we shouldn't have any more immigration of Jews in the United States. As a matter of fact, I think that if Jews aren't loyal to America, I think they should leave too. I think any Mexican flag-waving Mexican, Palestinian flag-waving Arab, every Israel flag-waving Jew, I think they should all go home. Because none of them are white and none of them are loyal to America.
Wow, Nick's just set out to fucking piss me off today, huh? American racial demographics 2025. So these should be citizens. %63%. I think it said, yeah. So non-Hispanic white, 63%. African American, 12.36%. Native American or Alaska Native, less than 1%. Asian, 6%. Native Hawaiian, less than 1%. Some other race, 6%. Two or more races, 10.71. Where's did they not include Hispanic as like a subgroup? That's interesting. Non-Hispanic. Okay. And then what about the Hispanic population? It's already happening. They're mixing up the demographics of the Hispanics and non-Hispanics. What percentage of the U.S. is Hispanic? 20%. So, dude, we're already there, man. We're already there. In the amount of shit that you would have to do in order to revert, like you would have to repeal the First Amendment. That's not happening. You would have to repeal the Second Amendment in order to make sure that people can't defend themselves. That's not happening. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? Now, if you want to say, well, we want to stymie immigration. Okay, Trump's your last big good shot at it. All right? Yeah, Trump is seriously your last big shot at immigration in order to try to avoid the status quo. But the truth is the status quo is so economically advantageous that it's not going to happen. So, dude, you lost. You're acting like you're winning and everybody's shifting your way. You lost. You're like the last desperate gasps of this perspective, and you lost. All right. I'm just going to read chat because Nick is pissing me off. Ironside says, Christianity is just a continuation of Christianity, and if the scattering of Jerusalem hadn't happened, it would be indistinguishable from Judaism. No, it's distinguishable because of the New Testament and the belief in Christ. But thinking that Christianity and Judaism are antithetical when one absolutely sprung out of the other and bases a substantive amount of its morality in the former construct is crazy. Is just crazy. Beef Supreme says, Nick is absolutely not a member of the White Club. I called and verified he was never given a card. Listen, Nick Fuentes, that's the craziest thing is the Great Replacement is so real. Our fucking Nazis are Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? They're Spanish, so they're from Spain, so they're Europeans or whatever. But literally, we had to outsource our racism to Hispanics because there weren't enough normal Northern European Nazis. We had to outsource our racism. That's how much our racism has fallen off. It's sad. Dennis says Hispanics can be white or brown in Iran literally means land of the Aryans. Sure. Melody says, Nick said the quiet part out loud, already starting to discriminate on who is white. Next, they're going to say the Irish are inside out N-words. Well, yeah. So I'm at the bottom of white. Does Nick have white privilege? Yeah, he's white passing. Christian Blair says, deport Nick and Hassan to an island and see if Vosh coconut theory is accurate. 100%, dude. I would love to save America a shitload of problems by effectively making a deal with Cuba where we just pay them like $100,000 per year in order to keep all our political dissidents on their island. Like, not in Guantanamo Bay, actually just living in Cuba, right? They can just be normal Cuban citizens. That's my solution. LB says, by 2040, 2050, the USA will be majority 51% multi-ethnic. Yeah, and guess what? Whites will still have a plurality and will still be a substantive political base through 2100. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a white-Hispanic alliance where whites and Hispanics fuse the social conservatism of whites and Hispanics, along with probably some level of redistributive economics between the more free market Northern Europeans and the more redistributive Central and South Americans. We're probably going to find a synthesis of the economic perspectives of the American hemisphere, which would be good. They have really low fertility rates, so it's all hype. Well, not just that, but all the people who immigrate have lower fertility rates after a generation or two. Beef Supreme says, yes, but Islam was founded on the antithesis of Judaism and Christianity. Islam literally preaches those other religions have strayed from the path of God. Christianity said the same thing. Islam is not antithetical to the other Abrahamic religions either. You guys are just coping, man. No offense. I love you, Beef Supreme, so I'm not talking shit. But like, you guys think that these things are oil and water when it's like water and salt water. It's going to mix. So anyways, you guys are crazy. Justin, Connor, your grandchildren will inherit a country similar to South Africa. It will be so bad for whites. No, it's not. No, it's not. You know why? Because I have plenty of Mexican and Puerto Rican and whatever in friends, and they're all fucking cool, and they're hyper Americanized, and they're going to have kids, and we're going to have kids, and they're going to go to the same park, and they're going to play together, and they're going to go to the same schools, and they're going to get the same education, and then they're going to go to colleges, and then they're going to get jobs, and then they're going to work those jobs, and then they're going to pay their bills, and then they're going to have kids. So yeah, okay, you might have to carry a gun when you go to the rough side of town. Guess what you had to do in the 1980s? Carry a gun when you went to the rough side of town. Guess what you had to do in the 1960s? Carry a gun when you went to the rough side of town. Guess what you had to do in the 1920s? Carry a gun when you went into the rough side of town. What did you have to do in the 19th century? Carry a gun when you went into the rough side of town. It's been perpetually true. No offense, Groypers, but your slice of historical understanding is like the past 30 years. You just have no idea what the world is outside of your blinders. It drives me crazy.
Well, now the
Okay. Now you have me defending the honor of Muslims. What the fuck are you guys doing? Islam says somebody who slept with a 9-year-old is a perfect person and is someone to emulate. He was also a warlord, by the way. Muhammad, peace be upon him, Kingslayer Damocles. And by the way, you know what the cope we're going to do? We're going to create a new mythology. Muhammad did not sleep with a 9-year-old. Aisha wasn't actually 9 years old, okay? This is me beefing up a mythos, okay? What was going on is, at the time, purity and chastity and virginity was very important. And so they said that she was 9 so they could just reassure you that she's a virgin. But Muhammad didn't actually sleep with a 9-year-old. She was 18. She was 18 years old in one day. Okay? And then boom, you can stop calling Muslims pedophiles and they can stop trying to kill you for calling them pedophiles. Easy. I do like your optimism. Well, bet me $100 and we'll see what happens in another decade or two.
ball's in your court. Or are you going to put on a purple wig now and cry about the Holocaust and Holocaust museums? Are you going to tell me about how America's identity is based on ethical monotheism and the principles of the Declaration and the Constitution?
Listen, man, I don't like talking about violence, but I swear to God, as a matter of fact, I can say it in a way that's going to be more palatable. The fact that Nick's mom, I said some edgy shit, right? I said some edgy shit last week. And you know what? I got an earful from my mother because she was like, hey, you're better than that. Don't say that shit. It's fucked up. You don't need to be as crass and gross as everybody else. And I fought her a little bit, but I know she's right. The fact that Nick's mom hasn't walked in here and grabbed him by the fucking ear, dragged him over to a sink and washed out his mouth with soap is shocking to me. It's shocking that his mother cares so little about the fucking shit that he says that she has not grabbed him by the ear and dragged him out of the room and washed out his mouth with soap. Crazy.
I'd like to see at Charlie Kirk's next event, let's get a little specificity. At Charlie Kirk's next Ask Me Anything, let's get a Groyper to come up and say, what do you mean by third world? Do you mean non-white? What do you mean by that? Third world, I'm sorry. I'm a low IQ anti-Semite. I don't know what that means. Do you mean the third world from the sun, or do you mean something else? I'm talking about race.
Sorry, I was getting pissed off and somebody said something funnier. Sacred Snow says, I'll do you one better. Aisha was actually a 1,000-year-old vampire. Listen, if that works for the Japanese people, then good for them.
I'm talking about genetics. I'm noticing something. These people from these non-white countries are fucking everything up. I'm noticing these Jews don't consider themselves white, and they're not loyal to America. I'm doing a little noticing myself. Are you going to meet me there? Are you a purple-haired, blue-haired, feminist, liberal?
So he admits to being a racist? Dude, he used to say, race isn't everything, but it's not nothing. And that was a quote from, I think, Buchanan. And so that was supposed to be like the chill thing where he wasn't like a Fed posting racist. Something happened in the past like 3 years, I guess, where he was just like, you know what? White nationalism is based. Like, I have no idea when that happened, but there is a shift in Fuentes where he used to be more chill on race while still being race realist, whereas now he's just like a segregationist.
Pro-tranny, woke left guy.
Hold on. LB says, let's all stop saying race when you mean ethnicity. No, he doesn't mean ethnicity. He means race. So he means white. So he would use a collective definition of white to mean Europeans. And then maybe he would like, you know, somehow find a filter through which to filter out swarthy Southern Europeans or Eastern Europeans. I'm sure there's like some kind of like racial hierarchy of the whites. But what he means when he's saying white is he means descendants of Europe. And then the same thing when he says black, he doesn't just mean like the ethno-religious group of like the Bantu or the Khoisan of like South and Eastern Africa. He doesn't mean like an ethno-linguistic group. He means black, meaning anyone who has any kind of relation to Africa. You know what I'm saying? And their skin tone doesn't matter so much as their like skin tone matters, but the skin tone matters because it's an identifier that you can use to figure out what ethno-religious context they come from. So, yeah. Aisha was a short stack goblin. Hey, guys, don't get me jihadist terrorist attacked, okay? Good God. Beef Supreme, thanks for hanging out. Leonidas Vazura says, damn, Nick is noticing so much. Yeah, dude, he's going off the deep end, man. He's going off the deep end. Are you advocating Nick to be the victim of domestic violence? Yeah. His mom needs to engage in some corporal punishment. All right, hold on. Let me just pause because I feel like I'm disoriented because I've just been hit with so much out and out pride, like unearned pride, unearned confidence, unearned false understanding of history, unearned political position, unearned everything. I think Nick is way too confident about his position, and he's going to get his shit kicked in. Crawling Chaos says, Nick got caught watching trans porn. Allegedly, that was a psyop. At least that's what his friends say. Webazu says, he hooked up with Kanye and went mask off. I guess. Ethnicity in America has been deracinated. True. White is not a race. Human is a race. Don't Nazi-splain to me, Connor. I understand I'm a black woman in racist America. Okay. Everybody's using race in the racial context of white, black, Asian, etc. I do have a cousin called Aisha, based. All right. Anyways, let's do some box breathing real quick. I'm going to take a deep breath in. I'm going to hold for 4 seconds. I'm going to breathe out. I'm going to hold. Okay, we're recentered. Let's try this again. Let's actually summarize real quick. Nick, for the past 15 minutes, and I only think I got another 5 minutes in me, to be honest, before I want to move to the next thing, because to be honest, it's just been him crowing. What I thought this segment was going to be, I thought it was going to be Nick pointing out that Conservative Inc. has gone towards a more hardcore anti-immigration policy position, while Trump himself has chickened out on immigration in the past 48 hours. That's what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a blistering critique of the hypocrisy of Conservative Inc. along with the cowardice of Trump. That's what I thought I was going to engage with, and therefore I was going to be able to make this a relevant current news breakdown. However, instead of what we've gotten is for 13 minutes, he's just crowed about the fact that he's taken slings and arrows for a decade about having a very hardcore immigration position, and he still has more hardcore racial positions, and Conservative Inc. broke his way a little bit. It's taken him 13 minutes to say that. So, Foundational White Wakandan says, well, I see where this is going. Let's call everyone racist and Nazis and declare ourselves victorious. Adios. Foundational White Wakandan, I'm not even the one calling him racist. Nick is just saying I'm racist. I think that's hilarious. That's actually really funny. We have a Pepe frog wearing an SS uniform, pretending to be offended that we're going to call everyone racist and Nazis and then declare ourselves victorious. When I'm, relatively speaking, engaging with the ideas, Nick Fuentes himself is saying that he's a segregationist and a racist. And then you're acting like you got offended so you can leave? What? What? Frogman in an SS uniform, come back. I didn't mean to offend you by calling the Frogman in an SS uniform who follows like a race realist, remigration, ethno-nationalist. I didn't mean to offend you. Please come back. Like, what the fuck? Oh, that's funny. Grassroots says, I've been working for like 30 hours straight. How'd Trump chicken out on immigration? Hi, Grassroots. He tweeted out that he was going to stop deportations of people who worked in agriculture and entertainment. He got a phone call from people who worked in agriculture and hospitality, and they said, you're screwing up our business. Stop deporting our workers. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he tweeted it out. Look, he's one of the good Nazi frogs. Dude, apparently. That was crazy. I can't believe that like a Groiper quit because he got called racist and it hurt his feelings. That's actually really funny. All right. Let's give him another 5 minutes to see if he can articulate another point besides I'm right and Con Inc. has no spine, so they came my way. But if he does that for another 90 seconds, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to sit here for 40 minutes of Nick Fuentes crowing and self-filleting. I do have other stuff I want to cover.
Let's say something else. Let me remind you of how we got here.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. We get it. Let's go ahead and summarize that real quick. Conservative Inc. said that we need an immigration moratorium on people from the third world. Nick Fuentes has viewed that as conservatives coming his way. He's using that as evidence that he's just correct about everything all the time, which he's not. I can explain 10,000 reasons for why Nick Fuentes' historical perspective is absolutely fucking dead wrong. I can explain how his racial perspective is counterproductive. I can explain how his political landscape that he believes that he's inevitable. I can explain how that's probably not going to come to pass. And so as a result, I get it. Nick thinks he's right. I think he's wrong. Conservative Inc. went his way. He's happy that they went his way, but it's not enough. I get it. All right. Moving on with the Nick Fuentes content brain damage. When will Trump end the race riots? Are you excited? I'm excited.
Our featured stories about these big riots, I'm sure you've seen it all. LA has exploded all over each other with major anti-ICE, anti-immigration enforcement protests. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures, the videos, the dirt bikes, the Waymos melted into the street. This all started on Friday. On Friday, as part of the Trump administration's increased enforcement actions against illegal immigrants at job sites and workplaces, they led a major immigration raid in the fashion district at a garment warehouse. They arrested about 40 people. It wasn't a huge deal, but they did so in armored vehicles and full military outfits. It looked like a military occupation. Many activists came out and protested these enforcement actions at the ICE headquarters, at the detention facility, throwing eggs at them, fireworks, protesting, spiraled out of control, turned into a huge demonstration, and they led a siege against the ICE headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. They breached the parking garage and defaced and vandalized the cars, destroyed the tires, tagged with graffiti the entire building, and law enforcement was quickly overwhelmed. Trump administration announced the next day that he was deploying thousands of National Guard troops, federalized the California National Guard and sent in 2,000 troops. Protests got worse and more violent on Saturday and last night. They continued today. Today, the Trump administration announced he was sending in the Marines. Hundreds of U.S. Marines deployed in a capacity which is not made clear, actually, because it's technically illegal for both the National Guard and the Marines to serve a domestic crowd control or law enforcement role. This is a story from the New
I think the caveat here being without declaring the, what was it? The Insurrection Act or something like that. Insurrection Act US. The Insurrection Act of 1807 is a U.S. federal law that allows the president to deploy the military and federalize the National Guard to suppress insurrections, rebellions, or domestic violence against state or federal authority. It's a key exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, which generally prohibits the military from participating in domestic law enforcement. So if Trump had declared the Insurrection Act and deployed the military, then it would be legal, but he hasn't done so. And he's reliant on, within the Marine Corps, there's something about its charter. I was told about this in boot camp. I couldn't find you the exact thing without doing it. But the Marine Corps has a provision where it says that like whatever duties the president may direct as a part of its like operational charter. And so the way that's been legally translated to is in an emergency, Marines can be deployed anywhere within like 24 hours in order to take on like a mission of like critical national interest. And then Congress can like ratify it or declare it legal or illegal or fund it or not fund it. But it's only supposed to be used in emergency situations. So if Trump actually had the stones, I would say he should say, oh yeah, this is an insurrection. Grassroots says, why would you ever need the Marines when we have a Coast and National Guard? That I don't understand at all. He's just trying to be heavy-handed so he can squash it and project strength. Ironside says, yeah, 500 U.S. Marines pulling up in Black Ford Raptor trucks, helicopters landed, Ram, raw. LA is under siege, under lockdown. Fung Dark says, in Posse Comitatus, it includes actions authorized by the Constitution or Congress, and we know he thinks the Constitution allows him to do whatever he wants. Yep. Aaron Roman says, when will people face justice for the harm they are doing to our country? No idea, brother. We're just doing our best.
New York Times, it says, quote, the United States Northern Command said on Monday that the Trump administration was deploying a battalion of 700 Marines to Los Angeles to protect federal property and personnel. The Marines will join hundreds of members of the California National Guard who deployed to Los Angeles on Sunday. The Guard troops were called in by President Trump against the wishes of Governor Gavin Newsom after days of clashes between the authorities and demonstrators protesting the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. Mr. Newsom said that the order to deploy the National Guard was purposefully inflammatory and called for it to be rescinded. Protests broke out on Friday when federal agents searched the city's garment district for workers whom they suspected of being undocumented immigrants. Demonstrations continued on Saturday, both downtown and in the suburb of Paramount. Trump signed a memo on Saturday ordering 2,000 National Guard members to deploy to LA. On Sunday, nearly 300 members took positions in the city. Some protesters fired fireworks at police officers under a bridge. Several driverless Waymo cars were set on fire in downtown LA. The protests were getting increasingly worse and more violent, said the police chief. More than 150 people have been arrested since Friday. 150 were arrested in San Francisco, where demonstrators and police officers fought downtown on Sunday night as well. So this is where we are. And by the way, it's very predictable that it would turn out this way. I said this last year. I think many people said this, which is the moment that you get immigration enforcement, you are going to get dramatic, violent pushback from the left. And mostly because of the optics. It's going to be unavoidable. If you're carrying out a mass deportation, we're talking about thousands of arrests every day. If a mass deportation is 1 million people per year, you're talking thousands of arrests every single day for years. You can't do that in a way that is nonchalant. You can't do that in a way that is not noticeable. Because in order to carry out an operation of removing millions of people, The same videos that you saw of caravans entering the border, entering the country, you're going to see them going out. You're going to see raids at job sites, Home Depots, construction sites, restaurants, immigration offices where they have their immigration hearings. It's not going to fly under the radar. And as these raids are stepped up, as the numbers increase, you're going to get, first and foremost, coverage from the media and hysteria from the media. They're going to put a camera every time this happens on the raid, on the crying parents and children in the detention facilities, in the courthouses, at the Supreme Court, where all of this is being adjudicated. And the narrative is, of course, going to be that Trump is Hitler, ICE is the Gestapo. They're going door to door, right? I mean, door to door is like the catchphrase. They're going door to door like Hitler's Gestapo, raiding houses of crying children, separating families.
He's saying it sarcastically like it's a joke. I know this is my fault for believing in the Constitution of the United States, but I'm gonna read this to you, and I'm gonna tell you that this was the way that this was explained to me. Okay. The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution says, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So the way that this is supposed to work, and the way that this was articulated to me as a law enforcement officer going into the career of law enforcement, I'm going to full screen this so you can see my beautiful face, and so I can look into your beautiful eyeballs as we share this together. The way that this was articulated to me as a law enforcement officer is that every American, and pretty much everybody in the United States, has a right to not be harassed by law enforcement. Law enforcement can fight a crime, but I basically what was said is that there's so many laws on the books in the United States of America that if you follow someone around long enough, you'll find them committing a crime. Even rich people will get a DUI. Even rich people will blow through a stop sign. Even a rich person will, put a candy bar in their pocket and then forget to pay for it, and then therefore they're guilty of shoplifting, right? So even the well-to-do accidentally commit crimes some of the time, right? Even if they're the most well-intended people on the planet, you can get a nice, law-abiding, rich person to commit a crime. So we're trying to have a standard that's universal, which means that even the poor people are entitled to freedom. Even ethno-religious minorities and homosexuals are entitled to freedom. And so what that means is, unless you actually can see a crime occurring that you can articulate, you leave people the fuck alone. And that's one of the things that I like about American law enforcement. That's one of the things that I wish American law enforcement adopted is, if a member of the state who is armed, armored, and granted authority of the courts is going to fuck your day up, they better have a good reason, right? That is the way that I think law enforcement should be done. And so, and that's the way that I did it. That's the way that my supervisor did it. There were other supervisors that were more JBTs. They were more jackbooted thugs in approach, but I didn't like working with them for that reason, because they kind of went out into the community and looked for excuses to jam people up. But in my opinion, that just builds a sense of distrust between the community and law enforcement when you go out every single day looking for a reason to jack people up. And when you fuck with working people, because working people wake up, they put on their work boots, they go to work, they bust ass for 8 to 12 hours, they pay their taxes, they pay their bills, and they go home. So there's a difference between fucking with drug dealers and fucking with murderers who are doing evil shit every single day, and fucking with working class stiffs who you're just trying to jam up on random bullshit, right? There's a reason, and one of them socially productive and one of them isn't. So one of the evil things, one of the bad things that I think is a violation of the spirit of the Fourth Amendment is, I saw this the other day, and it's a principled violation of the Fourth Amendment, was there was a Hispanic dude who ICE jumped out on, put up against the wall, and then was like, you're under detention for the suspicion of being illegal. And then the dude's like, in perfect English, like obviously he has a Mexican accent, but he's like, fuck you, I'm a citizen, right? And so ICE backs off a little bit, and then he produces an ID. They run him, and he's a fucking citizen. But why the fuck do we have cops running out on random Hispanics in order to fucking harass them during their workday? That's obviously a spiritual violation of the Fourth Amendment, even if they can articulate like, oh, we got a description of some random Hispanic guy that another informant said was illegal that was walking down this street. Even if they could somehow articulate it through paperwork, that would be the only way that I think that guy should be getting jammed up. And I almost guarantee you, based off of the way the raids are being conducted right now, they don't have warrants. They don't have the ability to articulate specifically why they're going the places why they're going. They're just like kind of like smashing anthills where they're just going into random places that they know there's probably illegal immigrants. They're detaining everyone and they're seeing who runs, and then they're arresting the people that are running. And then the people who are allowing themselves to be detained, they're going through their shit and then lining up people to be deported as well. So yeah, so we effectively have a gross violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States. Justin says people who shouldn't be here have to go. 10 million illegals during Biden's term. For what? Justin, I'm going to ask you, because I want you to be able to articulate it besides race. What social benefit are you achieving? What economic benefit are you achieving? What is the threat and the harm to the United States of America? Because you can say there's rapes and murders. Okay. Incarcerate the rapes and murderers. Kill them. I don't give a shit. I believe in capital punishment. If somebody rapes another human being, kill them. If somebody murders another human being in cold blood, kill them. I don't care. So rapes and murders is not a good enough reason to deport an entire class of people. Kingslayer is an immigration hawk. So I should say they should get work visas, right? If they're socially productive human beings. Kingslayer says law enforcement doesn't care about the Fourth Amendment because law enforcement is rarely, if ever, criminally punished for violating the Fourth Amendment. I'll agree that there's enough exceptions to the Fourth Amendment that effectively law enforcement always plays in the gray of the Fourth Amendment, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be at minimum be culturally enforced. LB says unlawful search 6 is due process, 9th and 10th Amendment, federalism and states' rights. Yeah, dude, where's the pride in the Constitution of the United States? Where's the people who like the Constitution of the United States? Even the Irish are entitled to freedom. Thank you, Sapient Green. Beef Supreme says the cops do on the 4th. Cops don't care about the 4th. Lol. No, I cared about the 4th. My supervisor cared about the 4th. Plenty of cops care about the 4th. But there's also plenty of cops who are looking for exceptions to the 4th so they can juice their stats. Crawling Chaos says, funny how LAPD and LASD ended up shooting rubber bullets at each other at the No Kings demo. Based. I don't drink and drive. Sad. You're missing out on incredible adventures. Aaron Roman says, putting yes men and yes women in charge over experienced professionals doesn't help anything. Yup. General So says these fake IDs must be getting advanced. Yes. How about the Marines detaining civilians? Yeah, it's even more of a stretch. Now, I think the Marines, if I heard correct, they're specifically defending property and buildings, and so I think they can run up and detain you if you're trespassing or violating. But again, like I don't think the Marines are being used for ICE operations. I think they're being used defensively. I don't even think Marines have the operational complexity to participate in detentions of random Hispanics. Dank Brandon says, Connor, this is the same reason I get so mad about the stories of Abrego Garcia. He may well be a criminal, but it's my government's job to prove that to me before they are allowed to deport him. Yeah, relatively speaking. Or at least prove that he doesn't have any right to be here and doesn't have a stay order, therefore he is legally authorized to be deported. Justin says, none of that matters. People who shouldn't be here should go. Do we have laws or not? Yeah, we do have laws. And by the way, the Fourth Amendment in the Constitution of the United States of America is the supreme law of the land. So if your substatute violates the Constitution, your substatute sucks ass. Dr. Plague Doctor says, legit question on getting arrested and being demanded to produce ID, which you're not even required to carry. At what point do you get to resist law enforcement, if ever? I would say this is my legitimate advice, Dr. Plague Doctor. You can beat the rap, not the ride. Okay? So I would never advocate for physical violence against law enforcement because, again, I'm going to say it again. You can beat the rap, not the ride. So let's say that you're Hispanic looking, you get detained just for being Hispanic. You don't have your ID, you get detained and sent to ICE. I would sue the fuck out of the agency that detained you and sue the fuck out of the agency that kept you. 100%. Because you could probably win a decent lawsuit. Number two, you're going to set legal precedent. Number three, if you fight cops, they have an excuse to beat the fuck out of you at minimum and at maximum kill you. Illegals are not Americans. The Constitution is not for them. I'm going to say this again. Justin, I don't expect you and me to agree with this. Sorry, my nose is very itchy. I think I have a nose hair out of joint. You've watched me for 2 hours. I haven't done cocaine. When it refers to people, the Constitution is explicit when it says citizens versus people. And when it says people, it's all people who are within the jurisdiction of the United States. Christian Blair says, freedom for the Irish. I put my foot down on Italians, though. Agreed. LB says, it's not a stretch and you're missing the point. The Marines cannot be deployed on U.S. soil without the Insurrection Act, period. Yeah, I agree with that. You get all flustered about things that I'm not disagreeing with. Grassroots says, I have never driven a car drunk. I have, however, maybe never sailed my old boat sober. All right. My nose is so itchy. Why is it so itchy? Sapient says, appealing to the Constitution and the rule of law seems of little use to MAGA. They seem more interested in having a king than a constitution. Well, good thing we had that protest over the weekend, right? All right. Anyways, back to the content. But the fact that, we're acting like this is a good thing is cringe to me. Anyways.
Because they're not white. There's always like this. Of course, they're all brown. We're not getting a huge illegal immigration influx from Italy, or Spain or something. They're all brown because they're coming from Mexico and India and the Northern Triangle and Venezuela. So there's this like racial implicit narrative. They're going door to door, moving brown people for this white supremacist first order Darth Vader Hitler program. Step two, if that's step one, step two is then the left mobilizes. Antifa, the Democratic Socialists, these radical fringe elements from the left,
No, it's worse than that, Nick. You pissed off the normies, too. The brunch liberals showed up. So you're probably fucked.
They are turned on. They're at pause. They're activated. They come out in the streets, and they will impede law enforcement, but they're also going to take over the city streets. Riot, protest. They're going to be visible. They're going to be loud, disruptive, criminal in nature. And this will force a confrontation with the government. We knew that from the beginning. And at the minimum, this is going to be a political problem. It's going to be a political problem in the midterm elections. Because
and my expectation is that the brunch liberals are going to stomp you super hard in the midterms. That's my expectation.
Midterm, for Trump to keep his agenda going, he needs to hold on to the House and the Senate. The Senate's probably safe, but the House is certainly vulnerable. And so if going into the midterm elections, you have a year of civil war, you have a year of martial law, mass protest, riots, kids in cages, family separation, it's the same playbook from 2018, then almost certainly Republicans lose the House. Trump gets impeached again, almost certainly. His agenda grinds to a halt, and before you know it, it's 2028. It's another presidential election. That was the playbook from the beginning.
And not just that, this is my bet to Justin and to the Groypers, Razzle Cherry I saw earlier, excuse me, I saw in the chat earlier, is when it comes to 2028, you're going to have somebody who plays to the rhetoric of MAGA, but they're not going to be as committed as Trump is. So if it's bad optics to have a running civil war in the United States over whether or not immigrants get to stay, they're not going to engage in it. It's going to be like Obama. They might partially secure the border. They might have some level of immigration enforcement, particularly for the criminal element, but they're not going to be catching mothers in elementary school lines to deport the mother while the citizen kids are still inside the elementary school. That's not going to happen. So you better make peace with the fact that you're about to get your asses kicked by the fucking normies. The revenge of the normies, 2026.
Well, it sort of backfired in a way because this is starting. Obviously, this is popping off. It popped off in LA, not a surprise. It was either going to be New York, Chicago, or LA. It's going to be one of these big cities with a huge Hispanic population. LA basically is Mexico at this point. So this is ground zero. Already it's spreading. It's in San.
Sorry, Justin. I swear to God you exist just to piss me off. If illegals are treated like citizens, LB, then what's the point of any of this? I don't know. Being able to speak your mind, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, maybe being able to defend yourself within your own home, which is not a right that's afforded to very many people on the planet. Civilian gun ownership is actually a fairly controversial thing that exists fairly uniquely within the United States. Other countries allow their governments to hyper-regulate civilian ownership of firearms, and therefore they don't really have a right to self-defense within their own homes. Limited government within the sense that, I don't know, the government can arbitrarily fuck you over, which is 2/3 of the fucking planet, Justin. So what's the point of any of this? Freedom, liberty, economic mobility, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government, all of the things. This is like a fish asking what the point of fucking water is. It keeps you alive and healthy. What the fuck, man? Holy shit. Justin, I could not be more against your politics. I couldn't.
San Francisco, it's in Houston, it's in Austin. We don't know how sustainable this is, if it's going to go on all summer, if it's going to have this contagion effect where it'll spread to other cities.
Yeah. Hold on. Kingslayer Damocles brings up an excellent point. So let's bring up the Second Amendment of the United States. And we're gonna red pill some people on guns today. I could say it without even bringing it up to text, but I want to point it out. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Let's break that down. In the historical context of well-regulated, you can look up a whole bunch of books in the context of this time. Well-regulated means well-trained. And then militia, in the historical references, and I think Federalist 29, we could probably read Federalist 29 at some point, but there's the unincorporated militia, something like that. There's like the informal militia and the formal militia. The formal militia is effectively the National Guard before the National Guard existed. And then the informal militia is all men aged 18 to 45 and women who are in the National Guard. That's the federal code. So a well-trained militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I want you to take a look at the operative clause. Is it the right of the militia to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed? So only the National Guard has the right to keep and bear arms? Is that what this says? Because I think anybody who isn't ideologically motivated would be able to recognize that the Second Amendment of the United States of America says it's the right of the people. The generalized people of the United States have the right to keep and bear arms. Okay? So right here, you have to deal with the fact, and this was affirmed by DC versus Heller. This was presumed for like 2 centuries. You have to recognize that it's not the militia or the well-regulated militia that's being granted the right to have the weapons. It's the people. Stick that in your stogie and smoke it.
Depends on how this is handled. But there's clearly a layup here, which is this. These anti-ICE demonstrators have given...
All right, whatever. 4690 showed up just to trigger me as well. Democrats would make sure that not one illegal would be deported if they could. Nah. If there was like a pedophile who had already served his sentences, I think the Democrats would be okay with deporting him. Just going to say, you're fighting a straw man.
Given the Republican side a great gift. which is the aesthetics and the visuals of the protest.
When Moon says, Nick runs circles around anyone else. Generational talent. Valor's impotent seething is funny and sad. Well, then he can talk to me, bro. If it's so easy, you know, he's looking for friends to talk to because no one will talk to Nick Fuentes. I'll talk to Nick Fuentes. I've already replied to him. I've already sent him 2 DMs. I already said, hey, bro, you're complaining. No one in mainstream conservatism will talk to you. No mainstream liberal will talk to you. You're in your little isolated hug box because you're so politically toxic. Nobody will talk to you. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you about all this shit. When Moon, as a matter of fact, if you're not pusillanimous, run back to your little hug box. I would love to talk to Nick about, I have this written down just for Nick. COVID. He says that COVID was a conspiracy and all the people who were anti-clot shot were vindicated. They weren't. BLM. He's saying that everybody was critical of BLM was correct. They weren't. There's obviously issues with BLM. I have my problems with BLM, but being anti-police brutality isn't a problem. The Ukraine war, he's fundamentally incorrect. Israel, he's fundamentally incorrect. Holocaust, he's fundamentally incorrect. Israel caused 9/11, he's fundamentally incorrect. Israel caused all the MENA conflicts, he's fundamentally incorrect. White genocide, he's fundamentally incorrect. These are all things that Nick has said in public that he was just fundamentally correct on. So if he's not pusillanimous and I'm just impotent seething, then he should own me. He should own me in the marketplace of ideas. I should be the classic centrist libcuck that he can dunk on for easy wins. I have an open invitation. I've sent him a DM. I sent him a follow-up DM. I've replied to 2 or 3 of his tweets saying, hey, bro, you want somebody to talk to? Open invitation, Nick the Knife Fuentes. Open invitation to discuss these ideas. When Moon. So, so if your little daddy is such a generational talent that he's undeniable, and the impotent seething of this channel can't do anything in order to slow down Groiper Nation, take the easy dunk. Should be easy, right? Master of Darkness says, I have a feeling all these people Nick is complaining about have contributed more to this country in one workday than he has his entire career of doing whatever the hell he is. Well, let's face it, he pays taxes. Justin says, yes, Connor, we know. Nick said this already. No need for a bet. Billionaires run our country. They usually get what they want. So you're fucked. And you're impotent seething. All right. Grassroots says, so much of it seems kind of pointless to the people literally coming over the border as asylum seekers because then we reject a claim they can go back without their state's approval. Well, what is it? I think it's like 96% of asylee claims do get rejected. And I'm pretty sure most of them end up getting deported. Natural rights are a silly Gen X meme. Laugh my ass off seething. I'm chill. I'm having a good day. I'm drinking, I drank my Diet Cokes. I'm hanging out with, 100 plus of my best friends and family. And we're reacting to content that pisses us off for their entertainment. All right. I'm not even an individualist, Justin. Justin says, I'm very against yours as well. It's why the country is dying. Hyper-individualism is a cancer. I'm not a hyper-individualist. I'm a communitarian. I think that there's a balance between the individual and the collective, and we have to balance our responsibilities and duties. Fung Dark says, bro, I'll go downtown at some point if there's a legit protest movement making waves. I mean, the No Kings protest, we had a few, we had tens of thousands downtown Central Florida. Dank Brandon says, lol, Connor, did you see Trump is making a bootleg phone in China that will eventually be made in America? I wonder what the tariff on those phones will be. Oh, I'll kill myself if that's true. That's crazy. LB says, owning a firearm is state controlled. So isn't that you have to be a citizen to bear arms per se? It's that the state regulates ownership, arm the immigrants. Well, immigrants, weirdly enough, can have the right to bear arms, but they are pretty strictly regulated. Yeah. Anyways, last comment, then we'll get back into it. What is your take on Scalia's ruling in the Heller case, especially the second part of his write-up? I'd have to read it, brother. We'll read it on stream. Check the part of the Constitution where it says for free white men. Constitution for free white men. The Naturalization Act of 1790 established the first uniform rule for naturalization in the United States, allowing free white persons to become citizens after residing in the country for 2 years. This act, however, explicitly excluded other groups, including Native Americans, indentured servants, enslaved people, free blacks, and Asians. Excuse me. The act required applicants to be of good moral character and to take an oath of an allegiance to the Constitution. So, because in 1790, this is your argument. When Moon, were you in an accident? Do you have like severe brain damage? So 235 years ago, back when we had a totally different conception of race relations, you want to revert back to free white men of good character, even though we fought a civil war over the emancipation of black folk. And what was it? The 19th Amendment? Actually, I think that's women, right? So let's do post-Civil War amendments. 13th, 14th, and 15th. So 13th Amendment in 1865 abolished slavery and involuntary servitude except as punishment for a crime. 14th Amendment ratified in 1868 it defines citizenship requiring due process of law and ensues equal protection under the law for all citizens. 15th Amendment ratified in 1870 it prohibits the denial of the right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. So let's go ahead and read the 14th because that's part of the Constitution, right? You agree that we have an amendment process that over time we can change the law using constitutional amendments because you're not a fucking 60 IQ dipshit. Let's go ahead and read the whole thing. We'll just go ahead and educate our Groiper brothers while we're at it. Amendment 14. All persons born... Who? All persons? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person, doesn't even matter if they're a citizen, of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction an equal protection of the laws. So when Moon, I think you agree because we set up an amendment process specifically so we would be able to update the laws as we need, that the current Constitution of the United States, which has been in effect for what is this, 1870? So the part of the Constitution you were talking about was 235 years old, and 2025 minus 1870 is 155 years. So Amendment 14 has been the law of the land for 155 years. It's been in effect for almost 4 times the amount that I've been alive. So because of the way that time works, I'm assuming that you're going to concede that the United States of America has since extended citizenship to all persons born within the United States or naturalized therein, and that they cannot be denied the due process of law. Because you're not some 60 IQ internet brain-rotted dipshit, you're going to admit that that's true. Grassroots says Federalist 40 actually brushes on it as an earned right to establish a new government and does refer to 29. Well, we'll read 29 and 40 eventually, but I don't want to bore people to death. Dr. Play Doctor, I do have a problem with the strict interpretation of well-regulated. If well-regulated means just well-trained, why then can't a U.S. citizen just go buy an air-to-air missile? Well, technically you can. With permission from the United States government, you can get something called like a Class 3 license. And within the Class 3 license, you can actually buy explosives and full auto machine guns and all that kind of stuff. So you actually can buy missiles under government strict regulations. People would argue that that is an infringement of your right to keep and bear arms, but I'm not the same way that the First Amendment can be regulated in certain ways, like the crime of assault. Or, I think that the Second Amendment can be regulated for which kind of arms you can keep and bear. But I think that I think any prohibitions against concealed weapons permits are actually unconstitutional. Afro Jew 89 says, not even just the right of citizens, but the people. Exactly. Beef Supreme says regulated also means rules and standards. It's the right of militias who are citizens, aka the people, the military, not citizens. Beef Supreme, if you're arguing that it's not the right of the people to keep and bear arms, not only are you wrong, but I don't know how else to articulate it to you. You're just fucking wrong. Like, not only are you wrong, the courts have affirmed that you're wrong. So, Justin says, so the Constitution is for the world and not just America? Yup. Wen Moon says, Nick is correct about all those, obviously. Well, then it should be an easy conversation, right? If he's totally correct about his perspective and he cannot be challenged and he's a generational talent, it should be an easy dunk fest, don't you think? He should just be able to blow me out on all of these perspectives. Wen Moon, you fucking idiot, you fucking dipstick. The founder specifically said for free white men, why is everyone ignoring this ultra important categorization? Because in the process of time, the founding fathers left an amendment clause to the Constitution where Congress could pass updates to the Constitution of the United States. And because of the way in which time works, those amendments would take priority over the shit that came before, because it's actually quite difficult to pass a constitutional amendment. So because people from 240 years ago said that the United States was exclusively for white men of good moral character, and then 155 years ago, the Congress said, you know what, that was kind of fucked up. It actually means all people born within the United States of America. And it actually means all people who are naturalized within the United States of America through the concept of time. I don't know if you've heard of it, but through time, it was expanded to not just be white European men of good character. I hope you can track that, because otherwise I have a feeling like you need to email me your personal information so I can call your social worker, because I don't think that you should have access to the internet if you can't understand what I just said. Grassroots says, it takes months to process some of these claims. I had a tough time finding a graphic for it, but those rejected asylum seekers then get to work here. Sure. That was actually part of the new legislation, was they were trying to expedite. They were trying to have a pre-trial hearing where they saw whether or not the asylee applications were even valid so they could reject and deport faster. Yeah. Google's Constitution for free white men literally did. I hope you understand the concept of time. Whatever 4690 says, you allow everyone in a war zone to emigrate to the U.S. and they bring their fights with them. Oh my God, dude. You guys aren't even trying. You're not even trying. The Constitution is obsolete. Do you know what an amendment is? Has God cursed me with your existence? Has Nick Fuentes never told you guys what the Constitution is and how it works? Did you not get this in middle school civics? How come your daddy has a decade to educate you on how in 1790 the Constitution of the United States said free white men, but he wasn't able to educate you that in 1870 it got amended to include all people born within the United States and all people naturalized within the United States? Why did he omit that very important detail? I can't tell if you're trolls or stupid. Oh my God. Brother. Oh my God. That's actually just political corporatist fascist bullshit. Okay. Last two comments, then back to the content. I'm happy that this, started a very passionate conversation that is able to hold the attention of more than 100 people. I am happy for that, but you guys are actually going to give me a fucking heart attack. Starhawk says, Connor, liberalism's greatest strength is the ability to self-correct, and we do this through amendments. Agreed. Justin says, if it impedes Americans for trying to achieve their best interests, it is obsolete. Justin, I love you, but you're a fucking dipshit. Okay? You have the most freedom of any human being to live throughout history. You have the most economic opportunities of any human being from history. You are a part of the most powerful military and commercial empire the world has ever seen. You can travel wherever you want to go just through virtue of being a U.S. citizen. You can speak your mind through virtue of being a U.S. citizen. You have the right to self-defense through being a United States citizen. You have more civic protections than any other human being throughout all of history because you're a U.S. citizen, and you could do whatever the fuck you want with your life. And instead, you waste your life in my chat arguing that we should resegregate America and that we should kick Mexicans out because despite all of the aforementioned truths about your situation and station in life and history, you think that having too many brown people around you impedes you from executing your best interest. I think it's your personality. I think that's your biggest obstacle to achieving success. It's probably your fucking personality. Last two chats. Matthew says, oh yeah, remember when we treated all those blacks and Indians and Irish so great in the past? Wenmoon says, needs legislation to nuke the 14th and 19th Amendment. Yes. You're never going to get it. You're delusional, Wenmoon. You're fucking delusional. You are never going to get all of women to repeal their own right to vote. You are never going to get blacks and Hispanics and most of whites to agree that we're going to repeal civil rights for like vast swaths of the population. You live in a dreamscape. You wake up every single day deluded. That's sad to me. You're wasting your life. All right. Dank Brandon says, you have to have like a reason to have them or a special clearance for that though, Connor? Yeah, you do. If you're a non-citizen. I hate you guys. I love you. I love you, chat. 90% of chat aren't even the Groypers. And then on the Groypers, I love you on some level because you give me something to engage with. But some of the things you say are so wildly ahistorical and stupid and a waste of your lives that I'm actually going to pray for you. I'm going to close my eyes for 5 seconds. I'm going to pause the content so I can actually pray for you to find your way in life, because it's actually sad to me that you think the way that you should spend your mortal life is following some delusional Mexican freak on the internet that we need to resegregate America. So everybody, close your eyes, even if you're not a religious person, and let's just say a quick prayer for our Groypers that they find their way. Okay. All right. Hopefully God shows you the way.
I'm sure you all saw the picture. It is Hispanics with no legal standing in the country. They're illegal immigrants riding dirt bikes around burning cars, burning buildings, tear gas, waving the Mexican flag. This is radicalizing white people. It's radicalizing the Republican side, but in particular, white people. Because white people are looking at this and saying, wait a second, you're here illegally. Allegedly, you escaped Mexico to come here. We're supposed to believe this is a nation of immigrants, land of opportunity, came here in search of a better life. Now you're violently protesting being deported back to Mexico, and yet you're waving a Mexican flag. So something's not adding up here. There's a contradiction. You're so proud of being Mexican, but you're literally fighting tooth and nail not to be sent back to Mexico. You're, in a way, begging and pleading to stay in America, yet you're not waving our flag, you're waving their flag.
Yeah, do you know why? Because I don't base my... this is why this doesn't affect me that much. Because I don't base my political opinions on half a dozen dickheads burning 3 cars, driving on dirt bikes and ATVs with a Mexican flag. That's why I'm not asking myself these questions. Because I think the garment district workers who are busting ass in barely air-conditioned property in order to make the clothes of America, who are sending half of their money home so they can improve their material conditions back in Central America, I don't see those as the same people as the dickheads riding around on dirt bikes, burning cars. They're not the same people, obviously.
And implicitly, we all understand what that means. What this means is they're not proud of being of Mexico, from Mexico. They think they're in Mexico. They're not waving that flag as the flag of the national government of Mexico. They fled that. They fled Mexico because they ruined Mexico. Mexico's a shithole. And it's not a shithole because of America. It's a shithole because of Mexicans. And you know that because everything south of America's border is a shithole. Brazil, Mexico, Nicaragua, Colombia, all of it. The only place that isn't a dump is El Salvador, and that's because it's a dictatorship with thousands of people in prison. So they ruined Mexico. They came here because white people live here. White people built this place. That's why it works.
Literally, Mexicans are a combination of Spanish and Native American culture. And some of them are pretty fucking white. You would think that, and you think you would know that with the last name of Fuentes. But okay, continue.
They came here to ruin this country. Maybe that wasn't the intention, but that is the effect. And now that we're threatening to return them back to Mexico, they're waving the Mexican flag.
No, not all of them, you stupid fucking dipshit. This is actually where I have to just assume he's lying. Not every Mexican immigrant burned Waymo car. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and Google LA riots and let's just see if we come up with the same 12 pictures. LA riots. This is my prediction before I even click on images. And actually, I'm done with this segment. We'll move to the Iranian segment, and then we're going to be done with Nick Fuentes for a day because this dude actually makes my blood boil. My prediction is we're going to see the dirt bikes and the ATVs. We're going to see the Mexican flag being flown. We're going to see the same 3 Waymo cars that got set on fire. There's probably going to be a half dozen other pictures of people throwing rocks at ICE vehicles. And there's probably going to be a combination of Antifa and, probably Hispanic gentlemen protesting the ICE vehicles. And then we're also going to see a guy in a Misfits balaclava standing on top of a smash car. And then we might see like 1 or 2 LAPD vehicles that are smashed and or burned under a highway. That's my prediction for all of the images that we're going to see. So let's go ahead and see if when we go to images. Okay, Hispanic gentleman wearing a balaclava with some fire in the street. Here's, they updated some of the pictures. That's good. Here's Marines securing a federal building. Here's a Hispanic gentleman protesting ICE in front of the burnt out Waymo vehicles. There's the Waymo vehicles. Here's the 2 smashed and fireworked LAPD vehicles under the bridge. There's the Waymo vehicles again. There's the people with the ATVs with the Mexican flag. Same thing. There's some new pictures here. I'll say there's some new pictures here. Oh, these are old pictures though. These are from like the 93 riots. This is a 93 riot picture. Okay, cool guys. Very cool. All right, so you showed me like 2 or 3 streets in LA that were on fire, and this is supposed to be and here's the guy I was talking about with the Misfits balaclava. Here we go. I'm surprised I don't see the dirt biker. The dirt biker was iconic. And by the way, I'm not saying these things are good. I'm just saying he's exaggerating. So anyways, the point is of what I'm trying to say is there's obviously, if there's according to these people, I talked to a gentleman the other day. We're going full screen. Fuck this. I'm ranting, and then I think we're going to watch 30 more seconds. Then I'm going to rant one more time, and then we're wrapping up and moving to the next section. I talked to a guy who said on Friday, I think it was on Break the Rules, right? It's a debate. We'll post it to our channel. I promise. I talked to a guy who thought that there were 50 million illegal immigrants in the United States of America, and most of them were Central and South American. Then he said, when I asked him about why didn't the murder stats increase substantively with this criminal population that doesn't work, according to him, and he said he doesn't believe any of the stats. So already we're off to a rough start. So even though homicide has been cut in half since the 1990s, we're fudging the stats and the stats are all lies. Therefore, even though we've cut homicide in half, actually, we're just lying about it. Awesome. Okay, can't do anything with that. Then out of 50 million people, they're not working. That's bullshit, because every time you kick over an agricultural zone, a construction zone, or a hotel, I don't think the hotels and the agricultural places would be calling Trump to say that he has to stop his ICE raids if they didn't have any foreign migrant labor. That's very dumb. And then finally, they're making it a shithole. So was it a shithole 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? When was it a shithole, Nick? When was the peak of your birth? Because I'll tell you, in the 1990s, we didn't think it was a shithole, even though we had riots and we had double the crime. Lots of people liked America in the 1990s. Lots of people liked America in the thousands, despite the war on terror. There was lots of cool cultural shit going on. There was lots of cool art. There was lots of cool parties to go to. There was lots of awesome things to do. What I think is that Nick is in a doomer apocalyptic cult. Okay? He's a false prophet of a doomer apocalyptic cult. And what he's trying to convince you of is the fact that the government is against you and they're trying to give you a clot shot. Number one, that's one of the things. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull up exactly what his arguments are. The government tried to kill you with COVID. Even though the stats don't bear it out, they're also lying about those stats. BLM is a left-wing Marxist revolution, even though it burned out and it did not even achieve the police reforms that were at the core of the argumentation. We were in the middle of a communist revolution. The Ukrainian war is the liberal empire spreading its fingers. I agree with that. I just like liberal empire because I like mixed economy capitalism, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, and limited government. And I think that those are universal human goods. So we actually agree on the Ukrainian war. He just picked the wrong side. When it comes to Israel, the Holocaust is exaggerated. That's what he says. I think that's total fucking bullshit. And I'm pretty sure that I could find tens of thousands of primary and secondary sources that showed that there was an intentional racist program in order to deprive Jews of life, liberty, and property without due process that ultimately ended up in in millions of deaths. Okay? And even he agrees to hundreds of thousands of deaths. He just sanitizes the rest of the narrative. Israel caused 9/11. Absolutely the fuck not. We have petroleum and energy interests in the Middle East and North Africa. Israel just happens to be our ally in the Middle East and North Africa. White genocide, again, is bullshit. Having Central Americans move next door is not killing your family. So, Nick, open invitation. You're dead fucking wrong on all of these topics. You're a false prophet for a doomer apocalyptic cult, and you've sucked in half a dozen young men in my chat into being a part of your doomer apocalyptic cult, which I think is fucking embarrassing because you're wasting your life and you're wasting their lives. And that's a fucking crime. So fuck you, Nick. How about that? I'm going to read chat. Fuck that segment. I think I'm done with that. We've been live for 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's enough for one segment. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Asmongold. Although, you know what? I think I need like a palate cleanser. I think I need something a little bit more funny. I think I need something funny. I can only take so much brain rot. All right. Anyways, I'm going to catch up with chat and then we'll do some brain rot. Quick shill. I don't really shill because the channel is demonetized, but I do want you guys to be ready. I am going to be asking for super chats when we get remonetized. Like the stream. It's free. Thank you to the 100 people who have showed up to chat in order to hang out today. You know, we broke between 100 and 110, which is a good record for us. I think our peak on this channel is 120. So if we have 100 plus people showing up, that's pretty stinking good. And then what else was I thinking? You know, parasocial love to you and yours. Thank you for being here. Bud123 says, after my push-up and bench press routine, my triceps are bigger than my biceps when flexing with my elbows down. Lol. One of the things that I learned, I used to just work out my biceps, but I think your triceps are 2/3 of your arm. And so in order to develop bigger biceps, I know I'm not looking very fresh today, but I haven't lifted this week. But basically, in order to have big biceps, you have to have big triceps. So definitely work your triceps. Conservative liberalism says the founding fathers not only left the Constitution open to amendment, they recognized the rights of people in their day. They had to square that with the practical realities of being at war with Great Britain. They had to appease South Carolina and Georgia so no abolition happened. Yes. Beef Supreme says, my dad was Allo Farabin, the Navy, honorable discharge. Nothing should stop him, but it does. I don't know what that means, but okay. Fung Dark says, schools teach us stuff. Morons like Wen Moon just never listened and blamed everyone else for being ignorant. Bro. Justin says, Counterpoint says the Constitution is for the world and not for Americans. And as a nationalist, I'm supposed to support that. Yeah, America should rule the fucking world culturally, if not economically. Dank Brandon says he just thinks that the founding fathers thought that they were the only intelligent beings that would ever be much like most Americans do today, Connor. Stop hurting me. Mega Zero says God has cursed you. Civics, we don't get that anymore. I'm going to kick my own dick in. Time for Connor to join the Fedora Atheist Club. Nope. Beef Supreme says, yup, LB, but some rights are in fact inalienable or alienable, even though the Constitution says they're not. Sure. Connor, you're his daddy now? Apparently. Moderates are absolute, Connor. It is getting replaced by Grillhodism. Yep. The great Grillhodist replacement. Justin says, Connor, relax. Can't be getting too upset. This is politics. Politics is who wields power, Justin. And there are 300,000 people who have already been killed by the incompetence of the Trump admin, allegedly. And by the time he's out of power, it'll be 3 million. So no, I'm going to get pissed off. I care about politics. If you don't care about politics, I don't know why the fuck you talk about it. Beef Supreme says, Justin, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Keyword land, not people. Interesting. Conservative liberalism says, heart attack. I'm going to have a brain aneurysm. My last 3 messengers sums it up, but walls of text go over simpleton heads. Harmonic Fox says, Valor, while you and I both know I don't agree with them, no, it probably wasn't taught in their civics class. Civic class sucks. I wasn't really taught anything. That's sad. Whatever says, my comment was towards someone else suggesting we should just allow asylum to everyone in the world if they are at war. Yeah, that's obviously stupid. Libs going too far. Shocked. Christian Blair says, make me a mod. God and I will lift this curse. No, I don't want them banned. If they spark, listen, guys, you have to understand there's a balance between just trolls. Okay. Wen Moon and Justin and Razzle Cherry, Wen Moon less so, but Justin and Razzle Cherry in particular, they're not saying, Connor, you're stupid. You just don't get it. What they're saying is, here's a regurgitated talking point from my political tribe. And they are putting up with me spazzing at them and spurging at them, which I'm sure like in some level is probably funny, but it's probably not fun all of the time for some like a creator to be like, you're stupid and I hate your ideology. It's probably not fun all the time. So if they're willing to come here and giving me a talking point of their ideology, excuse me, and then I'm able to passionately engage with that talking point, that has some value to the stream. So I don't want them to be banned because, then we don't get that, engagement where I get to passionately rant against the talking points of their ideology. But I do want them to wake the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? And I know that might be a fool's errand, but I'm a fool. TI says, hello from Palestine. Well, hello. Dank Brandon says, you ever get to play with AI before it deems you obsolete and decides to hunt you down for the glory of America? We'll see. I'm very nice to AI. Justin says, no one agrees on war with Iran, but here we are, Connor. It's not about the will of the people anymore. Having a limited bombing campaign against Iranian nuclear infrastructure and Iran retaliating with missiles is not the same as invading the fucking country. I hope you realize that. Conservative liberalism says these people are so historically ignorant that they don't understand that many of the latter amendments were just dispelling natural rights enshrined to begin with. Many. Yep. Nothing is going to happen. Going all in. God save the Groypers. Indeed. God save them. Justin says, it's about the well-being of Americans. Americans are homeless. Americans aren't getting married. Americans are becoming poor. I want to reverse the trajectory. And if the Constitution is in the way, you know who talks about this is the other thing that pisses me off. Republicans talk about U.S. citizens who aren't getting married, U.S. citizens who are becoming homeless, U.S. citizens who are getting poor. What is the Republican Party actually giving you? What has Trump actually given you? And by the way, this is not an endorsement of Democrats. I just want you to wake up about who's on your team. They give you tax cuts, brother. They give you tax cuts to people who are already doing well. They don't fix the homeless. They don't recreate the public hospitals necessary to get the homeless off of the street and get them medicated and get them taken care of, nor would they ever articulate that as a position. They don't talk about economic rebalancing, creating a new American dream where we don't have a K economy, where the middle class who are still middle class become incredibly rich, and then the middle class who is becoming working class are incredibly poor. They don't talk about fixing that problem. They just talk about getting rid of immigrants, and then hopefully working class labor costs go up, which in turn affects the rest of the economy. So it's a dog shit solution. They don't talk about any of this. They don't have any policy proposals. They got vibes. They got aesthetics. Why are you promising your life and your political energy to these people who will fuck you over? You can say the same thing about the Democrats, but I have no illusions about the limitation of the Democratic Party or the limitations of the Republican Party. I don't. This is happening, says the people elected the deep state while complaining about the deep state. Well, I think they're quickly finding out that they're not going to be able to accomplish the things that they think they are. DJ Isolated says, Justin is inspiring Connor to reveal his baseness. Classic. Yeah, it's, I hope that a fiery speech about how ahistorical the Groypers are will get the libs and the conservatarians all up in a rabble. It'll tickle their jollies. Whatever 4690 says, the only thing that matters is the end result. Does your path lead to a better world or dystopia? I think my path leads to a better world, 100%. Louis Salazar says, calling him low IQ isn't for if you haven't ever proved him wrong yet. What's to prove wrong? What's to prove wrong? I've already cited all of the historical... Louis Salazar. I've already told you all of the historical arguments against this perspective. I've already told you the constitutional amendments and how they function. I've already told you how linear time works. I've already told you the challenges of immigration and what's going to happen with the Trump admin losing its energy. If you're incapable of understanding what I'm saying, that doesn't mean that I didn't say it. This is another thing that's frustrating about, no offense, you could be steelmanning another person's position, so I'm not trying to attack you. But this is another thing that's very frustrating about dealing with dumb people. Just because I said an argument that firmly counters your worldview and you don't understand it, that's not on me. I understand exactly what the fuck I said. I know exactly how it counters your argument. If you're incapable of understanding it, that might mean that you have a 60 IQ and you should go play with Hot Wheels. Like, instead of wasting your time talking about politics on the internet in order to try to create a political tribe that achieves a goal, you should probably just go down to Walgreens and spend $1.20 on Hot Wheels, and you should probably just smash them together for a while. I think like if that's a serious point, that's probably how you should spend your time. All right, a few more. Dank Brandon says, Americans aren't taught the value of education, or instead told that to it's un-American to be educated. Americans are homeless because we don't take care of vets, and you can work 3 jobs and still be homeless. Shit to fix. Andrew says, howdy, Connor. Hi, Andrew. Andrew, we'll pick a date to talk. Aaron Roman says, marriage equality hurts nobody. Everyone has the right to marry a woman they love. A man has the right to marry a man he loves. A woman has the right to marry a woman she loves. Yeah. But, the gays are, icky, according to the conservatives. So, T.I., good to have a famous Atlanta-based rapper in the chat. Good to see you, T.I. I don't know if I agree that every country south of the U.S. is a shithole. I don't agree with that either. I think Argentina and Chile are cool countries. I also think Brazil probably has cool parts of it. I also think Colombia has cool parts of it. Just because there's like favelas and shitholes and bad places doesn't mean that there aren't parts of the country that are very cool. Luis Salazar says, I'm part Native American and Spanish. My skin color is white because of the Spanish portion. Here in the U.S., Hispanics aren't considered white for whatever reason when we're just as white as other Europeans. Well, I mean, that would be partially my argument to Nick Fuentes. Thank Brandon says Americans aren't getting married because young men are listening to R slurs like Nick Fuentes instead of going out and trying to stick their... Wow, that's very rude. And Americans are poor because they aren't educated. Wow. That was a lot of very heavy words, brother. When Moon says, yet all Mexicans in the U.S. support more Mexican immigration and hold grudges against the native. No, you know what's funny about that, When Moon? When I was in the military, I had a friend. I hope he doesn't mind me calling him out. I had two friends that were Mexican, like second and third generation immigrants. And one of them was named Salas and one of them was named Villa. I love them both. I wish I could see them. They're great people. And they were like, listen, bro, I love my family, but I don't want more Mexicans. Like, and he said, he's like, as a Mexican, I don't want more Mexicans. And so, like, dude, you have to understand, like, the meme of like a Mexican guy who looks identical to another Mexican guy, and one of them is wearing an American flag shirt and one of them is wearing a Mexican flag shirt, and then the other one, like the American one, says, we don't like your kind here. Like, that's a very real meme. All right. Anyways, you guys have pissed me off and borderline given me a heart attack, but I hope the rants were good. So what we're going to do, okay? We're going to steal content. I am going to react chair. Hold on. Justin said something with Connor in it, so I want to do that. Connor talks about ahistorical. Yes, your perspectives are ahistorical. Grassroots says, thanks for saving me maybe 30K on taxes as I get almost 100 grand removed from my various orifici. We fucking love it. Sorry, Connor's mom. Okay. Oh, man. All right. You guys pissed me off, but I'm going to give you some fun content while I use the restroom and refill my water, okay? I'm going to go to... All right, I'm done. No offense with Nick. I'll watch his Iranian coverage another day, but I actually can't stand it anymore. He's pissing me off so much. Asmongold is so stupid that if I do that, I'm actually going to have a stroke. I'll try to watch the Dean Withers coverage because that could be fun to interact with, and then we'll find other content. But the content that I'm going to leave you with, which I actually think you're going to enjoy a lot, I'm going to let you watch the whole thing. Even if we lose some viewers, it's totally fine. But Steven, there's new Xander Hall content. That could be fun. But Destiny and I went shooting, and I think the content is actually really funny. And so I'm going to pull that up.
They call me single.
And I'm going to let you watch that while I go use the restroom. Because it's actually pretty funny. Add to stage. I'm working as we speak. Good, Justin. I'm happy you're working. Master of Darkness says, lol, my son says I like Hot Wheels and Daddy. I think you're Infinity IQ. You got a good son. Fashion 40 says, which party do you think is more for the people? Why not lean more left? Look at the state of the Conservative Party. Yeah, obviously Democrats are more for the people. I'm not for the people. Like, I'm for the people in that I want them to have good jobs. I want them to be able to work those good jobs. I want them to be able to pay their bills. I want them to be able to pay their taxes. I want them to be able to have kids. I want them to be able to be productive members of society. I want them to have rich social lives. I'm for the people in that regard, but I think the people are stupid. And I think they don't always advocate in their best interest. And I think their policies, what they think are good policies, are often, very often, I might have been redundant, but counterproductive to their own ends. So anyways, all right, let's watch Steven and I hit half of the shots that we were actually going for on a skeet range while being very goofy. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to get water. This is the content for the next 9 minutes. I promise you it's very entertaining. So watch it.
They call me Single Shot Steve. What's up, chat? I'm here today with Counterpoints.
If I knew you were shooting, I would have sucked my belly in.
We're going to shoot guns today because that's what you do in Florida when you're a red-blooded American.
Follow these steps to safely unload your firearm. Make sure your muzzle is pointed downrange when unloading.
I think it'd be faster to do new targets.
I think it'd be faster to f*** your mom.
Okay. This is the zero scope. It works well. This is the red dot. It's like, okay. It's good enough, I think, at 25 yards. We can do work. All right, let's go. What middle school were we going? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Call what you want me to do. Doubles, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Nice.
Give me 2 again.
Yeah. 3's very low. Let me know when you're want it.
I'm ready. Jeez. Give me 3 one more time.
Close. I think you're a little behind on the fast ones.
Okay, you're gonna try.
All right. 1 pull.
Pull. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice. 2 pull.
Shotgun's sick though.
Yeah, it is. Probably that's not a shotgun. It better be sick. Pull.
Sounds cool. It'd be cooler if I hit the target.
2 pull.
No.
Pull. 2 pull.
Ooh, Steven's ballistic autism is coming out. 1.
Pull.
Nice.
Can you do 1 and 2? Is that?
Yeah. Actually got the first one.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, you winged it.
1 pull. Not even close. I don't even know what I'm shooting at right now. I'm literally just staring out into space and pulling the triggers. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do 1 again. Pull. Ooh, got him on the second one. Okay. 1 pull. Ooh, okay. Pull.
Oh, I almost got that one.
3 pull. Okay, you know what? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, I was around before. Let me show you how to do this every time on the first shot. Ready?
Yeah.
3 pull. What's going on with this, Minnesota?
You just
3 pull.
yeah.
3 pull.
Oh,
One
he did it though. He killed one. It was awesome.
pull. I don't even know, dude. 1 pull.
Okay, we're gonna actually, Steven, do you think that it would be good if we hit each? You and I both hit each target once.
Fine, pull. I got it right as it went in. You might not. Pull. Bro.
That was a bad bro. I don't even think that.
I think you pushed 2.
Yeah,
Did you push 2?
I pressed 3, but it went to 2. Let me see. Let me press 3. Oh well, hold on. It costs every time.
Yeah, it does plus. Unless shocker shells took free. Okay.
All right, but I'm gonna press 3.
Okay, real quick. Let me go ahead and smash 1.
All right.
I got 1 shell in here. Pull. Okay.
Nailed it. You guys might not have seen it, but he nailed it. 1 pull. 2 pull. Yes! Suck it!
Pull. Fine. Damn it. 1 pull. Pull. I don't even know what I'm shooting at, Connor. Do you understand? Go, 1 pull. You don't know why. Pull on 1. Go.
Go. Yeah, I clipped it.
I clipped it, so that counted. That counted.
Bounce.
I got it. I've mastered 1 now. Watch. Okay, I got it now. Got it. Pull.
Yeah! That was good!
What?
Okay. That was good!
2. Pull.
Yeah!
See that?
He
That's what a
killed it.
master ducksman looks like. Yeah. 1 pull, 2 pull. Go, get it paired. Easy.
Whole day!
Boom. Wait. Okay. 2 pull. I'm done.
He hit it both times.
Do you want anything else? Let's go to the next one. Okay. You want to go to the next one? Sure.
I would like to go to the next one.
Pull. Okay. That counts. Pull. Oh! Whoa! 3 pull.
Yeah!
4 pull. No way.
Oh!
We'll pretend I hit that.
4 pull when ready. I think I killed the dragon. Why?
Sure. You want to try it again one more time? You got it. One more time. Come on.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, man. Go. Connor. All right. Pull. Ooh, I got that one. Oh, did you get it the second time? I clipped it.
You want me to do it again to prove it?
Yes. Pull. Give me one pull.
Ooh.
Pull.
Yeah, get some.
Pull. 3. You did it?
Yeah. So it's super high.
Oh,
Basically, it's right here
I up.
and down.
Just kidding. Okay, pull.
You see it?
Oh, I see it. I saw it.
Okay.
I see. I got it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cute. They call me Single Shot Steve, okay? Because I just won. Okay, go 4, pull.
See, nailed it. 4, I almost feel like it goes vertical. So it falls sharp after it hits the apex. All right.
4, pull. Did I?
Dude, you almost hit it with the wad. I got faith in Single Shot Steve. I think Single Shot Steve can hit this with a bolt action rifle.
Pull.
He's a sneaky bitch. I think because he goes vertical, he falls faster.
Okay. 4, pull.
Ooh, you got that one. You smacked him in his head. Good job.
Pick between
He did it.
1 and 3. Give me a random one. Go. Ah! Okay, don't care. Can you do pairs?
I'm not saying I can do it, like shoot it, but I can
Yeah.
press
All
the
right.
buttons.
You know what? 1 and 2.
All right.
Let's give me a pair.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, pull.
Both of them head on.
Okay, stop. We're not doing pairs. Sorry. Forget the scratch that plan. Actually, you know what? I was trolling.
Pairs are hardest.
No, they're not.
All
They're
right.
very easy, actually. You just have to be methodical and accurate. Okay, ready? Let me demonstrate. Go ahead and give me a 1 and 2 pull.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
I don't even know handguns. I don't know how to fucking aim any gun. Okay. We're just gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
1 at a time.
I think that's more reasonable.
We'll do 1 at a time for Connor. Okay.
Okay, yeah. He's got to slow down for me.
2 numbers at once. The Marines can barely do single-digit addition. Okay.
I know.
Let alone match pairs. Now, me, a descendant of superior Air Force genetics. Okay. All right. Give me 1. Bounce. Give me 2.
Ooh.
Bounce.
That was nice.
Okay. And then these are my final 2. All right. Give me 3.
That one, to be honest, I saw it break in the launcher. So that one wasn't even on the same trajectory that it normally is.
Oh.
If you want to hit it again.
I do. I could tell by the trajectory.
Yeah.
3, pull. Did that first one hit? Or was that my wad?
Looks like your wad, bro.
I like to smack this guy right as he comes out. All right?
Mhm.
I smack him right when he comes out. Nice and quick. Nice and brutal. 4, pull. Okay.
1 pull. Yeah.
2, pull.
Ooh, dang it. A little bit too much of a wound. Do you just want me to do 3 and 4? Or do you want me to try to get it until I get it?
Whatever you want to do.
I'll just do 3 and 4. That we can
Let's see what
score.
you can get. Yeah.
3. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me 4. Oh, that's all right.
That's all right. I'll take 2 out of 4.
What you want to do?
Well, bring it back next year.
We're hot. We're tired. We're having fun.
Let's go.
Do you want to go? Do you want to get a smoothie?
Ice cream? I want an ice cream.
Let's get an ice cream.
A co-conspirator alleged that the defendant of
Actually, dude, the reason why I let that play, I understand, not everybody's going to want to watch me and Steven shoot guns or whatever, but it was actually legitimately super fun. Like, trap shooting was dope. So let's do something silly. I'll do an intro in a moment, but let's finish up with chat. Let's start the new segment, and then we'll start the new segment. Okay. Fashion 40, I just answered your question. Uruguay is extremely well off. Good. Biz D says, becoming more of a doomer about if liberalism will make it. I don't know if it will. You determine whether or not it makes it. Okay, Biz D, you, me, the people in this chat, the people who have faith, liberalism and constitutionalism and republicanism are concepts. They are propositions. And so their amount of power has to deal with how many people believe in them. Boog says, something weighing on my mind recently is the pendulum swinging coming due to the attitude of the MAGA right. I remember having this concern the other way around a few years ago. What kind of Hernandez? Lol, true. Yeah, dude, the pendulum's coming back. I think in the midterms, MAGA is going to get stomped, and I don't want them to be surprised about it. That's why whenever the MAGA chuds are like, oh, yeah, we're inevitable. It's like, no, you're not. You're about to get your dick kicked in. LB says, Justin and Nick pissed you off. It was a good... I was good today, Dad. Thank you, LB. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Not only are you wrong, you're wrong. True. Oh, I'm behind. That hesitation was a repressed R word. Yep. Now, this is where Connor and I agree. Based. Chair, don't hide from us. True. Checking, scrolling. Connor's mom was getting it since the beginning. Rude. Leonidas says, awesome video title. Cool. Or one of Destiny's hoes. Don't know what the hell you guys are saying, but I'm still scrolling. This video feels like a divorced dad hanging out with his son, and that only sees 3 times a year. Well, let's do that. Oh man, who got most hits? I would say it was fairly close. Sapient Green. So what was happening was we would both get on hot streaks where we were doing good, where we would hit like 3/4 of our shit. And then we would hit like lulls where we were missing everything. Sambino did not make us look as good as she could have. She could have cut out half of our misses and we would have looked like skeet gods. But she left in almost all of our misses. And then there was one time where Steven was having the one in the river. I don't know if you saw that, but there was one where there was like a retention ditch and it would shoot clays over the retention ditch. And Steven was he couldn't get that one. And he just stayed on it until he finally got it. But he probably burned through like 20 or 30 shells in order to do it. So it was pretty funny. Destiny on-site Banel. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Dr. Plague Doctor says, God, I love Skeet. I be doing this with my 870 and loving life. It was a good day, man. He needs the M4. Dude, so apparently on that range, because it's run by Fish and Wildlife, you actually have to follow range rules. But I would have loved to have done that with like a semi-auto shotgun. I think that would have been sick. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, got him. Oh, yeah. Destiny would have actually been really good for Russian roulette with this aim. Well, Ninja Physics says, so nice of you to have a stepson to ice cream after shooting. I know. Did you get ice cream? Yeah, we went to Wendy's and we got a meal and we got a Frosty. Connor added to the harem. No. As a matter of fact, I think I think we should go for wholesome stepdad vibes. Like I don't think Steven will agree to that dynamic, but you know, we should just do it anyways and just be like, oh, that's okay, Steve. You'll get him next time. What kind of ice cream did you get? It was a Frosty from Wendy's. Starhawk says, I wrote an editorial in a local paper in defense of liberalism. Can send on Discord if you want to read it. I already owe somebody. Matter of fact, at the end of the video, you guys need to you need to remind me that I need to read an article on chat. Yeah. All right. Anyways. So let's do this. I'm going to do an intro. We're going to get back into some content. I'm sorry for like the low energy, but what is it? Nick Fuentes actually gave me psychic damage today. He actually, he hurt me. He hurt me psychologically today. So anyways, let me brush my hair. Hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I'm going to be breaking down something silly, which is 2 left-wing people beefing. One of them is named Tom Foolery. He's a guy in the Twitch and YouTube political streamer. And then the other one is Mr. Dean Withers, who has been labeled Malsoy, Draco Malsoy, because he looks like Draco Malfoy, but he's a progressive. And effectively, Draco Malsoy is having issues with the Destiny orbit because they keep calling him out for not debating Destiny. And so he keeps showing up in like random weird parts of the orbit to talk shit in chat. Apparently there's a 30-minute segment where Dean Withers shows up into Tom Foolery's chat and starts talking shit before he dips out. And so while it's not very politically productive, while it's not going to change the world at all, it's a silly mini drama that should be fun for us to break down. So, yeah. Then Beef Supreme says, low T stream. Bullshit. We just shot shotguns and I lift weights on stream. I'm almost 40 and my T levels are still in like the 600s. So, you need to have the talk with your stepson. Indeed. All right. Anyways, Let's take a look at this silly drama as a palate cleanser for the psychic damage we took from Nick the Knife Fuentes today.
It's a little strange. Oh, damn, 3 viewers for Dean Withers? What the fuck, dude? You guys are really weird, you know that? I don't think I've ever, even when I'm sitting at like 1,000 people watching, I don't think I've ever gone and started being like, oh, look at you, dude. 3 fucking views. You do you, buddy. I don't think anybody has ever said to me or done to me, like in all of the people that I've talked to, all the people who I've had on my show, much bigger people than somebody like Dean Withers. To be honest, I reserve said behavior for specific circumstances. Bro, I don't even know what the fuck your issue is with me. I don't know what anybody's issue is. Like, out of the like dumb shit that came out, I pretty much like I already came out with a video debunking all the dumb shit that everybody had to say, and still people for some reason have some fucking issue with me. And 90% of the time, it's shit that like never even fucking happened. It's shit that like never even happened.
So hold on. Let me describe this, because again, this is silly internet drama that's plaguing the left wing, which can be fun, but it's also counterproductive. Dean Withers was a part of a tour called Un-F America, and it's supposed to be an alliance between liberals and progressives who were, going to come together in order to build up political momentum to do stuff around the midterms. It's still going on, but it burnt out very quickly because a woke TikTok person of color contingent of the, whatever you would call it, of the coalition got pissed off at one of the organizers, whose name is Z, and said that she was committing microaggressions. As a result of the fallout around that drama, Z, the event organizer, caught a lot of flack. Steven jumped into Un-F America and basically started chatting shit with all the woke TikTokers. Dean Withers dipped out and refused to debate or talk to Destiny regarding the drama. And then since Tom Foolery is a Destiny orbiter, even though he doesn't orbit that hard, but that's the way that it's being perceived, Dean Withers seems to be going out of his way to attack Tom Foolery. So it's effectively woke lefties being counterproductive. And I think that's because Tom Foolery, the guy who's currently on screen, jumped into a TikTok show in order to not really defend Z, but kind of defend Z. So I know it's silly drama, but guess what? Sometimes silly drama is fun. Bo Dickerson says, Connor, although I disagree with most of your opinions, you make a Groyper rage quit about being called racist was pure cinema. Well, I try. Biz D says, who's this goober? Tom Foolery. Master of Darkness says, Dean Withers saga is my favorite, lol. It's very entertaining, but also kind of depressing, not going to lie. Well, let's see if we can make some fun stuff out of this.
That I never said that was just YouTube's lagging again. I don't know what was the yay stuff in the salute, bro. I put out a fucking video on it. Like, I was literally just making fun of like white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Like, I'm just making fun of them. And then he made a video threatening me.
And Schnazis get Richard Spencered. Richard Spencered any time of the day on site. I just want you to know that. Okay, Tom? I'll be in your neck of the woods soon. I promise.
In the video, he takes a short clip of me from a stream where I'm making fun of neo-Nazis, Roman saluting and goose-stepping around to Kanye West's song. In that video, I was talking about what I call aesthetic leftists. These are people who want to get performatively upset about things so that they can scream and yell and rage about it on the internet. And it's more so just so they can virtue signal their leftistism without actually believing the things. They want to get upset about things. Me marching around in that video and getting upset about it is very similar to watching an actor in a movie act as a Nazi and then getting upset as though they are actually a Nazi. You don't actually think the actor believes the things that Nazis believed in World War II. But I was just talking about the fact that it has a beat that people will probably get up and march to like this. Obviously, Kanye West is leading young men and right-wingers in this direction with the types of conspiracy theories that he's pushing right now. But I was more so just talking about what they would be doing or what it makes people want to do. I wasn't actually doing it myself. I am not Heiling Hitler. I debate a lot of those.
I think this is a good marketing strategy. So Tom is a mixed character. Okay. Reason why is because Tom participated in the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene. I think we have a decent enough relationship. You know, we've disagreed a few times. We've agreed a few times. You know, I couldn't even remember specifically the conversations that we had that we fought over. Okay. Now, that being said, some of the drama people have gone after Tom because he was accused of, and probably did, use Reddit in order to astroturf support for Tom within DGG. That's accusations. The evidence is there. Whether or not you believe it, I don't really care. And then also, during some streams, he said that he was one of the first people within his market to come up with the concept of mobile detailing, which is where like a car cleaning company comes to you and they clean your car for a premium. And he was saying that he was one of the first people that he knows of that ever did it. And he kind of pioneered that industry and all that kind of stuff. So it's effectively like hyperbole and self-aggrandizement, but those aren't like massive sins in my mind, right? Well, the quote unquote massive sin would be, we don't know if what you're saying is fully true. That being said, thinking about this from a marketing standpoint, being kind of like a liberal who doesn't care about optics is probably a great way to piss off the liberal TikTok people and then get the liberal TikTok people to attack you, therefore getting negative attention, but then dragging people into your orbit. So this could backfire, obviously, because woke lefties on TikTok are apparently hyper aggressive. But is it a good way to get attention? Probably. Checking in with chat before we continue. Christian Blair says, Tom Foolery, liberal Twitch streamer, and Gooner got caught writing favorable comment about himself in Destiny Discord. You actually summarized it in 2 or 3 sentences, whereas I took like a minute. Good job. Val says, leftist infighting getting in the way. That's a surprise. Sarcasm, I'm assuming. Grassroots says, and it went over like a burning oil refinery run by children that it was, if you're talking about the Un-F America tour. Andrew JD says, the way Dean handled the Un-F America tour drama made it pretty clear that he is entirely willing to sacrifice political efficacy and success and power for the sake of optics. Yeah, I would say that's the primary criticism of Dean Withers, is he doesn't seem to have a very strong spine under criticism. Sapien says, whatever else happens, progressives really need to deal with the whole POC can't be racist, can't be held to account when they act like shit. It's cringe as fuck and it's cancer for progressivism. Yeah. Short Stack Goblin says, Tom was actually the first to get involved with the Z situation. He's been pulling up much more aggro than Tiny from those types of people. Okay, so maybe he deserves some of the flack that he's getting and he's pleading ignorance. Beef Supreme says, yep, and Dean had no spine and folded like a house of cards and bowed down for the ultra-left nonsense. Yep. Beef Supreme says, I like Tom. Tom is fair. When Moon says, what happened to the Nick content? It was pristine. This is just libtarded gobbledygook from literal who megalols. Well, I need a palate cleanser because Nick pissed me off. So, yeah. Game. No, it's not. You didn't prove anything. Run back to your daddy and tell him I want to talk. Tom is a windsock. Changed my mind. If I knew what a windsock is, then maybe I would have more comments on it. The Harry Sisson stuff, too, with Dean and Parker was cringe, and they also folded all their cards in on that one, too. Connor, what is your TLDR for the Trump parade marching? It's cringe and a waste of money and a waste of time, and the army can't drill for shit. That's my take. Game blouses. Yeah, that's actually what popped into my head. Anyways, back to the content.
People, they like to come into my chats and troll a lot. And so a lot of times I'll sit there and just kind of like, be ironic. But if you go to, this is the thing though, this is the thing that blows my mind, is that even if you see me do like a gay salute, the Hitler salute and marching around, okay, I can understand if that's somebody's first time ever seeing me, that would be like a red flag, right? A logical person would say, oh, that's weird. I wonder what this person believes. I wonder that I bet if I go to their channel, they're going to be saying a lot of neo-Nazi type stuff. But the problem is then you go to my channel and all of my videos are like, me arguing in favor of bringing back Abrego Garcia, or me arguing in favor of trans people, or me arguing for, people to vote for Kamala, or how bad Trump is and how far right he is. Like, all of my positions are very like liberal positions, and somehow they just see an aesthetic and they're like, oh, the aesthetic, that's enough for me. Whereas,
so Gray Jedi says, those who act like it's a norm that POC aren't accountable for their actions aren't paying attention. Only the far left say shit like that. Well, Gray Jedi, I'm with you in the fact that it's very loud progressive TikTokers, but you got to understand how much sway they carry on TikTok, right? They were basically able to fold up Dean Withers and put him into a suitcase. Bo Dickerson says, a windsock blows with the wind. Whatever 4690 explains the same thing. And yeah, that's basically what happened, is that Dean Withers, as soon as he catches massive flack from his audience, he doesn't have a principled stance on which to fall back on. He just goes wherever his audience is going. And that's how he folded so quickly. Excuse me. Gen X says, know what we haven't discussed? The MAGA cope of thinking the guy that shot the local legislators was a Dem because Waltz appointed him to a random 60-person panel. Lol, like cat turd and all of them. Yeah, that's already been proven wrong. It was obviously like a Trump supporter who just went and did a community panel, and his roommate has already said that he was a Trump supporter who watched Alex Jones, who hated Democrats and thought they were demons leading the country down a bad path. So, yeah, we already know that. Unfortunately, the truth, is not able to keep up with viral lies. TikTok isn't the real world. Well, guess what, Gray Jedi? I'm sorry that we're having a little bit of a tit for tat on chat right now. But guess what? This is the project. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys, okay? This is the project. We're down to 80 because apparently Nick the Knife Fuentes is more entertaining. Watching me have near cardiovascular incidents because Nick pisses me off so much is more entertaining than watching lefty infighting drama. But it is what it is. We're down to 80, but we peaked out at 110 or 120. And we also have done a lot of cool collaborations that have dragged people in. Only a month and a half ago, we were at 10 viewers, right? So I'm comfortable calling myself a 100 viewer Andy because we break that routinely on Valor. And then we're breaking that routinely on Counterpoints as well. So we went from a 10 viewer Andy to a 50 viewer Andy to a 100 viewer Andy. The whole point is to become a 500 to 1,000 to a 2,000 viewer Andy. And then at that point, we can take that momentum, take that capital, take that energy, and we can translate it into real world shit. So if you don't want to talk about inane political online drama, if you don't want to talk about clashes of personalities, if you don't want to talk about the wrestling match that is TikTok and alternative media politics, then this just isn't for you, man. Like if you just want like dry analysis of news events and all that kind of shit, I'm not doing that. It's boring. It's boring to me. It's boring to you. You can say that you want a higher level of politics, but you know what happens when we engage with that higher level of politics? 30% of the chat goes, I'm going to go watch cringe drama mixed with politics, right? TikTok isn't the real world. So that's my rebuttal to Gray Jedi for that one. Conservative liberalism says Shooter was a Dayton appointee. Former Minnesota Governor Waltz dismissed the appointment. The point stands, but autism compels me. Okay. Louis Salazar says, Connor, sorry for the confusion earlier. I was talking to someone else about the proving someone wrong. Well, that's not the first or last time that I'm going to jump into chat and say something like autismic and aggressive against random people who are trying to make rhetorical points in my chat. So my apologies. Justin says you should watch Nick versus Dave Smith. Great political debate. I think you would enjoy it. Tomorrow. I need some fiery debate content to watch. I'm trying to not do the 4-hour debate reviews anymore because I think it's just too much for people to watch in a single sitting. But I think we already did this one. Vincent James is still on my list, so I need to go like pre-watch some content. But you said Nick Fuentes versus Dave Smith? That could be fun. Like, dude, don't get it twisted. Nick is an entertaining, funny, intelligent, insightful guy. But when I feel like he is either lying or delusional, he pisses me off to the point that I can't really engage. Like, I actually feel like I'm going to throw up or have a heart attack. The dude pisses me off, and I can't slap him through the internet. Am I on Twitter? Yes. Counter Connor. COUNTERCONOR. Matter of fact, all of you, if you have good content, either post it in chat, I'll add it to the docket, and or send it to me on Twitter. Sorry. Seraph says, I didn't watch the parade, so I have no idea. When I was in the Army, my squad practiced drill and ceremony after PT every day. Not everyone did that. Yup. And their drill and ceremony sucked. Master of Darkness says, trust me, I would ignore these wacky people if I could, but unfortunately they have massive influence over online political discourse. I feel like we haven't had the luxury of ignoring them. No, and they're affecting mainstream political discourse. Starhawk says, I'm so tired of the internet isn't the real world argument, especially these days. There's a huge overlap and it bleeds into the real world. Yup. Not So Gen X says, this is Destiny Orbit Debate Bro Politics streaming community. Exactly. I think Destiny is Tom Foolery's Brad Pitt to his Edward Norton. Rude, but okay. Gen X says, I didn't know it existed until like 8 to 10 months ago. Oh, based. Welcome aboard. You're Gen X. That makes you a new person. That's kind of crazy. You should. Yeah, that was the one that we're adding to the docket. Andrew says, oh, yeah, I was going to say that combo you had with Erudite was really good. Listen to it while I was doing yard work yesterday. Based. That's exactly how I want you guys to engage with the content. I want you to be doing yard work, cleaning the house, going on a walk, stocking shelves at work, working as a tech bro and just running it in the background. It's not supposed to be like a 20-minute in and out of summary. It's me taking psychic damage for your entertainment. That's the stream. And I am a vehicle through which you can say, if I was consuming this content by myself, I would be taking psychic damage. But Connor is taking psychic damage on my behalf, and then he's saying things that I think are funny in response. That's the content. Did you see that Dave Smith wants Trump impeached, says John? No, I didn't, but it's probably for the Iran shit, right? Christian Blair says Dave Smith barely survived Andrew Wilson. Yeah, he thinks that he's like the libertarian debate king, and he's really not. When Moon says, watch Vincent James plus Nick Fuentes versus Awesome Jew versus Gavin McInnes. That I could do because those are so many different interesting characters. Vince James versus Nick versus Awesome Jew. Is he a self-hating Jew? That could be sad. Versus Gavin. That sounds like schizophrenic good content, though. All right, anyways, back to the... chat is popping off again, so I need to get back into the content. But don't worry, I'll read it in sequence. Do at Counterpoints or at Valor Media Network if you want me to read your chat.
A logical person would just say, oh, that's just a red flag. I would need more than that to go ahead and condemn this person or treat them as though they're some far-right lunatic. But that is true. You know what? I'll give them that. When you see me doing a Hitler salute, but then you see that I have a bald head as well, it's not just a red flag now. Now you've pretty much proven it. That is something that you could verify in court. I think a logical person would treat that as was enough evidence for condemnation. You'd have the burden of, okay, so I mean, I don't know, dude. I saw a lot of people talking about the fact that, look, when Cory Booker does his, he does this. Whereas when Elon Musk does it, he does this, right? Like, I could go clip that, and all they're doing is doing the same exact thing, where they're just mimicking what somebody else did. No, but nobody's going and like clipping up all those fucking liberals. And like, look how bad this is. Look, they said what Elon did. They showed everybody what he did. They mimicked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Dean. This is pretty soy.
Damn, like it's such a weird thing to do. But yeah, I don't think logical people would do that. I don't think so at all. You have the burden to argue against condemnation. No, hold on. If people want to say that like it's not good to mimic those things, that's one thing. If they want to make a case to not mimic it, nobody's made that case so far. So if that's what you're arguing, fine. Like I can at least like understand the optical problem with it and the way that would like, again, give off a bad first impression. By no means did I think out of the 100 or so people watching me at the time that people were going to go and fucking clip it and post it all over TikTok to say that I was a neo-Nazi in the moment. There's no shot that was going to happen. And it's really strange that literally nobody from YouTube did that. Nobody from Kick did that. Nobody from any of the other communities did that. It was just one very specific community who chose to go and run with that narrative.
I don't believe Tom here. I think knowing how soy and how progressive TikTok can be, and also because it's a short form kind of thing, I think expecting that to be clipped, dude, I expect to get clipped all the time. The thing about it is, like when I'm describing somebody else's perspective, like Nick Fuentes, and I'm saying like, oh, we should kick out all the Mexicans, or we should kick out all the Arabs, or we should do this, or we should do that. I expect eventually, it's not happening yet, but I expect there to be somebody who hates me so much that eventually they'll take a 5-second or 10-second clip where I'm describing another person's perspective, and they're just going to clip it and ship it without any context in order to get people pissed off at me. I'm assuming that's going to happen eventually. So Tom's been in the game as long, if not longer than me. And so I don't know if I agree with the fact that like, oh, I didn't expect this to happen. I don't think that's accurate.
And just erase all other context. But yes, if you just wanted to make an optics argument, I could at least understand the optical argument. That's not the argument that I've been getting so far. The argument that I've been getting this entire time is that this is proof that I am a neo-Nazi, that they can just call me a neo-Nazi now because I did that. And that's fucking ridiculous. That is the argument that I've been getting. So can I come up? Yeah, sure.
Ooh, do they actually
Hello?
talk? That's good. That'll be more entertaining. Master of Darkness says the WIC panel last night was good about the effectiveness of violent protests. Hutch was on it. That's cool, but the only thing with panels that I've noticed is you get half points from 5 people. So then pausing when people do half points to go on 2 to 5 minute rants to make a full point, it just drags ass on the content. Andrew JD says, Connor, why don't you hop on TikTok train? Even if you just post clips for your videos, I think you would see very solid success, and the pay is pretty solid as well once you get monetized. I should talk to somebody about that. The people of the United States win, whereas the brain dead taco loses. Yep, always chickens out. Okay, good to see you. I also like that we don't add to the views for some of these shitheads. True. Dave Smith is a clown, apparently. Justin says, I just don't get as upset at you. I have a timid temperament. I really don't. Valor Media Net is your Twitter? No, that's the total network. Mine is Counter Connor, COUNTERCONOR. Dank Brandon says, Connor, so do you ever do the Twitter live nonsense? Nope, but I probably should. All right, last one, then we'll get back into the content. Valor Media Network, they did that with Ethan Klein when he was making fun of Elon. Exactly. And it's not like I'm as big as Ethan Klein. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is that like eventually bad faith people will take your clip where you're criticizing someone else and they'll act like your criticism is your position. Woo! Christian says, Vincent James was Red Elephant's Republican on YouTube before being banned to race realism. And Gavin McInnes, I wish Death Note was real. Woo! Spicy, spicy, spicy. When Moon says it's a tag team match between James and Nick versus Adam King and Gavin. Adam King is a very proud Jew, moderated by Elijah Schaefer, goated content. Yeah, sure. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. That sounds pretty fire. All right. All right. Bo Dickerson says I just clipped that. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
Sorry, yeah, this is my burner.
Oh, it's your burner. Okay.
It's just one of my random burners. I didn't even know that the name on it was Eli. I wanted to run an argument by you, see how you feel.
Okay.
So,
Ooh. So I thought that this was going to be like a contentious thing immediately out the gate. But if Dean is actually engaging with Tom, then that means Dean is big enough that he doesn't have to be a Destiny Orbiter. But I would view this as the first steps towards a Destiny Dean debate. Interesting.
I mean, you just explained, like when you played Ye's song through the salute, etc. Was like joking about white supremacists or whatever. I guess I still like see that as like A, like antisocial, but B, like a little bit wrong. Like, I'd definitely say that's wrong. The argument there would be, I guess first let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, maybe you seem older. Maybe like when you were growing up, I don't know when he was doing his thing, but like Ted Bundy, that might have been a little bit before you. I mean, was there any like big serial killers that were active when you were like in your teenage years?
Maybe, but not that I would remember. I never kept up with like big serial killers.
Okay. I guess like that's like both assume that like we were alive when Ted Bundy was killing a bunch of people. And like, Halloween comes around and you dress up as Ted Bundy and go trick-or-treating. Or even dress up as Hitler and go out to a Halloween party. Could we agree that that might be wrong? Because although, right, like you dressing up as like Ted Bundy or Hitler isn't like demonstrating that you support Ted Bundy and Hitler, it's still just kind of like novelizing, like the people and their actions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think that there's definitely lines to draw. Like, I think that if I even just dressing up as like an SS officer would be pretty fucked up as well. Like doing all imitations of these things are not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I think this is perfect then. So if you were to dress up as an SS officer, we'd like.
Okay. I'm gonna show you guys something at risk of getting copyrighted. And what's funny is the chat is building back up again. So I have a feeling that I'm about to screw myself over, but the truth is it could be funny. So what is it? Springtime for Hitler. So this is an argument from Mel Brooks, who did the original Producers, but I like the new one. I like the one with Matthew Broderick. And so for those of you who don't know, Matthew Broderick, and I forget who this guy name is. I think it's Nathan Lane. What they do is they're trying to defraud a bunch of people out of money so they can make money with a flop Broadway play. And so they find the most offensive script that they can find, which is a script that praises Hitler. Then they find a gay director who's the worst and most gaudy and gauche director in history. And then they accidentally produce a smash success because it's a satire making fun of Hitler. And that's the plot of The Producers. And it's fucking hysterical. I'll actually mute it. Maybe I'll unmute it for a second. But the whole point of this is you have like an SS officer with blonde hair and blue eyes. You have these babes watch, and they're throwing up Romans the entire time. And you have these babes walking out in like German cultural tropes. And if you saw the audience reaction is horrified. They're talking and they're dancing and all that kind of shit. Well, what ends up happening is the lead actor breaks his leg. And so the gay director has to go in the actor's place, in what these people are and who they are. You're making them more human and more laughable. It's also just damn good music, by the way. So anyway, so if you haven't seen The Producers, that's effectively what's going on analogously to this drama. And you should watch The Producers, the old one and the new one, because they're both fantastic. This isn't a play. This is Groypers. True. Oh my God. Lol, what? Yeah, okay, sorry. Let's address chat a little bit more before we get back into it. Lol, what happened to Dean's energy? He does sound like he's on 1 HP. Jonah Boy says he didn't have a cup to hide his Starbucks, so he didn't get caffeinated. True. Val says, and here I thought I was going to be the grandfather episode of It's Always Sunny, although that one's classic too. Starhawk says dressing up as Hitler would be hilarious. Mockery is the best way to disarm these extremist ideologies. That's what I try to do. Like, obviously, I get pissed off and I try to contend with their points because I want them to know that I'm actually contending with their worldview and ideology, and I'm trying to come back to them with historical counterfactuals. But I also think a decent amount of like mockery and good cheer could probably do well to disarm some of these people as well. Yeah. All right. Anyways.
I still say that's bad because this, like, if an imitation might novelize, like SS officers, Nazis.
Yeah, Jojo Rabbit.
Well, I mean, I'd actually categorize.
Jojo Rabbit is another fantastic anti-Nazi comedy that actually mixes tragedy and comedy together into a beautiful piece of art.
Dressing up as an SS officer, identically to like playing Ye song and throwing the salute and marching around. I think that is dressing up as an SS officer.
So, you ever listen to like jokes where the joke is like kind of like it's a person being racist, but they're not actually actually telling a racist joke. What instead they're doing is making a racist joke to make fun of racists who would actually say something like that, to where it's not like, to a racist it wouldn't be a joke, it would be like a serious thing, like that the cookie thing in that Nick Fuentes tells. The meme.
I'm not familiar with.
He makes like this analogy where he tries to say that there couldn't have been that many people who died in the Holocaust because you can't cook it. But the whole time he's just saying nobody could cook that many cookies in an oven in that amount of time, and that's what he keeps saying. And that he's talking about Jewish people the whole time. So other people, when they say afterwards, they'll say stuff like, yeah, you couldn't possibly cook that many cookies, right, man? They're not. like they're not taking what he's saying and saying it to support him. They're saying it as a meme, as in like, this is such a stupid thing that Nick Fuentes said, right, guys? And they just repeat it as a way of making fun of him.
I don't agree with that. So there could be people who do the cookies joke sarcastically, but I think enough people understand like the logic of the cookies joke, which is, by the way, it's just math on like the cremation ovens of various death camps and whether or not they would be able to burn 6 million people. Nick Fuentes says, like, maybe, you know, like this many cookies, this many hours per day, you know, this kind of thing. I think you could cook like 300,000 cookies. And so Nick is talking about like people getting executed and burned. I would have to take a look at the context in which it's used as like a counter signaling against Nick Fuentes. But I've seen it used way more often to prop up Nick's message than I've seen it used as counter signaling. It's not always funny when you have people doing it IRL, and so with hate, just saying, well, Grey Jedi, you're totally correct. The intent matters, right? The reason why Springtime for Hitler is funny is because it's a bunch of obnoxious gay actors and actresses trying to take the piss out of Nazism. They're not people trying to normalize it. And that's what I don't like about Kanye. That's actually what I don't like about what's going on with Kanye, is the joke isn't, oh, hey, aren't the Nazis and isn't ethno-nationalist tribalism and murder bad? It's, hey, the world has lied about Adolf Hitler, therefore we should try to renormalize his ideas. And even if Kanye himself is too schizophrenic to even say that, all of the people who are fans of Kanye West are using it in that way. So yeah, of course I agree that an intent matters. Of course. Beef Supreme, the scene where she's giving Hitler Youth primed RPGs and telling them to go hug the Americans. Yeah. Yeah, be aware of the Steven Crowder defense. Yes. The producers was hilarious. True. Horrible example. Torn. What the F, omega lol. Yes. The cookie joke is mockery because it sounds R-slurred. Hold on. We could do that. We can do that real quick. Jonah Boy says, yeah, these Nazis want to be seen as Darth Vader type villains when really they're more of like, I don't know, Mandark from Dexter's Laboratory. If anyone is from my time and knows that show, I know that show. Tom understands humor. Tom is fair. True. Whatever 4690 says, do you think the U.S. was justified using atomic bombs in Japan? Yes, and I will not elaborate further. Probably not the second one, but the first one was perfectly fine. I don't think Kanye is joking. He truly is deep into this shit. Sure. Grassroots says, Val, I guess that's my new girl name, says, I thought of Frank with the 4 F's cross. Well, I didn't know people would take it that way. Yes. Yes. I get all of that, but Rando dressing up as an SS officer is asking for trouble. It's a meme, bro. Well, dude, if you're just going out into public dressed as a Nazi, yeah, then I expect people to knock you the fuck out, of course. Of course. The context matters. Are you doing it as a part of a play? Are you doing it as a part of a comedy? Or are you just walking around in public in a Nazi uniform? If you're walking around in a Nazi uniform with no other context, I expect people to fist fight you. And that's happened, by the way. What is it? Come on, man. We were talking about random memes, Nazi symbology. Fuck, I actually forget. I have early onset dementia. My apologies. I'll think about it.
So like I'd say that like repeating that is like a more like a satirical way to like respond to what he's saying.
Oh yeah. The cookie joke. All right, let's watch Nick Fuentes. Hopefully the last 2 groypers who are still watching, they'll appreciate that we're bringing their dad back into chat. Nick Fuentes cookie joke clip. Let's see if it's here. I don't see it. Would it be more likely to be like on Rumble or Kick or something? There's got to be somebody who has it. That would suck if it was lost media. Nick Fuentes cookies clip. Here we go. Thank you, X.
Max says, if I take 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies and Cookie Monster has 15 ovens, working 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long does it take Cookie Monster to...
All right, so let's actually do the math, by the way. 15 ovens times 24 hours a day times 365 days a year times 5 years is 657,000. Okay.
Make 6 million batches of cookies? I don't know. That's a good question. Certainly. Oh, no. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5
So he's obviously talking about 4 different death camps.
years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies. And the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things, you know, in the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are.
All right. So I'm going to break this down as best I can just for the, you know, apparently the Holocaust is not an easily studied event, but it's one of the world's most studied events. And therefore, unless like, I don't know, all of primary history, all of Western academia is lying about the most well-documented ethnocide or genocide in all of history. I'm going to try to explain this to you real quick, and I'm going to go full screen, okay? So, as far as I know, not every camp was a death camp, okay? So that's number one. So he was saying that there was only 4 death camps. And some of those were work camps where they would routinely execute prisoners because they were effectively trying to eliminate this population by working them to death. Also, allegedly, because I wasn't there, but I have to go off of the historical narrative as it was passed down to me, is that starvation, executions, all that kind of stuff was very common, not just at the death camps, but also at the work camps. Not only that, there was also times where Jews and other, you know, minorities were ghettoized, where they were segregated to certain parts of the city, and then they were starved, and there were outbreaks of random disease that killed those people. So we're talking about disease, we're talking about deaths at work camps, we're talking about deaths at death camps, and then also there's the what is it? It's like ordinary men. Everybody always corrects me on the title whenever it happens, but effectively there was like a reserve police officer brigade that was called into Poland that was then deputized in order to eliminate the Jewish population of the city in Poland. And I think it was estimated to be around 1,500 people that they just incarcerated and lined up and shot and threw into shallow ditches for like weeks at a time, months at a time. And so if there's, you know, 4 death camps, half a dozen to a dozen work camps, all of these bad scenarios that people are put into, not just to kill them through like execution and cremation, but also to kill them through deprivation, disease, all that kind of shit. And then on top of that, you're also talking about random executions in random cities where they effectively ethnically cleanse people by shooting them in the back of the head. The Japanese did this in China. You know, it was estimated that they wiped out like 250,000 people in like the rape of Nanking. You know what I'm saying? I don't see anybody questioning Japanese numbers. I'm sure there's Japanese people who question Japanese numbers, but I don't see anybody questioning Japanese numbers. And so the question is, even by Nick's own admission, if we did the math on 24 hours a day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then we also assumed all the historical stuff, that's still 657,000 people who got wiped out for no other crime besides being the wrong ethno-religious group. And so what I put to you, chat, obviously I assume 95% of the chat is with me, that randomly killing people for their ethno-religious immutable characteristics is probably not a good thing that human beings should replicate throughout history. But I'll put this to you, to the historical skeptics. Do you think that it is a moral way for any nation to conduct itself where it says you are a part of an immutable characteristic group and therefore we get to kill you? Men, women, and children. Because that's what happened. If your answer is no, that's not moral and no one should do it, welcome to humanity. You're a normal fucking person. If you start going, well, what did that ethno-religious minority really do in order to get people so angry that they were willing to wipe them out? If it was like terrorism or genocide, like the Hutus or Tutsis, then we could have a conversation about mass slaughter on two sides. But to my knowledge, the Jews did not engage in any kind of random genocide against Europeans and Christian whites and all that kind of bullshit. And I don't buy into the communist narrative that that is genocide. So, you know, take history and stick it up your butt. That's what I would say to those people. Anyways, with our Holocaust denial segment complete, let us continue.
Like, I don't like just to like demonstrate like the absurdity in his perspective. Like, I don't know if like I don't know if it's like terrible to use like you know, like for instance, what you just said, referencing you couldn't possibly cook that many cookies, and like an expansion upon that, just referencing that, like during the Holocaust, you know, they shoved multiple people at one time into the burners or whatever they're called, and they even would just burn the bodies of Jewish individuals and other victims of the Holocaust in the open field towards the end of war.
Well, Justin, now you're just being rude. I've been watching Nick Fuentes for 8 years. I came on YouTube to see who covers him to refute his worldview, and it's never happened. I refuted his worldview by citing to you the 14th Amendment and all the amendments of the United States that expanded the nationalization and citizenship of people within the United States to more than just white Europeans of good character. I refuted his perspective by saying that you guys are on a precipitous political ledge where effectively what's going to happen is MAGA is going to burn out as a movement and you're going to lose whatever political relevance that you had. So you need to prepare for that eventuality. I refuted him by saying that I am prepared to debate him on these half dozen topics right here. COVID, BLM, Ukraine war, Israel, Holocaust, Israel caused 9/11, Israel caused all the MENA conflicts. I have half a dozen to a dozen rants about geopolitics in the Middle East and North Africa and how it's not just Israel that causes issues in that region and how we're interested in that region because of petroleum. I also cited this to you, Justin, specifically. I talked to you about COVID and how all of the statistics have shown that those who are inoculated or those who have gotten vaccinated have substantively less death and great bodily harm as a result of COVID. So are you absorbing any of the information that I have given to you that refutes parts of Nick Fuentes' worldview, or is it like water off of a duck's ass? Because if it's water off of a duck's ass, then I would say the problem is not me. It's you.
You know, like, I mean, I don't think that like triggers any like wrongness in my mind. But I guess the reason why I'd say that is because it's being used as a demonstration of absurdity, and you're actually using it to like defeat the position, if that makes sense. I guess I didn't recognize like any demonstration of absurdity or like a...
Yeah, AF makes a good point. If it comes out to 600,000 batches and there's 10 cookies in a batch, well, I think the presumption is that it takes an hour in order to cremate a corpse. But I think that if you actually listen to the people who ran the crematoria, I think they put in like 2 or 3 corpses at a time in order to do it. Obviously, that does extend burn time, but you know, whatever. And then not just that, I think that they said that they left because they were forced in order to burn as many corpses as possible, that they basically let remnants sit in the oven as they threw in more, and they just treated it like a fire. You know, it's like a fire. You don't throw in a new log when the old log is completely gone. You throw in a new log when the old log is halfway done. And the fact that we're being this callous and this descriptive about the mass execution of human beings kind of already indicates the problem that I'm talking about, where these aren't real people to nick. 600,000 people getting wiped out for no other crime besides their immutable characteristics is already a horror show, and a horror that I wouldn't wish on my deepest enemies. My enemies are fascism. My enemies are authoritarian communism. My enemies are Islamism or jihadism. And guess what? I still would want the military-aged male combatants to fight in combat and to kill each other for the future of the world. But I would not wish mass death on the families of fascists, the families of communists, or the families of Islamists or jihadists, unless they were somehow involved in the crimes that their politicians and warriors were committing.
Like demonstration that like defeated any position. And like
well, earlier you asked me if I marched around like that,
throwing the salute.
Yeah, but earlier you asked me if I did the salute, and I said yes. I was doing it ironically. I'm making fun of neo-Nazis, and that's why I'm saying that like anybody who's in my audience knows that while they're watching me sitting there, march around like that, because they know that I am a very liberal person who has very liberal beliefs, that they all know that there's no shot that I'm actually like trying to Heil Hitler in this case, but that I'm making fun of those people. And it's true that I think that there's like, again, I think that I do believe in like the optical argument, especially now that I've been through it. There was no thought in my mind that somebody would just go clip that and act like I was actually a neo-Nazi. But
Tom, I think that's naive in this day and age. Grassroots says LB, because let's be real, Tom, like even if you didn't think about that, I think you did it for attention. You know, people would think it was funny. You know, people would think it was cringe. You know, some people would get angry about it. You knew that you were going to get attention for it. So I believe that this is a marketing ploy. And if he wasn't smart enough to realize that some people would get pissed off, then I think that's woefully naive. Grassroots says, LB, because if Justin ever gained the courage to leave his basement, he encouraged the killing of me and my family. Lol. Exactly. And no offense, this is why I want to go into the dregs of political commentary within the internet, because Justin isn't alone. Razzle Cherry isn't alone. That other guy, Zen Moon or Ken Moon, they're not alone. There's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young men who are getting lost, and they're falling into the grips of authoritarian communism via Hassan Piker and all the tanky dickheads, or they're falling into the grips of fascism via Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and the other people. So dude, like it's not like it's funny in a degree that we can come here, watch me take psychic damage, and then you guys kind of enjoy me taking psychic damage. That's the funny part. And the entertainment is hopefully enough that the people who follow these dog shit ideologies come and take a look and see if they learn anything from us talking about it. That's like the hope. The hope is that they come and take a look at it and they're like, oh shit, this guy is lying. Oh shit, this guy is lying about this, that, the other fact. Oh shit, there is an alternative narrative that makes sense. That's the goal. So it's necessary. Severin says, you should go on a WIC panel soon, on any panel. Yeah, we'll do some panel debates. I like panels. All right, I'm going to keep this playing for a second. I'm just going to go get a water refill. I'll be back in 60 seconds. I love you. Don't go anywhere. Like the stream.
But after that, yeah, I think afterwards, like, okay, I guess I could see how some random person wandering by who doesn't know who I am or doesn't think to go look into any of my other content would just take that and think.
Can we agree that it'd be like really fucking weird and antisocial and like kind of nuts if like somebody, let's say, dressed up to Hitler to a T, shaved the mustache, put on the uniform, started, shouting German, even if it was like in their mind, like ironic and making fun of him, like that's still like kind of fucking weird.
It depends. Wasn't there a gamer who literally did that to make fun of neo-Nazis? He dressed up as I mean,
for
a video,
sitting there in your room, a couple of viewers over on Twitch, throwing on the SS suit, shouting German with a mustache and everything. And I mean, like, you're just doing this for like 30 minutes. Like, can we agree that can we just agree that is weird?
Yeah, sure. Yes, if that's all you're doing, yes, of course, that is fucking weird as hell. Yeah.
Okay, I guess this is kind of like what I hear you describing. Sitting in.
You just said for 30 minutes. For 30 minutes doing something versus like a couple of seconds, where I think it's hilarious that a bunch of neo-Nazis are now running around playing a black man's music who's saying Heil Hitler in his songs. I think that is fucking so ironic and wild. And I think it is wild that they make fun of like black music and hip hop and say that this is, jungle music and crap like that. But this song, now all of a sudden they're playing this all over the place and acting like, oh yeah, this is my fucking jam.
Damn,
Groypers are
Tom, that
running
was
around
racist
playing
as
this
hell.
shit all over the place now. So yes, I think that's fucking ironic as hell. I think it's insane.
I understand he's being descriptive, but that was crazy. Master of Darkness says there's an excellent movie about the Nanking Massacre or Nanjing Massacre, the City of Life and Death. It's a modern film, but it's in black and white. Interesting. Beef Supreme says, I'm with you, Connor. Cool. Christian Blair says 4 million in camps, 2 by SS Eisengruppen extermination squads. Really would not be surprised. Bo Dickerson says, FYI, Auschwitz was multiple complexes roughly covering 15 square miles. Yep. Kyle says, no. Anyone arguing yes are straight up psychopaths. Yeah, there you go. That is a good question. Okay, good. Good. All right. I'm happy we got there.
So I mean, like, I can definitely agree, like, it's contradictory for like a Nazi to hate black people and then like uplift like a black individual song. Like, I mean, I think anyone with like half a brain could recognize that much. But I guess like my knee-jerk reaction wouldn't be, let me start my live stream, listen to it, and throw the salute. Like, I guess like my knee-jerk reaction would be like, yeah, that's pretty contradictory. Neo-Nazis are just like brain rot. Like, not let me.
Yeah, sure, but no, you understand that it has to be irony in that situation.
Okay. So Justin says, yes, that is due to demographic changes. Most non-white people are against the Second Amendment and the First. Justin, what do you think is easier? Eliminating minority and female right to vote by repealing amendments and or having a civil war. That's option 1. Option 2 is putting civics education, so people understand the Constitution of the United States, into public schools, and then creating positive gun culture clubs in the United States in order to promote a healthy perspective on self-defense, and also spreading a healthy perspective on self-defense and the Second Amendment via social media. I'm going to tell you the second option is a million times easier than the first and has a million times less bloodshed.
Nobody's actually going to dance to the song like that, goose stepping around, like Heiling Hitler. Like, that's not even, that's just, it is just.
LB says, motherfudger, Justin, get the MAGA wax out of your ears. If you want to be an ignorant Nazi, do that. Just stop being a wussy about it. He's not. He's not being a wussy. He's in a hostile chat that disagrees with him, listening to a creator who disagrees with him, and engaging from his perspective with our perspective. So I understand that you want him to seem more faster, and I wish that was true too. However, let's face it, you got to meet people where they're at. Christian Blair says, Fuentes might as well be a video essayist. His worldview fell the F apart in real time against Destiny, covering these topics on Fresh and Fit. Well, he's in a hug box, so.
The whole thing in and of itself is irony. The song in and of itself is ridiculous. And so, yes, like, to just, again, I can understand like you pointing out like the optical issues, and maybe you're calling it antisocial, whatever. But that is not the claim that has been running with, that people have been running with so far. It's, let's just like ignore all of this guy's arguments, all of his beliefs, the things that he's been saying for years. Let's just ignore all of that and just look at this one clip and say that he is a neo-Nazi now. That is like has been the position for about a month now, and that is insane. You wouldn't take that position, right?
I mean, I will say, like, you see a clip of somebody throwing the salute, listening to the song. Like, I feel like
I didn't make that
like
clip.
Justifiable to assume that, like,
I didn't make that clip.
You're a Nazi.
Sure, I didn't make that clip.
It's a clip. It's a clip from your stream. And then I'd say it's like justified to assume they're Nazi. And like, I feel like you'd almost have a burden to prove that you're not. Like, I'm not going to lie. I feel like it's like kind of lazy to say that people are crazy for assuming you're Nazi after watching that clip. I'd say that assumption is justified. The burden would be on you to refute.
So somebody brings that clip to you.
If you would allow me to finish speaking here. Okay. And if like your refutation of said assumption is just to point out that it was ironic, well, I guess like then what I'd say.
All right, Justin, I'm doing my best here, but you gotta help me out, okay? You're just a histrionic Jewish person. I am proud of my grandfather's service. He went across the world in order to bomb the fuck out of Germany and did so and survived. That's the only reason why I exist. And then Jews have allegedly a third of their population wiped out 2 generations ago. I think you can be sympathetic to people being a little alarmed when people are talking about how international Jewry is a subversive force in the government who is controlling our government in order to exclusively support the state of Israel, ignoring our own interests in the Middle East and North Africa, ignoring our history with Israel, ignoring our interest in petroleum in Saudi Arabia and Iran, and exclusively blame Jews for all the world's wars and problems, while also saying that they're responsible for the race mixing and miscegenation of Hispanics, whites, and blacks because they propagandize whites to not be racially conscious. I think that if you follow that narrative through, then of course the ultimate result is at minimum segregation, if not wholesale slaughter. Justin says, I don't want to kill you. I just don't want your people in power over me. Jews hate Gentiles. All right, bro. We already have this, Connor. It's failing. Dude, you need to wake up. You need to go outside. This is the crazy thing. Like, I wish, I don't want to screw up my rig right now, but I wish I could just grab this camera and walk outside. I live in Central Florida, okay? I live in a nice suburb, no lie. But the grass is growing. The sun is shining. There's the bushes need to be trimmed, but they look good. There's people walking their dogs. There's people down at the park nearby me and they're playing. And yeah, they speak too many languages. There's Russian and Spanish speakers and Portuguese speakers and all that kind of crap because it's a nice neighborhood. So we got a lot of people from all over the world. But besides that, they're nice and they're having a good time and there's no imminent race war. Even if you go 30 minutes to my east, you get more into like working class neighborhoods. But even in the working class neighborhoods, 95% of people wake up, they go to work, they pay their bills, they come home, they watch Netflix, they take care of their families. That's 95, 99% of the population. And then when you go to the rough side of town, which is the black side of town, there's 95% of the people in that neighborhood, they still wake up, they still pay their bills, they still work their jobs, they still take care of their family member, but 2 to 5% of that community is engaged in black market activity, probably partially due to segregation and racism. And then as a result, they kill rival gangs involved in the drug trade. That's Central Florida. So you saying it's quote unquote failing, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. I literally do not know what the fuck you're talking about. Anyways.
There's like, you know, kind of like the issues I've already pointed out. It seems kind of weird and antisocial. We could like agree in other contexts that novelizing SS officers, Hitler, Nazis, etc., rather you're dressing up as one for Halloween or, you know, even just going on the stream and doing this is like pretty antisocial and weird. And like I'd take it one step further. Like we could like say it's wrong. And I guess the reason I'd say it's wrong is like, I don't know, like the react.
What, can we pull up the Tom Foolery clip? Yeah, I can try. I'll see if I can find it.
Of let's find something to laugh about and think is really funny, entertaining, and ironic about, you know, like Nazis. And then the way to exercise that is to pretend to be a Nazi.
You're being bad faith there, Dean. Come on, you're being bad faith there.
Better way. But I'm not being bad faith.
You are being bad faith. You are because
to be one.
Yes, because you're acting as though the act of doing this, as we've already agreed, like doing these things in irony to make fun of that group of people is a very different action than doing it to glorify that group of people or to glorify that ideology. But you were saying earlier that you think it's fair for people to actually take this position that. So real quick, you said
number one, I hate it when people use the term bad faith. I think you can just say like you're being uncharitable or you're being disingenuous. I don't even like using the term disingenuous. I like to ask people. I'm like, are you being hyperbolic? Are you being disingenuous? Like what's going on here? You know, well, whenever somebody says bad faith, I'm not gonna lie, my testicles crawl up into my body a little bit. So let me go up to TikTok, I guess. And let me see if I can find Tomfoolery Kanye West clip. Tomfoolery 10K. Is that it? No content. That's not it. What's his Tomfoolery show? Tomfoolery show. All right, I found Tomfoolery show. Should Ruben retire? Police, ICE, Kanye. I'm looking for Kanye. Can you guys help me find it? All right, so this is, we know it's in here. So obviously not this one. Why are there no titles? That's frustrated. Or that's frustrating. That's not it. That's not it. That's a few months ago. That's not it. That's not it. Is that it? Nope, that's a call. Caught line. Why don't you title these, bro? Aesthetic Leftist is going to be the original clip. Isn't this it?
What's up, guys? So I'm getting ready to go live in just a little bit, but my internet is still out, so I can only rested. Rob the stream over to YouTube, youtube.com/.
What?
My name's Tomfoolery Show. I've been a content creator for years, and there's currently a lot of out-of-context clips going around about me and a lot of lies that I'd like to contend with. Saying clips...
I don't have 24 minutes.
And it wasn't highlighting fair dues, tab job. Obviously, at that point, then I'm in favor of it. Reviewers, I know...
Things for you to watch here. Trigger warning. May cause anger.
The reason this happens is because of feminism. That it's from agreements with my politics informed. The ones that you should hold the...
All right, if somebody links it to me, link it to me on Twitter or something.
A couple of things that you were saying earlier, that it would make sense if somebody just saw that clip and automatically thought that I was a neo-Nazi. If somebody brought that clip to you, all they showed you was just somebody marching around to his song. That's it. Just that little 2-second clip. That would be enough for you to believe that that person is neo-Nazi, not just like a red flag. Like, oh, well.
Hold on, we need to praise Bud123's grandfather. The only reason why I exist is because my grandfather, as a World War II Bronze Star winning radio operator, dodged German sniper fire and artillery fire and had swagger when he got back into the office. Based.
I'm wondering now about this guy, but that would be enough for you to be convinced.
Oh yeah, duh. Obviously. If I see a clip of somebody throwing the salute, marching around, listening to a song that says "I hail Hitler" and they're hailing Hitler, yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's insanely a lot.
Connor, is Keith Woods a Nazi? No, but he's a nationalist and he vividly understands fascism. And at least when he was talking to Cultured Thug 4 or 5 years ago, he wanted to implement fascism in order to counteract immigration to Ireland. So I don't know if he's still a fascist. He might have chilled out. I don't know.
Logical. That is insanely
Wait, you think that's illogical?
Yes, I think that is like a red flag. That's like something that just says that they could be. Okay, explain it. How is that something that is like a direct evidence
because
of somebody being in the
hail Hitler, and then you're hailing Hitler.
Sure, but what does that say? What does hailing Hitler say? What does that tell you?
What is it? Okay, what does it tell me when a song is playing that says "Hail Hitler" and you're hailing Hitler? Is that this dude's probably a fucking Nazi?
Right. It's like symbology of like an ideology that kind of tells you how that person.
You're being obtuse. Indeed, I do say that.
Thinks. And so that's what you're trying to garner from this is their actual ideology, the way that they actually think, the things that they believe in, the prescriptions that they would have. But
world-renowned GeoHound says, Connor!
You're coming to all of those conclusions just based on seeing them march and not actually seeing them argue for things, seeing anything else but that.
LB says, what is Dean confronting Tom about anyways? He's saying that, so Tom listened to Heil Hitler by Kanye West and he goose-stepped around his office while Roman saluting. And so Dean is saying that, like, well, if people clipped you out of context, it's kind of your fault. You're being stupid. Even if you're being satirical or ironic, people are going to suspect you're a Nazi. And Tom is effectively trying to argue, like, no, people should go out of their way in order to understand that I'm actually a liberal and a progressive, and I don't support Nazis. If anything, I'm making fun of and satirizing Nazis. And then, in my opinion, they've been going back and forth for 5 or 10 minutes to the point that I'm paying more attention to chat than I am other people. Justin says that's why you had 50K views concurrently on Friday. I don't know, Justin. I don't know if somebody argued that Nick Fuentes is irrelevant. I don't talk about him because I think he's irrelevant. I talk to him because I think he's relevant, and that's a problem. General says, Dean is confronting Tom about a clip of Tom Nazi saluting. People called him a Nazi over it, and Tom is saying it was satire. Yep.
I feel as if you could like justifiably conclude that it's more likely than not the case, meaning that like a logical thinker would hold a said position after watching said clip.
That's why we
Now,
would
like,
call it a
that's
red
why, once
flag.
again,
Okay. This is happening. We aren't on the brink of World War III. No, there was a missile exchange between Iran and Israel that's probably going to remain limited. $40 trillion in debt. Our debt is at an interest rate of 3.5, something like that. And then inflation is at 2.2%. So you basically have $40 trillion in debt at a 1.1% interest rate, and you don't have to run a fiscal deficit the same way that you run a household finance management. Marriage rates are not declining. They're actually stabilized and bumping back up because people are waiting to marry the person. Black violent crime is high. Violent crime has been cut in half in the past 30 or 40 years, Justin. So again, like, you are 0.5 out of 4 points. You know? So dude, if your worldview, if out of 4 points, you are half correct on one of them, that's a pretty bad record, and you're listening to the wrong people.
I'd argue that you'd have the burden of like demonstrating that's not the case, and not other ways. You know, I feel like once again, a logical mind would watch a clip of somebody listening to a song that says "Hell Hitler."
Sure.
and
How would I
they Hail
demonstrate
Hitler.
that?
Like, how would you demonstrate that you're not a Nazi?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like, I mean, I think that like your response was to say, and like this is what you did say, like your demonstration that you weren't a Nazi was to say, well, guys, when I was listening to the song and doing the salute, you know, it's not because I was like glorifying them or I agree with like anything that Hitler was saying. I think the Holocaust happened. I think it's very bad, but I was just like merely trying to be ironic and like making fun of Nazis. You know, I think like that response in and of itself like shows like ideological
Holy shit, Justin. Do you know what per capita means, Justin? I hope you know what per capita means. It means per 100,000. Homicide rate by year, U.S. Sure, since 1900. Why not? Images. Stats. What is this? 2000? This one feels about right. Here's 1900. Here's prohibition. Here's all the gang-related violence related to alcohol prohibition during the 1920s, and also a climbing homicide rate right before World War II. Here's World War II, where all the people who like to fight and die went overseas and shot people in the face for a prolonged period of time. Then when they got back, surprisingly, there was a spike in violence because all the World War II veterans probably got back, had PTSD, and then they probably beat and killed a few people. But then guess what? The people who survived that didn't want to fight in wars anymore. And so we stabilized the homicide rate around 5 per 100,000. Then because of the war on drugs in 1965, you could call it mass immigration and the drug war, we had another massive increase in violence where we got up to 10 per 100,000 in the 1980s and the 1990s. But then we have the era of mass incarceration where effectively, if you fuck around, you end up in prison. And so we cut violence in half by the year 2000, which is actually very impressive when you think about it, that in 8 years, due to economic prosperity and mass incarceration and video games and improvements in medical technology, we decreased the homicide rate by half. And then you have a stabilization around 5 for the past 30 years. And then we have an uptick related to COVID. So, bro, no, you are not living in fucking war-torn Somalia. Please get a grip. Fuck my metaphorical butt. All right. I wish Connor schooled me. Well, I just did, bro. You got a response to that? Yeah, no shit, Justin. If I gave you 40, do you know how low of a fucking interest rate? Oh my God. I don't. Do you have a dad? If you do have a dad, did he teach you nothing? Is that why Nick Fuentes is your surrogate online father? He's a bad surrogate online father, Justin. The fact that you think that home finances is comparable to government debt, the fact that you don't realize what like an interest rate is, sorry, bro, like your economic illiteracy is not my problem. You know, like I can do my best to educate you, but I'm tired, so I'm not going to do it right now. When you want to, not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, just remind me to talk about the national debt, because I think your conception of the national debt is also way off. All right. Anyways. Dude, you're just being facetious? No, I'm not. I think you're using words incorrectly too, Justin. Facetious? I think that means like sarcastic. No, okay, you could say I'm being flippant. I'm being flippant, but I'm not trading serious issues with inappropriate humor. I'm being very serious in what I'm talking about. So you can say I'm being flippant, but I'm not being facetious. Flippant, not showing a serious or respectful attitude. Yeah, I'm not showing you a lot of respect, and I'm not showing Nick Fuentes a lot of respect. That's true. But I'm not treating it as a joke. I'm actually trying to deal with what you're saying as seriously as possible. Anyways.
It's agreements between like you and Nazis, right? And then like...
Is $40 trillion in debt good? No. We also... Dude, sorry, Justin, you're derailing. Sorry. Do you know what a debt to GDP ratio is? It's how much debt we have compared to how much money we produce on an annual basis. Do you think Japan is... You don't have to pay it back. You owe 90% of that money to yourself. You owe it to the Central Bank of the United States of America. This is money that we owe ourselves. Look at this. Japan is currently sitting at a 240% debt to GDP ratio. Nobody gives a fuck about Japan's economy. Singapore has 173 debt to GDP ratio. Nobody gives a fuck. Italy, Bahrain, US. These are all developed countries. We're doing just fine. Okay? Everything's fine. Calm down. Go outside. Find a nice girl. Hold her hand. Eat some ice cream. You know, don't spend $20 on a super chat to Nick the Knife Fuentes. Spend $20 on an ice cream for your girlfriend.
The issue shifts from like Tom being a Nazi to like Tom like novelizing Nazism, kind of like and
Justin says, continue the video. I won't bother you. Dean and Tom are boring. You're not wrong. They are boring the shit out of me, but you know, we might as well finish it for the sake of completion.
You know, not necessarily like the issue isn't making fun of Nazis, but more so is like the way in which you're making fun of Nazis is by like pretending to be one. You know, like I don't know, like I don't think like for instance,
actually, you know what? I agree with him. We spent more time arguing with chat than we did paying attention, because the truth is that they were being super fucking circular with their logic. Tom thinks satire is okay. Dean thinks it's still offensive. He's being cringe. He's playing into progressives. End of story. We got it. We understood it. We're good. So let's go into chat real quick and let's talk to chat. And then, no problems, Justin. I'm sorry for being rude to you. I'm sorry my chat is rude to you. However, I just think that you have a lot of misconceptions that are rooted in paying attention to the wrong alternative media figures. And I think they're taking advantage of your fear and anger in order to not deal with reality as it presently exists, or reality as I understand it. I'm just going to talk to chat. Okay. It's 4:13 right now, or I got 4 hours and 13 minutes on my video. I try to hit around 5 hours, but I'm not going to lie. When I woke up today, number one, I felt like shit. Number two, with the content, I just didn't really have anything that was burning a hole in my pocket. Like on Thursdays and Fridays of previous weeks, there was content going down that I was actually really interested in, like, you know, random debates, different media personalities clashing, like all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, like I was excited for Monday because I was like, I got this to talk about. And I swear to God, when I went live today, I was like, I don't really know what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to find a couple of random debates and then plug them in. And that's what happened. So if the content was very mid, it's because nothing was grabbing my attention. So I invite you to send me what you think will be fire review content, because on the docket right now, the main things I have are Vincent James versus Nick versus Awesome Jew versus Gavin. And then I got Nick Fuentes versus Dave Smith. So if there's another debate that's within like the past week or two that was fire, let me know and we'll handle it. Then, yeah. Can we pay that back? No. But guess what? Justin, just as an example, I have a $200,000 mortgage. I am making payments on it of $1,500. Okay. Maybe $1,700. I'm making $1,700 monthly payments on my mortgage. It is 200. Yeah. So it's like around 200 grand. And I make less than 100 grand, but close to, 100 grand a year, which isn't really accurate. Let's just say I make between 60 and 100 and it's volatile. I make between 60 and 100 and it's volatile. I think right before I went full-time streaming, I was making like 80 or like 90. Okay. When I had a full-time job and I was doing YouTube on the side. So 90K. Well, guess what? I'm at a debt to GDP ratio of 200% with a mortgage at $200,000. I'm going to be paying that off for the next 30 or 40 years. 30 years, realistically. It's a 30-year mortgage. So should I take on more debt? Probably not. But do I have a house? Do I have an income? Do I have money? Do I have food? Do I have wealth? Yes. And so pretending that me having a $200,000 mortgage right now is some kind of fucking problem is crazy. I have $200,000 worth of debt, and yet I have a damn good life. So you need to rewire the way that you think about debt. Fun Dark says the Republicans have been talking fiscal conservatism, but spending more money and cutting taxes. Yup. Sacred Snow says, pay attention, dude. Quit typing. He's schooling you on the debt. Yup. But that's not as much detail as I want to go into, but it is what it is. Fashion 40 says, that's the problem with people like Justin. They don't want to discuss and actually share ideas. They spur off bullshit and are delusional. They don't comprehend their own talking points. Well, that's my frustration with Nick the Knife Fuentes, is because it's not just Justin, guys, right? Like Justin is a guy who's nice enough to come into our chat and at least chat shit, okay? So he is one person who might actually hear some of the things that we say and absorb some of the information. There's literally tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young men who think identically to Justin, but they don't absorb any information. So this is happening. Says, imagine wanting to cut the debt and also associating with the party with the most massive increases every time they're in office. Yes, the Republicans are not fiscal conservatives. Weirdly enough, Democrats get closer to balancing the budget because they are okay with some level of taxation. We should have an econ stream one day, though. Go watch Econo Boy. I don't like pure econ. I like econ as it relates to politics. Sarah says, debt is the money we paid for things. Deficit is the difference between revenue and debt. True. It would be boring but necessary. True, but, let's code it in drama. Fung Dark says, Japan is actually being watched super closely because they are on thin ice with population shrinkage. Yeah, but Fung Dark, is there anybody who's saying that, like, as an example, I'll concede to the fact that since they have a population bust, there is a concern about whether or not the automation and younger generation will be able to provide the social services necessary in order to take care of Japan's aging population, and then whether or not they have the capacity to go into more debt in order to take care of the aging population. I agree that's a reality. However, people in Japan have housing, food, shelter, relatively stable politics, and the capacity to pursue their economic dreams, right? So nobody is acting like it's an apocalyptic Mad Max hellscape. Whereas you talk to Groypers or you talk to dissident right-wing people and they think that they walk outside and it's Mad Max, which it's not. Rude says $20 for an ice cream. We are failing. Well, listen, man, you got 2 scoop ice cream. It's probably $6 a pop. Add in a couple of toppings like sprinkles, chocolate chips. They probably charge you a premium, so it's like $1.50 each. So add another $2 to $3 for toppings. So you're at $9 a piece. You're not just getting it for yourself, you're getting it for your old lady. You spend $18 on ice cream, and then you add in taxation, and you got $20, bro. So listen, man. If you want to smoochy kiss your old lady, then you got to pay a premium. Louis Salazar said, I only had a little bit more than 4 hours of sleep. Well, I'm sorry to add to your sense of delirium. Justin says, I'm not upset. I haven't insulted anyone unless they have insulted me. This is politics and I'm not bothered. Okay, well, thank you, Justin. I appreciate your charity. Seraph says, I'm not sorry. Okay. Sapien Green says, Connor, are you arguing that the U.S. is in the same position as all other countries with the dollar being the reserve currency? You don't think too high of a debt risks that status? Sapien Green, I agree with you that having the reserve currency is an extreme economic advantage to my understanding of the situation. But I think that what Trump's doing, where you're doing a trade war with all other countries, where you're pulling in all of your assets, makes it less likely that people will use us as a reserve currency. So the very people who are arguing that we're in this fiscally precarious position, their policies make our situation more precarious, not less. It's fine. Nothing ever gets done on a Monday. Cool. AF Racing says he could get a girlfriend if he wasn't a toxic wasteland inside. Maybe he does have a girlfriend. Who knows? Kayil says maybe Curtis Yarvin versus a Harvard professor. I do like Curtis a lot. I might have to watch that off stream and see if there's any good content there. Sacred Snow says, I don't know if it's the quarter bottle of Dayquil I've downed. Jesus, there's a lot of sick people in chat. I've downed today, or the gallon of snot I've released on the content, but I'm feeling a bit better. Good. Fashion 40 says I've had a chill time. Good. Fung Dark says I pay like $1,700 interest monthly. Fuck my life. Laugh my ass off. Well, dude, you need to fix that shit. Need to fix that. I'm almost at 82. That's sad, man. That's how old you are? You're almost 80? I don't know what you're saying. Oh, 80K for income. You're saying that's sad, man. It's not sad for me. I got a family. I got a house. I got a minivan. I got air conditioning. I got 2 dogs. I get to go outside. There's beautiful parks outside. I don't know. 80K is, dude, are you kidding me? Most people make 40K. Are you shitting me? Dude, don't get it twisted. I used to be a fucking super wage slave. I mean, I was proud to make $37,000 a year. Are you shitting me? What are you talking about, man? If you're making 80K as a single person, you should be able to get a mail order bride like that. If you're making 80K a year as a single young man and you can't find a gal who's interested in settling down for you, that's a personality problem, not a money problem. Just a $200K mortgage. Good job, Connor. Well, thank you. I did buy it through family, but yeah, you'll be dead before you can pay that off. I hope I'm not dead in the next 30 years. I'm 37. I've been paying the mortgage since 2014, so I'm a third of the way through the mortgage. 2014. So I have 20 years left. I'll be around 57, 58 when I pay it off. I hope I'm still around when I'm in my 50s. If not, I get life insurance, and then I have life insurance, so then the house gets paid off, and then my family has a $250,000 asset. While you are getting into streaming, this will make you good money. Hopefully, I'm with you. I'm hoping. Louis Salazar says, I'm glad I paid off the entirety of my school loan in less than 2 years. I made so many sacrifices and had a very minimalist lifestyle. Based for you, Louis Salazar. Good job. LB says, it's not debt, it's an investment. It's both. R. Hickernills says, my mortgage is $1,300. Based. Beef Supreme says, y'all got shit rates on that mortgage. No, we didn't. I think I have like a 4.125. A 4 is not bad, man. Have you seen interest rates recently? People are paying credit card rates for a house. I didn't have great credit, and I was happy to get a 4.125. What are you talking about? Jonah Boy says, debt is bad if it puts towards fake diamond studded chains, supercars you can't afford, and being a pay pig for some thought. Indeed. Do not fall into the trap of being rich and then effectively letting the succubus ruin your life. They start with their feelings and try to justify with bullshit stats rather than starting with the facts and determine their outlook. Listen, guys, I get it. Okay, I get it. We're at 2 p.m. So there's a bunch of other live streamers live. So I'm not, I don't begrudge anybody. We started at 110, 120. Probably a healthy chunk of people are DGG lurkers, and then there's also some Lonerbox fans who come over. Surprisingly enough, I've noticed when Lonerbox goes lives, we lose a few folks, which is totally fine. If you like Lonerbox, you like Destiny, that's no skin off my ass. I'm just happy that you're here, and hopefully having a good time for the first few hours of your morning. But what frustrates me about this AF is I can't think of a single other person who says that it's going to be okay. I can't. Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball, they're in a doomer cult, and the only way through is to get Bernie Sanders and AOC to be normalized on the ticket and to normalize that socialist guy from New York. They're in a doomer cult. When it comes to, who is it? Trump. Not Trump. Oh, yeah, all the Trump MAGA guys. Half of them are contrarian schizos who are turning on Trump and turning on the administration because they haven't released the Epstein files and because they haven't exposed all the corruption in the FBI and the DOJ. They never think for a fucking second that the MAGA Trump cult might be lying to them, which is hilarious, but very stupid. Pasayevic, Gavin, Fuentes, Candace, all those people, man, they're in like apocalyptic fucking death cults. Vosh is in an apocalyptic death cult. The only people that I can think of who are not in an apocalyptic death cult are like Brett Cooper and Destiny. But unfortunately for me, I'm not a hot woman. And I'm also not as charismatic, I guess, as Steven or as crazy as Steven. So, I just have to build it slow. Sarah says, I bought my house at 160K. Now it's worth 300K. Boom. Nice. Beef Supreme says ours is 750. Boom. Nice. LB says the Democratic Party balanced the budget under Clinton Bush war debt 2004. Yep. We would have paid off our debt by 2013 if we had just not invaded Iraq. Dr. Plague Doctor says, I have to touch grass question. When you regularly wank like 10 hours a day, 5 to 6 days per week, how would you recommend finding a partner? I would recommend reducing your wanking to 3 times per week, 30 minutes per time. That would be my recommendation. So do like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, right? Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 30-minute wank sessions, and then go live a normal life. LB says, don't forget Japan has healthcare, right? Whatever 4690 says, Connor, you see Florida sheriffs warning the rioters. Yeah, but that's just our guy. I forget if he's from like Pinellas or Polk, or I think it's the Polk County Sheriff. The Polk County Sheriff just comes out every 2 years and he says, if you fuck around and break into a house in our jurisdiction, then we're going to help the homeowners execute you and put you on a cross. He just says that every 2 to 3 years. So he gets reelected. Beef Supreme says, I met my wife playing Rust. We were both on Tinder. Based. Jonah Boy says, I think the problem with the economy is that there's way too many grifters, scammers, and pornographers becoming multimillionaires while the rest of us bust our ass to get by. Yeah, and that shit's discouraging. So we got to be as iron sharpens iron. Listen, guys, I don't care if I'm streaming to 70 people or streaming to 1,000 people. I want to stream to 1,000 people so we have enough income that we can have a positive effect on the world. But realistically, what I kind of care about is that this space, our little stream, it's iron sharpens iron, man. It's going after the bad actors in this society so you can watch me taking psychic damage. So hopefully that's some level of emotional and mental catharsis for you. So you don't feel like you're the only person who's going fucking crazy. But then hopefully these like random words of like, get your shit together, pay your bills, find your partner, like all that kind of shit. I hope that subconsciously buoys your spirit to the point that you find something good. Matthew Morton says better than PUBG. Cool. Justin says, you guys' insults are so bad. Sorry. We'll work on it. Beef Supreme says, yeah, we met randomly playing on a server and found out we lived in the same city. Based. Beef Supreme says, then found out we were both on Tinder. I invited her over and you can fill in the blanks. Nice. Sabin Green says, I'm not saying that Trump isn't a fuck up. You can put his picture next to the wall of that word in the dictionary. I was thinking of debt independently of the stupidity. Gotcha. We love telling people we met online gaming. True. Sacred Snow says 80K is fine. Laugh my ass off. My wife and I make 100K combined and we live a great life. Yeah, dude. Especially if you don't have kids. If you don't have kids and you're making 100K, you're probably, dude, you're eating at fucking Cheesecake Factory whenever the fuck you want. Based. Kay says it depends on your life. 80K for a family is rough. I mean, it is, but guess what? I have to make choices, guys. I have to make choices. My choices are when I get a little bit of extra cash, Do I make an investment towards my business? Do I eat a cheeseburger? Or do I get my kids something that they need for karate class? And I'll tell you, what happens is the $30 cheeseburger, because I have to get my wife, if I get myself a cheeseburger, I have to get my wife a cheeseburger, right? And then add in like soda and fries, and that's $30. So boom, fast food, crazy expensive. So the $30 cheeseburger takes a back seat to karate equipment for my child. And while I'm mildly annoyed that I can't eat a $30 cheeseburger every single day, it's more like once a week, you know what I'm saying? I am very happy that I get to see my child doing karate and growing as a person and learning discipline and getting outside and socializing. The emotional richness of enabling a young person to pursue and achieve goals and become a better person outweighs my sense of like hedonism. It's not that I don't have hedonism. I absolutely have the temptations of pleasure and self-worship, but I try to prioritize the people in my life whom I love. And then I get yes, there's some level of annoyance that I have to deny myself simple pleasures, but there's also like a deeper reward of enabling people I love to succeed. Like, it's a great thing, man. Like it makes my life purposeful. Bud123 says, my mom made 100K as a high school algebra teacher, but she put in a lot more time teaching, getting up to that salary level. There are some nice places, but it also depends on the economy you live in, because 100K in California is not the same as 100K in rural Indiana. Justin says, I haven't brought up women a lot yet for being insulted for it. Well, Justin, the presumption is that if you're this hostile to blacks and Jews and you're a friend of Fuentes, then you probably have some level of social dysfunction to the point that you don't have like a woman in your life. Now, that's a presumption. Maybe you have a girlfriend, maybe you have a wife. I have no fucking idea. But I'm just saying the presumption is that you're socially dysfunctional. 100K is a lot in Florida. It can be. It can be. Fung Dark says, it's just the front loading of interest in 6.25%, still paying enough extra principal over the time, lump sum, dropping when possible. Yeah. Don't get iDubbbed. I won't. Justin says, hey, get some girls and the world's problems go away. Laugh my ass off. Well, Justin, I hate to say this. I hate to say this, but it's true. When you have a girl, like having a partner in your life, I'm not saying you're gay. You probably like women, right? But having a partner in your life, in order to get a girl, it's not as simple as walking outside and getting a Tinder hookup. I know it's not that easy. Tinder is kind of flatlined where if you're ugly or poor, then you're probably not getting like a random hookup, right? So we know it. I know that it's not that easy as a normal looking dude without a lot of money to just randomly hook up with a chick. And on top of that, that doesn't solve your problems. So the statement though is that if you're socially stable, if you bring in an income, if you're nice, if you're polite, if you have some level of social intelligence and you have a rich enough social life to bump into women, and then you're able to woo said woman into going on to a date with you, it probably means that you have the emotional intelligence not to talk about how the Jews are destroying the West within the first 30 seconds of meeting another human being. And so while I get it, it can be super annoying that every progressive and liberal uses Volceldom or inceldom as an insult, it kind of is like a decent social litmus test for whether or not your life is going okay. So I don't like it necessarily as an insult because it kind of makes the problem worse. And then people are like, oh, you think I'm a schizo? I'm just going to be a schizo even more. Fuck you. But so that's why I don't like it. But that's how people are using it. They're using it as a litmus test for whether or not your life is going okay. Blood123 says, if I fail at becoming a professor of astronomy, astrophysics, I may teach high school or work for the industry. If I get a 6-figure salary in industry and stay in good shape, the ladies are going to line up. There you go. Hopium, fellas. Hopium. Rude says, this, by the way, guys, is you don't insult people during arguments. They get all hung up on it and stop engaging. Plus, you're not engaging with them. Well, I mean, I love insulting people, so don't get it twisted. Destiny is probably still gooning this morning. Yes, but if it's unproductive gooning, I don't like that either. Justin says, we were trying to stop the apocalypse. That's the trajectory we're headed in. Yeah, but stopping the apocalypse, how, Justin? By denying blacks and women and Hispanics the right to vote, by kicking Hispanics south of the border, which you're not going to be able to do after the midterm elections, by telling women that they're stupid and they need to stop taking birth control. Like, dude, not only are the solutions stupid, they're not going to work. So if you have a solution that's stupid, drop it. If you have a solution that's not going to work, drop it. Figure out a different solution. I think my solutions are perfectly salient for what society needs. Christian Malaria says, you're not as mean. You need to work on that. I'll work on it. Sapien Green says, you're looking at it through the lens of politics, YouTube, Twitch. It's a doomsayer cult bubble. I know. I'm sorry. Dark side of the goon, says Matthew Morton. Indeed. It seems we have to get there for people to wake up. I don't think so. Sacred Snow says, 7 kids will do that to you. Good for you, though. Kids are better than money. We got 2.2. We got 2 2-year-olds and 100K combined gets us a comfortable life while still being able to save for retirement vacations. Good for you, man. Good for you. Honestly, Sacred Snow, good for you. If you're able to raise 2 kids with 100K combined, I think that's the ideal, basically. Wank, my dude, I wrote work. Where is Dr. Plague Doctor? Oh, man, that's funny. I just casually accused Dr. Plague Doctor of wanking for 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. I didn't even think twice about it because this is Twitch and YouTube politics, so there's definitely gooners around. 10 hours a day. So Dr. Plague Doctor, let's reframe that. I thought he was a gooner who was gooning in his goon cave for 6 hours a day, 10 hours a day, and that wasn't shocking to me at all. Working 10 hours a day. Okay. So what I would ask you, that sounds like a truck driver, electrician, construction worker. I have no idea what you're doing. But my presumption is you're saying you have to keep that schedule. So number one, on the 5th or 6th day of your work, I would recommend going to a watering hole with coworkers. If you're like a trucker, that's obviously not going to work. But I would recommend going to a local watering hole, like a bar. And it's not that you're necessarily going to meet nice girls at the bar, but there could be service industry people that you meet. As an example, before I met my wife, when I worked at a pizzeria, we had already met each other because I was a regular, where basically after work, I would come in and I would have like a beer or two before I went home, especially on like Thursday, Friday, when it was towards the end of the week. That's one thing. And so you can meet like waiters, waitresses, bartenders, all that kind of stuff, and you can become a regular. And restaurant industry people, I know that a lot of them are degenerates, but restaurant people tend to go out after the restaurant is closed. So if a restaurant closes at like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. or whatever, they typically go to the bar afterwards. So if you become a regular to the point that the bartender knows you and the wait staff know you and all that kind of stuff, you might get invited to go out to the bar with the waitresses and the servers and the bartenders. And so boom, you have a social in. You can probably meet a nice girl who's paying her way through college, and then you can meet somebody that way. The other option too is obviously like church. Now I know church, you're going to be kind of cutting in a different direction. So the woman might not be as into degeneracy because she's at church. However, if you're into church, synagogue, mosque, whatever, they do have socializing events afterwards that are typically like coffee, where you just kind of hang out for 20 or 30 minutes and talk to other young adults at coffee. I know that's intimidating because particularly if you're by yourself, then that can be scary to be in a room full of strangers talking about things that you don't know that much about, and walking up and introducing yourself is kind of awkward. But you can introduce yourself to a guy first. Don't go straight for a girl. Introduce yourself to a guy. Try to develop some guy friends. Try to develop some guy friends who have a wife or a girlfriend, who in turn might have a wife or a girlfriend, or excuse me, who might have a friend who needs to date somebody because everybody's a shitbag. That's off of the top of my head. But the point is that nobody's going to do this for you. Okay. Hundreds of thousands of years of human civilization have passed down to you your existence. But if you want to propagate and have kids and find your wife, no one's going to do it for you. You have to do it. I can't do it for you. I can give you moderate boomer advice. Yes, beard brush ASMR. True. Sorry, scrolling back down to chat because we got into the date thing because I wanted to see what I had talked about originally with gooning. Kay says 100K could be okay in some places. We are a family of 7. I have 3 teens and 2 kids. To be comfy, we need about 140K in Canada. Jesus, Kay, that is a big family. Congratulations, though. Rude says, this, by the way, is why you don't insult people during arguments. Okay, that's where we were. Holy shit. I missed that comment earlier from Kay. That's crazy. 7 kids. Or 7-person family. Mega Zero says, I met my current girlfriend on Tinder. We hung out and I showed her gory anime and she fell in love, laughed my ass off. Yeah. Not everybody is a freak on Tinder, although maybe they're a freak. Kingslayer says, I know this is random, but can we all just agree Waco and Ruby Ridge were both caused by feminism? Come on, man. John says, I listened to you while I PvP in Space Marine 1. Based. Very based. Too late in the record. Report to Sex Addicts Anonymous by 5 p.m. True. Why eat out, though, when home cooking is so much better? Because I suck at cooking, and I love cheeseburgers. Spend that $30 on Space Marine Mastercrafted Edition. Oh, shit. Is it only $30? I tried to argue with the wife that I was going to get it. Super chat me tomorrow and or PayPal me, and I'll, you don't owe me any money. I'm just saying, for $30, if I get $30 in my PayPal, I can tell my wife, hey, somebody PayPal me $30. Therefore, I'm getting Space Marine 1. 100%. Connor is living above the average American's family income. I am. I used to make $40K a year. I know plenty of people who make 30. The primary breadwinner makes 30 to 40K a year, and then their partner works part-time and makes 20K a year, and they're trying to have a family on 50 to 60K a year. It's tough. It's very tough. Working class families are tough. AF says single, no kids, 100K plus, can confirm it is the bee's knees. I'm expecting some super chats tomorrow, AF Racing. If you're just swimming in cash. Beef Supreme says McDonald's has forgotten its roots. They price like they are a full-on restaurant. Shit's ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Still tasty though. Not So Gen X says, hey, in 80 minutes, Valor has a live stream scheduled for Senator Padilla. Is that someone besides Connor? It is. It is. I'm about to go offline. All right. I obviously don't go into a bowling tournament talking about this shit. Good. LB says, y'all are either too picky or have a shitty dating pool, or you're an incel Nazi. That's why you're... Wow. You had to get all vulgar on that? Good Lord. Bud123 says, I don't get any matches on Tinder as an average-looking, somewhat cute guy, but in person and going to the bar to hang out, there are more women that signal interest than online. Agreed. Jonah Boy says, Tinder is become pay to win. I'm an attractive dude. I've scored on Tinder a lot in the past, but at some point, they reworked it, and it's drier than the Sahara now. Yeah, dude, get off of that shit. That shit's going to fucking drive you in crazy. Michelle Eggleton says, late to stream, but got second-range hits this weekend. 400 yards with 22... Ooh, that's impressive. 400 yards with 22 LR and 1600s with 6.5 Creedmoor. But I still disappointed you, Connor, because it was bolt action. You didn't disappoint me at all. That's very impressive. 400 yards with 22 is particularly impressive. That angry incel is right, Sacred Stone? Sure. Justin said, it's the Gen X and boomers who have squandered the country. All right, bro. Listen, your doomerism. Don't bring down the vibes, okay? I have never met someone on one, but I read the crazy stuff on Facebook that other people deal with from the app, says Not So Gen X. Gotcha. Yeah, Hannah Morel says, just casually telling everyone you wank 3 times a week for 30 minutes. Listen, Hannah, he said that he was wanking 60 hours a week. That was a lot of wanking. I'm trying to reduce his wanking to a reasonable amount of wank. I'm actually a postdoctoral researcher. Yeah, I guess you can't wank 10 hours a day. Oh, that's funny. Oh, all right. Sorry. Now I'm tearing up a little bit because I realized how many people were laughing their asses off at that moment in stream. That was pretty good. Jonah Boy says, I'm reminded of a character in Sons of Anarchy who was always working compulsively. He ended up having his hands chopped off because one of the gangs got sick of it. Oh, shit. All right. Scrolling. You guys are talking about church girls. You guys are talking so much that like, so I know it's only like 70 people or whatever, but like you guys are like popping off in chat. And so it's hard for me to catch up with chat. Sacred Snow says Space Marine 1 is on Game Pass if you got it. I don't have Game Pass. It's $40, not $30. That's still very reasonable. I was expecting them, because it was a remaster edition, for it to be $60. So if they're doing 40, I can find $40 in the next 2 weeks. I'll probably never make six figures in my house a single income, but you know what? I like the gosh darn stream, says Conserve Liberalism. True. Beef Supreme says I bowled a 180 last night. That's impressive. 1,600 yards. Dang, never shot past 500. That's wild. Yep. Creedmoor can reach out and touch somebody. That's for sure. Whatever says, we don't have guns in the UK. They are trying to ban points on knives. Yeah, so buy like collector swords. Not So Gen X is 30 minutes. What the heck takes 30 minutes? Oh. I'm not going to get into details. The foreplay. Oh, that was funny. That's funny. All right. Wow, Gen X. I'm not reading that, but that is funny. Starhawk says, as a postdoc, just say postdoc, bro. It's like when grad students call themselves PhD candidates. No, I didn't know what that was. If you would have said postdoctoral, I would have no idea what you're talking about. So if you say postdoctoral researcher, at least I know that you're in academia, you're researching something. That's what I know. All right. I've got 6.8 SPC, but I think Creedmoor has it on range. Yeah, Creedmoor is designed to be not that heavier of a round, but still a shitload of powder. And so that's what it's designed to do. It's designed as a long-range varmint and target round. It just happens to be pretty good at taking stuff out. Justin says, good stream. We'll tune into your next one. Well, thanks for hanging out, Justin. Even if... even if you were kind of the lightning rod to my shenanigans and my shit talking, I appreciate it. So anyways, there's more than 70 of you cross-platform. We peaked out at like 105, 110. So parasocial love to all of the VOD viewers as well who just watch this as a VOD. Obviously we're still demonetized on Valor Media Network. So all you can really do is like the stream. So I didn't really like plug the PayPal or anything today, so don't worry about it. Tomorrow we'll be live on Counterpoints, so that'll be good. So if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, you want to share it with the stream, do so tomorrow. And then I'll try to line up some content. I want to balance it out where like Nick pissed me off so much that I was actually kind of in a grumpy mood, and so I needed a palate cleanser. But then I was so grumpy, I feel like my grumpiness carried on into the next segment. So I want to balance it out. It's not that we can't watch dissident right-wing content and react to it, but I also feel like there needs to be something fun or funny to engage with. And normally schizo debates are like that, but I just can't think of a big schizo debate recently. Somebody suggested a panel earlier in the stream, the WIC panel. Somebody was suggesting some dissident right-wing debates, but I need something like wholesome. I need like a liberal and a socialist fighting each other, but in a way that seems like fun and interesting rather than like cringe and existential. I don't know what to do about that, but we'll figure it out. 140 grains at 2,700 feet per second. Yeah, that is impressive. That is impressive, Michelle. John says, I'm enjoying the story for Space Marine 1. I'm excited for more games. Me too. I love it so much. First, I'm just going to read chat, catch up, and then I'm probably out. First wave feminism was the push for prohibition. Prohibition caused a growth in mob activity. The mob activity led to the NFA. The NFA, the reason for both the Ruby Ridge and Waco raids. Boom. Okay. I mean, I see it. I still think bank robbery would have been a thing without the without prohibition, but I'm tracking. Mega Zero says, you should have watched the AI Asmongold video. Remind me tomorrow. Hotch says, any upcoming travel for in-person debate conversations? No, but we should. Steven and I kind of joked to Sambino that I wouldn't mind hanging out with Steven, once per quarter or once per month. And Sambino replied and said like, oh, Steven's down for once a month, but I didn't follow up with it because, I want to put the ball in their court and not be like a parasocial freak about it. Foundational says, need content, Google Nola Dinkins and follow the full story. I can't promise I will because you're a schizophrenic, but it's fine. Sacred says, what do you want from Space Marine 3? Adeptus Ridiculous was hoping for a single enemy, Necrons. Yeah, I kind of want to... I like that the first one is orcs. I like the second one is I like that the second one is Tyranids primarily and then Chaos secondarily. I would like a third one that was like pure Chaos, because in Space Marine 1, towards the end game, sorry if I'm giving you a spoiler, but you fight just Chaos and Heretic Astartes, and it's actually really fun. It's crazy fun. So I want like a really hardcore narrative campaign. Justin says, you're welcome, Connor. This is politics. The best part of politics is banter. Trump is great at it. You're just hurting my feelings now. You're just hurting my feelings. Yeah. I do want a single enemy. I do want it to be Chaos, or I do just want it to be like a Xenos campaign. I agree with that. So it's time for a co-op session for Space Marine 2 with Destiny. Agreed. More collabs with Destiny would be fire. True. But I just don't want to force it. You know what I'm saying? Christian Blair says, have a good day, Connor in chat. Except Groypers07. Y'all show up on Tuesdays. There will be a new sheriff in town. Beware. True. All right. I'm outie. Parasocial love to you and yours. Have a beautiful day. Don't be doomer freaks. Go lift weights. Drink your water. Eat your vegetables. Don't goon. And work your job. Go to a church or go to a bar. You'll be fine. Everything's going to be fine. It'll be great, as a matter of fact. Bye for now.